You want peace. You want clarity. You want to focus on what matters most, being present and leaving a legacy. With Mama Bear, you can create your will in just 20 minutes right from your home. It's simple, legally binding, and it doesn't require an expensive attorney. And I'll tell you, almost every person who uses Mama Bear says the same thing. If I'd known how easy it was, I would have done it sooner. So don't wait. Go to MamaBearLegalForms.com. Use the promo code Ramsey to save 20%. MamaBearLegalForms.com, code Ramsey.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
And good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. President Trump says the United States has seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela amid mounting tensions with the government of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. It's the Trump administration's latest push to increase pressure on Maduro, who's been charged with narco-terrorism in the U.S. The U.S. has conducted a series of deadly military strikes in the Caribbean Sea and eastern Pacific Ocean on boats that the Republican administration has alleged are carrying drugs. The seizure was led by the U.S. Coast Guard and supported by the Navy, according to U.S. official who was not authorized to comment publicly and spoke on the condition of anonymity. You can get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Just download the KTAR News app. And for more, always go to KTAR.com.
Putting out a warning to all Arizonans about kratom.
There is a drug a state leader says parents need to be aware of, and it's often sold in gas stations and smoke shops. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz is live in the news center to tell us more.
That substance in question is kratom, which is derived from a natural leaf and can come in many forms. However, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays notes kratom products can contain illegal additives and is known as gas station heroin.
It's often being marketed to kids, which is really inappropriate and also illegal. They're dangerous products. They basically act like synthetic opioids.
She wants state lawmakers to take a look at Arizona's Kratom Consumer Protection Act, calling for increased penalties for sales to minors and making it easier for law enforcement agencies to use the state crime lab to test kratom products. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Eyes on education.
Scottsdale Unified School District will close 2 of its schools after the governing board voted 3-2 to approve those closures last night. Echo Canyon and Pima Elementary will both be shut down in 2026. Board member Amy Carney explained why she voted against the closure.
This process has been flawed, and I have voiced that from the beginning. So I cannot responsibly vote to close or repurpose Echo Canyon School without a plan or proper community partnership.
Both schools have fewer than 300 students enrolled, and it should save the district $2.5 million. You can read more education solution stories at ktar.com/education. A new plan to expand energy access to Phoenix residents involves getting more low-income households to use energy relief programs that already exist. Phoenix Energy Manager Dr. Carlos Aguilar says not enough people are taking advantage of programs that are offered by the city, the utilities, or the state.
The City of Phoenix offers several energy and housing programs to help residents lower energy costs, improve their homes, and get support during financial hardships.
Highlighted programs include a rental rehabilitation program and discount programs offered by APS and SRP. This plan aims to increase low-income households participating in energy programs by 25% by 2030. Iconic Phoenix Steakhouse Durant's is going to be reopening next Wednesday under some new ownership after more than a year-long closure. Chief Executive Chef Mark Lupino says he aimed to keep the original mystique of the 75-year-old restaurant, like walking in through the kitchen as you enter.
As they're coming in, they're a little confused if they haven't been here before. If they have been here before, it's old hat for them. They walk in, we welcome them. As
for the menu, he kept fan favorites like the prime rib, while adding some new elevated dishes like his personal favorite, the veal parmesan. Today on Wall Street, on the heels of the Fed announcing a quarter-point interest rate cut, the Dow is up by 498 points. The S&P rose 46, the NASDAQ up 78. If you need more money news, just visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Traffic time now from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Things are looking pretty good across the valley. No major issues to slow you down on the main lines at the moment. Traffic brought to you by the Jewish Tuition Organization. Invest in students, invest in community. Corporate donations qualify for Arizona's dollar for dollar tax credit. Get details at jewishtuition.org. Weather-wise, another absolutely beautiful day. We're going to stay in the mid to upper 70s through the end of the week. Right now, it's 71 degrees in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Good afternoon, friends. Chris Merrill next to me. Pamela Hughes in for Joe today. It's a big day whenever Pamela's in here.
Is that right?
You're kind of a KTAR legend.
No, I don't know about that,
No,
but
it's
okay.
true. It's true. You walk the halls and everyone stops from the top down to the bottom. I mean, everybody.
I was here for a little while.
I know you
Hot
were.
minute.
I know. That's why I say you're a legend. You are. You've earned every bit of the love from your coworkers. So it's
Good
nice
people.
to have you in here.
Good to be here, my friend.
Did you hear what happened with Becky Lynn?
What happened? Oh, I was here when it happened with Becky Lynn.
Oh, that's right.
I
You
was
were in with me.
And we were going to break it on the air, and then we were told we couldn't.
I was so mad about that.
You're still talking about this like 3 weeks later. I'm so sorry.
So
Being inducted into the Arizona Broadcasters Hall of Fame.
It's
and
next year.
They told everybody at the station like a week before we were allowed to talk about it. And I thought, well, that's all right. As soon as I get to talk about it. And she was, and I said, Becky Lynn, can we talk about it? And she goes, I don't know. All of a sudden I hear the boys come in. They're like, we've got a big announcement about one of our things. And I thought, oh, you got to be kidding me. They stole my thunder. Oh, well, we wanted that in afternoon drive. I don't give a doggone about afternoon drive.
Some things never change.
Yeah,
goodness.
that's true.
Good times. Good
Yes,
times.
Good times.
You can see Pamela Hughes, and what you referred to last time was your Sammy Hagar.
That's my Sammy Hagar hair, yeah.
It's on the KTAR News YouTube channel, and already one person is saying "Yay, Pamela" on the chat there. Very good. You one of the things I always loved listening, because I used to listen to you. You've been here a minute,
Yeah.
and one of the things I always liked listening to you when I was at the station that shall not be named, because I didn't listen to that one. I listened to you. One of the things I always liked is that you were very open about your family and your daughter, right? And I know you're engaged. Your daughter's still in school, right?
Yeah, baby Riley is now 16.
You always talked about her being baby
Well,
Riley.
Bruce always called her baby Riley. And baby Riley's now 16 years old.
That's not even right. Oh, that's just wrong.
We're all getting old.
What do you think when you see all these different schools that are closing? Phoenix Union High School District, just 6% of staff being cut. So they're cutting staff because they broke. They broke. We have other school districts. We've been going down the list. Mesa, Kyrene, all these places closing. I mean, we're closing a lot of schools, which means we got kids that are going to school today that don't know where they're going to be going to school come this fall.
Yeah, and I know a lot about those kids that are going to school today and don't know where they're going to be going to school next year. Because if you have listened to KTAR and when I was on here a little bit earlier, I would also talk about my sister in education. I have a sister in education. Well, my sister in education is actually the principal of one of the schools that Scottsdale Unified School District just voted to close last night.
Oh, my gosh.
So on my way in here today, I talked to her about what does that look like for the kids, right? I already know how hard it is on her.
Sure.
I already know how hard it is on her team. I've been hearing about that for months. What I wanted to know is you try to keep kids away from this. But what is it that now that the district has decided to close the school, what does it look like for the kids? And it was really interesting because there are two schools that are being closed. You've got Echo Canyon and you've got Pima Elementary. Pima is a boundaried school, meaning that there are kids that are within a district boundary and they have to go to that school. Okay. Echo Canyon is a school of choice. They don't have any neighborhoods or boundaries that are being put into that school.
So they just have to recruit everyone?
Yes.
I mean, basically? Okay.
Yep, absolutely. So the kids today are asking, well, where am I going to school next year? See, all the kids at Pima are going to be going to one school.
Oh, they know where they're.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but
right.
they're going to, okay, you went here and now you're going to go here because it's a district-boundaried school. These kids have no idea where they're going to school next year.
Oh, no, that's going to be tough.
And then you have to answer the questions of, are my friends going to be there? Do I need to make new friends?
Yeah.
Are they still going to be my friends?
Well, I think from a parent standpoint, you're probably thinking everybody that you knew from the PTA and all of your kids' friends, you get to know them at all the different school events, and you're thinking, you know what? There's comfort and familiarity, right? And you go, I know Pam and Chris are their kid is going here, and where are you guys sending your kid? What are you guys thinking? And I got to think there must be a group chat going on or Facebook page.
Oh, there are plenty. But like as a parent myself, I sent my daughter to open enrollment. So we go to school, or we're boundaried for Gilbert, but we sent her to Chandler.
Okay.
So, like, we chose to do that. And it took us a long time to decide where to go to school. Arizona has some great choices when it comes to open enrollment, right? If you don't like the school that you're boundaried for, you can go someplace else if they've got the room for you. We exercised that option. Okay. It took us a long time to find that.
Yeah.
Every single student at Echo Canyon Elementary, parents made the decision to send them there. They decided that this is where they want them to go.
Yeah.
And now those parents have to make another decision.
Tough one. We will talk more about those two closures, especially because now we've got your inside perspective on that. So we'll talk more about that coming up here in just a few moments. Is there an opportunity? Eleni Chow was on with Mike Broomhead this morning. She's the education reporter at our partners at ABC 15. And so she was on, and she was talking about unifying the different school districts, bringing them together. In fact, hang on, I think I have a little bit of her audio here, if I am not mistaken. Yeah, here we go. So she was talking about merging different schools. You know, we haven't had a merger in the state of Arizona in 20 years.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I did not realize that.
It's shocking to me.
Yeah.
As some Valley districts are now discussing closing schools because of declining enrollment, what would it look like if districts decided to merge or unify? There have been pushes by the legislature in the past, as well as some Valley districts. Those measures failed, though Superintendent Tom Horn is for it.
There's efficiencies of size. If you don't have an efficient operation, you can't pay your teachers properly. If you can't pay your teachers properly, you won't get the teachers you need, and the kids will suffer.
If that were to happen now,
hang on. So
rewind.
Hang on. So he's talking about basically efficiencies of size. Scale is the important thing, right? And yet, when I take a look at declining enrollment, there are a couple of reasons for declining enrollment. One has to do with just general population. Kids aren't having as many kids these days. Okay. Second, we've implemented this system of ESAs, which is encouraging kids from places like Echo to, hey, kid, why don't you send your kids to private school now?
Yep.
And you can send your kids over here and you can send your kids over there. So now Echo is competing against private schools, charter schools, and the playing field is, look, we were Echo used to be a public school that was funded by public dollars. Now they go, hey, don't worry about that. You want to send your kids to this private school over here? Don't worry. This guy that just made a massive donation to these politicians has now opened up a school, and you can go ahead and give your money to him now, too. So, I mean, I feel like he's going, well, the problem is an issue of scale. It's an issue of size. If you don't have as many students, and you can't. Well, why
That's
do we
how
have
you're designing it to be.
Thank you.
That is exactly what the policies and procedures that you have endorsed, sir, have led to in this state.
Exactly. And it wasn't like it was not predictable because...
Oh, no. The writing has been on the wall for a long time.
Before this... I remember Ducey's first term when they were talking about these ESA things and the school choice, and I went, hey, this is going to undermine the schools because overhead doesn't change depending on how many students you have. You still have the same number of buildings.
But
still got
ESA used to be for kids who had a disability.
Yeah.
It used to be for kids who were in the foster care system. There were very few parameters of which ESAs were exercised.
That was cracking the door open. That was
when
never
they
the plan.
opened it up to everyone, now we have a snowball effect. There's so many different factors at play here with the vouchers, the ESA.
Yep.
You also have something else that isn't really discussed all that often. And don't think that it's just going to end in Scottsdale. You know, every VRBO, Verbo, or Airbnb that is purchased by an investor, you know what it doesn't have?
Kids.
A family living in it.
Yeah.
So when you look at South Scottsdale, when you look at where these schools are right now that are being closed, you got to take a look at the environment around them. How many of those properties are being used for, short-term rentals?
Or don't have young families in general.
Right, exactly. But no, it's primarily the short-term rentals.
Interesting.
That you have this influx. There's no regulation. People are allowed to buy and, have them and use them however they want. And it's impacting so many different things. This is the trickle-down effect that doesn't get a whole lot of discussion.
So I made mention a moment ago that we haven't had a consolidation, a unification, a merger, whatever you want to call it, of districts.
Yeah.
In the state in
20 years?
20 years, yeah.
That's insane.
And I think it was Kingman was the last
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
And so Eleni Chow, again, the reporter from ABC 15, was on with Mike Broomhead this morning, and she was talking about how difficult it is to get things done. And it just struck me as it seems so obvious. It seems like, we see this in business all the time. One business is not doing very well, but, if you can merge, another one will absorb it, and all of a sudden the brand is saved, so on and so forth. So why is it so hard for school districts to merge even when it is the obvious
Great
solution?
question.
That is our why today. It's next, the Chris and Joe Show. Pamela Hughes in for Joe today, KTAR News. First, here's Becky Lynn with a top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. New this afternoon, President Trump says the U.S. took control of an oil tanker ship near Venezuela. The White House has accused the Venezuelan government of sponsoring drug traffickers and have been attacking other vessels in the area. At an event at the White House, the president made the announcement.
We've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually. And other things are happening.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. We are going to be staying in the mid to upper 70s through the end of the week. Looking for a high today of 78. Right now, it's 74 in Tempe. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
And a shout out to our friends in Glendale. Can't thank you enough for being a part of the program in Glendale, and to people who are watching on the KTAR News YouTube channel. They tune in to see you. That's the deal. Pamela Hughes in for Joe today. Yeah, they tuned in to see you. No one's ever tuned in to see me, especially since this god-awful haircut. I told you Swifty Chop did me dirty last week. Look at that. Look at that.
That's some work right there. You pay for that?
I did.
Why?
I don't, because I always feel bad for the person who does such a terrible job. I thought, you know what? I'm just going to pay them because they have no other job skills. And
so it's a pity payment.
It's exactly what it was.
It's a pity payment.
And I thought, now I got to find somebody who can fix it. And I have to walk in and say, look, I did this. And they're going to say exactly what you did. They're going to say, did you pay for that? And I'm going to go, yeah. And they go, why?
How about I didn't even notice it until you pointed it out?
And it's horrible.
Now
it's
I can't
all you can see.
Not notice it.
And then there's this tuft here that just sticks out. It's horrible.
There's something going on there.
I was talking about it last week on the air.
Yeah.
And my wife was listening online, and she thought, "Oh, he's just exaggerating. He's putting on a show." And she says, "And then I pulled up your video, and she just started laughing in my face." Because my wife is in. We've got a place up in Michigan, and so I'm talking to her, and she goes, "I thought you were just doing a bit," and then I pulled it up, and she goes,
"No,
she just started laughing at me."
Are you gonna get it fixed?
No, now I have to own it.
Oh, okay.
No, I just got to own this
or
thing.
shave it, one or the other.
That is a consideration.
That's an option.
Yeah, except
okay.
we've got giant
Put all
moles
the
and
options
things
on the
like that.
table.
Yeah,
all
they're
the
out there.
options.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, appreciate everybody that checks it out on the KTAR News YouTube channel. When you're there, go ahead and hit that subscribe button so that you never miss another day when Pamela's in. Easy to do. So Arizona's got 236 traditional school districts. We've got shrinking enrollment. We've got campuses closing. Another two were just voted on yesterday in Scottsdale. They are going to close down. And yet nobody really pulls the trigger on merging any school districts. So you got politics, you got money, you got pride, I think, that weigh into this. And our question, why is it so hard for school districts to merge even when it is the obvious solution? Let's start with that. Well, first of all, let's start with why it seems like an obvious solution. I think the writing is on the wall. It's becoming more and more clear. The declining enrollment is costing us schools, right?
Yes,
Public schools.
Absolutely.
Okay.
When you look at how many students have left the public education system, I heard an estimate that since COVID, there have been thousands, like upwards of 6,000 students that were once enrolled in Scottsdale Unified that are no longer a part of that school district. You do the math. Let's say it's 6,000. I don't know if that's the number or anything like that, but like if it's 6,000, then
times 8,000 or 9,000 per pupil,
right?
You're talking $50 million.
So when you have a district that is 10 million in the hole, which is nothing to sneeze at, but you start looking at the numbers here and you go, oh, okay, I can kind of see where we get there. When it comes to like unification of districts, this was something that blew my mind when I moved from back east. I came from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Everything is unified. You do not have one-off school districts. You don't have an elementary school district, a high school district. Everything is under what we call a unification system. It's just a school district.
Right.
And it makes sense. The reason why I feel a lot of that doesn't happen here in Arizona, speak for a living, money. It comes down to the almighty dollar. And that with that money also comes power and control. And so if you are looking at the money, you're looking at how budgets are distributed. You look at how bonds and overrides are managed. You look at who pays for what, how teachers are compensated, what gets cut, what gets combined. And you have different tax rates. You have different funding formulas. And all of that, if you are going to merge, someone's going to inherit somebody else's debt. And own, all of that debt. And who wants to do that?
Nobody wants to do that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, while it may not be you today, it's likely to be you tomorrow.
What do you mean you?
You, as in your kid, your school district.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I don't think this is going to stop at Scottsdale.
Exactly. So if you're concerned, we don't want to inherit Kyrene's problems, it's Kyrene today, but tomorrow it's Chandler, right? And so you have to be a little bit concerned with that. You said, and I love to do the follow the money. That's one of my things too. You follow the money. But I often talk about the two different emotions that drive human behavior: fear and greed. Carrot, stick, whatever you want to call it. So the greed is the money. But I also think there's a fear factor, and I think this is psychological as well. There is comfort in familiarity. I made this point before. And the idea that I'm going to vote against what is familiar to me for a parent, for anybody in the district, that's a tall order. Like, the devil I know is better than the devil I don't know. What if I say, let's unify school districts, and then it's going to be under somebody else's watch? So now you've got Paradise Valley is now inheriting some of Scottsdale, for instance. Wait a minute. Whoa, that's really unfamiliar to me. That's scary to me now. I can't really vote for that. It's too unfamiliar. Familiarity is comfort. Comfort is a warm blanket, and the idea of taking that off and trying something new is scary.
Yeah, I think really what you're talking about is certainty. I think people understand what they're getting right now, even if they don't like it.
Yeah.
At least I know what to expect. And when I don't know what to expect, that's scarier. Like you said, devil I know versus the devil I don't know. That's exactly what you're explaining there. I am certain this is what's going to happen. I have some level of familiarity and some level of certainty, and so that gives me this false sense of security. And I do say false sense. When you start shaking that up, now I don't know. What's fascinating to me is how people always focus on the negative side of it. And we have a negativity bias. We're humans. We all do that.
Yeah.
So
Survival.
we look at what could go wrong? What is the problem here? How do I need to protect myself? What is the threat? But just as there are all these things to be concerned about, there are also all these things that could be very beneficial. But we are not trained to look for what could be good. And I'll tell you, as a coach, you find what you're looking for. If you're looking for all the things that could go wrong, guess what? Your brain goes, there's that, there's that, there's that, there's that. You have to consciously shift it to look at, okay, what could go right here? What's the good in this? And then your brain will start finding them. But that's not what we do, especially when it comes to something that is change.
No, because change is scary. And look,
it's unfamiliar.
It's unfamiliar, but the thing is, it goes back to our basic instincts, and that is that when we were hunters and gatherers, if there was a change in the forest, it meant that there was a predator nearby, and so we watched out. So change is inherently scary. You're right, though. We're going to have to flip that on its head and embrace change, right? Who moved my cheese? We have to embrace change. I just don't know how well it works when you try to convince an entire
Well, I think it comes down
to do that.
It's not just the parents that you've got to convince of this. It's also communities, right? When you look at schools, you have community identity. Like schools are emotional. They're not just operational. Take it away from the public education system here in Arizona and just look at like colleges. People identify with ASU, U of A, GCU, NAU, right?
It's part of who they are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
To some degree, that also happens with high schools and your districts. And so I think that that's also a component we haven't considered.
Could not agree more. Check out the new episode, Full Throttle Arizona with Bruce St. James. Bruce diving into the fast-paced world of motorsports across our state. This week, Bruce sits down with sports legend Ricky Thornton Jr., KTAR's YouTube channel, and wherever you get your podcast. Then when you're there on the YouTube channel, smash that subscribe button, Pamela. You're supposed to smash it. Smash that subscribe button.
Yeah, don't be that guy.
It's kind of amazing that somebody has spent 20 years married to me, isn't it?
I ask myself that question every time we talk.
Yeah.
To each their own.
She ate a lot of paint chips.
Right?
Yeah, that's it. You're right.
Familiarity, buddy.
All right, imagine you live in Scottsdale, and then you've got a decision to make that could change your kids' lives forever. The public school struggle in Arizona's wealthiest enclave is next on the Chris and Joe Show. Pamela Hughes in for Joe today, KTAR News.
Governors and gubernatorial candidates, members of Congress from back when Congress worked together, and members of Congress from today when they can't. This is Jim Sharp. Join me as I bring you political analysis and insight from the state's top names and those serving in our state's top offices on the AZ Political Podcast. Catch it on the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
Light up your home with holiday magic all year long. AZ Trim Lights programmable color-changing LED lights let you celebrate every occasion right from your smartphone. Limited installation dates remain before Christmas, so book now. Or if you wait until January, enjoy 20% off your install. Backed by the only real lifetime product warranty in the industry. AZ Trim Light offers competitive prices and uncompromising quality. Schedule your free no-pressure quote today at aztrimlight.com. Make your home shine with AZ Trim Light.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Staples presents An Easy Holiday.
Running a small business during the holidays is hard.
No truer words were.
But this year, Staples helped me have an easy holiday.
Your script has a typo.
Nope, easy peasy. I just ordered online at Staples.com and picked up in store. And with UPS on site, shipping was easy too. Plus, huge savings on tech, custom cards, even my holiday sale signage.
Visit your local Staples store or Staples.com today for up to 45% off select laptops.
That was easy.
Ins 12/27.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
This is Jim Sharp, and what do I mean when I say the attorneys at Berg Simpson are good lawyers changing lives? Well, they're nationally renowned trial lawyers, which means they change lives for the better by fighting in court to get families compensation for their injuries. And Berg Simpson makes it a priority to give back to their community. Berg Simpson, good lawyers changing lives, is more than a slogan. It's who they are, and it's why I not only recommend Berg Simpson on the radio, I recommend my friends to them. Call them at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. bergsimpson.com.
Do you know where you'll get your next meal? What about where you'll sleep tonight? Facing a health crisis? Where would you turn for help? So many people cannot answer these basic questions, and that's why we're here to help. Circle the City provides healthcare to all individuals facing homelessness in Maricopa County. You can support us with a charitable tax credit donation and make a difference today. Learn more at circlethecity.org. That's circlethecity.org.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Message and data rates may apply.
Imagine a moment your child's health is uncertain. For Cassidy's family, that moment came at birth when she was diagnosed with brittle bone disease.
When Cassidy was born with brittle bone disease, we struggled to find the expert care she needed.
Thanks to people like you, Cassidy's fragile beginnings became an unbreakable spirit at Phoenix Children's. Create life-changing moments today. Give now, and thanks to Cornerstone Staffing, your gift will be matched. Text GIVE to 620-620 and donate today, because every moment counts.
Tune in every Friday during Arizona's Morning News from 5 to 8 a.m. for KTAR's Consumer Voice, proudly sponsored by Arizona Central Credit Union. Tune in as we delve into fraud prevention and consumer protection issues affecting Arizona. Stay informed with the KTAR News team. We've got you covered. Make life simple with Arizona Central Credit Union. Local, trusted, and secure loans for mortgage, vehicles, business, and personal. Arizona Central Credit Union. You belong here. Federally insured by NCUA. Restrictions apply.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump says the U.S. took control of an oil tanker ship near Venezuela today. The White House has accused the Venezuelan government of sponsoring drug traffickers and have been attacking other vessels in the area. Dozens of people have died, and a bipartisan group of lawmakers are calling for the Pentagon to release video from a strike in early September where the U.S. military attacked a vessel twice. Alan Weiner is an international law professor at Stanford University and tells ABC News the strike killed survivors, and that could amount to a violation of international law.
I think they are murder. First of all, I think that is correct. In the first instance, the president has announced that we are in a state of armed conflict with Tren de Aragua and these other narcotics groups. I think that's simply not the case. There are standards for deciding when we're in a state of armed conflict. In the first instance, we have to be engaged in a level of hostilities. The other group has to have committed an armed attack against us, like ISIS or Al Qaeda did.
Phoenix Fire has rescued a hiker off of the closed portion of the Echo Canyon Trail. That trail has been closed for weeks because of loose boulders. Crews were first called to the scene about 8:15 last night for reports of a hiker who got stuck at the top of the mountain. Officials say the hiker was in an extremely difficult portion of the trail on top of one of the large boulders. Foodies all across the valley are going to get to experience the new and improved Durant's reopening next Wednesday. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us now live in the News Center to tell us more about what to expect.
The iconic steakhouse has been a highlight of the Valley for more than 75 years. Chief Executive Chef Mark Lapino tells KTAR you still get to walk through the kitchen when you come in the front door and take in the smell of fresh bread and buttered steaks. They did add a butcher room where you can watch them cut the steaks.
We love to cut our own steaks. I don't like to buy pre-cut steaks. So I like to know exactly where the steak is coming from, the meat is coming from. I like to have a relationship with them, and I like to have people that cut it every single day for me.
Chef Lapino says they kept fan favorites from the original menu, like the relish tray, creamed spinach, and prime rib, while adding some new additions like his personal favorite, veal parmesan. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And if you'd like to see a video of the brand new Old Durant's, you can go to the KTAR Instagram page. Checking on traffic now. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with a disabled vehicle blocking the HOV lane. Loop 202, Santan Freeway, westbound near the State Route 87 transition. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 northbound near Pinnacle Peak Road. Mesa with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. US 60, Superstition Freeway, eastbound near Meridian Road. A quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 43rd Avenue and Northern Avenue. This report is brought to you by AMCO Arizona. Don't let car troubles change your holiday plans. Trust the helpful Total Car Care experts at AMCO Arizona. Google AMCO to find a location near you. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
78 should be our high here in the valley today, and 50 the overnight low. Tomorrow, just a little bit warmer, right around 79, and we're going to stay about there through the weekend. It's 73 in Queen Creek right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
And streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel, where you can see that Pamela is indulging. Is that one of the...
This is a medicine ball. That's what I call it, but I think it's like the honey, mint, citrus, something tea.
But it wasn't Starbucks. Pamela's got her Starbucks. She's got some product placement, I guess, going on.
No, it's the throat that's a little...
Didn't they have don't they have like a Christmas bear cup or something that's gone crazy this year?
I don't know.
Oh.
I just drink the things. I don't care what it comes in.
I might take your white lady card away from you.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm going to punch you.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, you've been revoked.
My white lady card.
Scottsdale Unified School District set to vote on closing Pima Elementary and Echo Canyon School. In fact, they did vote on it. Excuse me. They talked about dwindling enrollment and rising costs, and now that leaves families just wondering, what's next? Where do we go? How do we adjust? And is he ready to go? Joining us right now is the superintendent for Scottsdale School District, Scott Menzel. And Scott, I know this has been a tough road for you here. Pamela, I know, has been intimately familiar with everything that's been going on as well.
Yeah. And my question for you, sir, is, we got a lot of families that feel blindsided and shaken by the decision to close Pima Elementary and Echo Canyon. In the simplest terms, can you explain how we got here and why these closures are necessary now?
Sure. So simplest terms are that for the past 15 years, Scottsdale Unified School District has been declining in enrollment. We're down more than 6,000 students. In that same 15-year period, only one elementary school is no longer in operation, but 6,000 students would fill 10 elementary schools of 600. Echo Canyon and Pima both had fewer than 300 students this past year. They've been declining in enrollment for some time. Post-COVID, we've been working to support all of our schools to grow our enrollment, but Pima and Echo Canyon in particular really struggled to recover and rebound after the enrollment loss after the COVID pandemic. And so as we entered this school year, we knew that we had to make some difficult choices with respect to our structural budget deficit. And those were the first two schools based on their enrollment to be considered for closure.
So what are the reasons that we've got enrollment down so far? 6,000 students seems extraordinary to me. Do you have ideas as to why you have 6,000 fewer students now than you did before?
So we have demographic shifts, right? We've got a declining birth rate in the state of Arizona. The cost of housing in Scottsdale is expensive, and so it's prohibitive for some young families to live in Scottsdale. During that same period of time, we've had a proliferation of choice and charters and the universal voucher expansion. All of those things contribute to choices that parents can make. In 2010, we had 71% of the students who lived in our boundaries attended Scottsdale Unified. This past year, 56% are attending Scottsdale Unified. 25% of our enrollment are neighboring district students that choose Scottsdale Unified. And so in this open choice and charter environment, you've got a lot of movement, but the birth rate decline is significant. If we captured 71% like we did in 2010, we'd still be down more than 3,000 students, which would fill 5 elementary schools. So the demographics itself is a big part of why we need to reduce the number of buildings we have, just because we have fewer school-aged children.
So you have fewer school-aged children. You're looking to reduce the buildings. So what will the savings from these closures actually go towards, and how will your community see these benefits?
So there are a couple of things, right? Between the two buildings, we're looking at about $2.5 million in projected savings. And we have a phase 1 and phase 2 because we think we need to move from 29 to 25 buildings by the 27 and 28 school year. So those savings help address our structural budget deficit. We're looking at $7.9 to $9 million that we have to identify. Part of it is tied to $5 million worth of positions that have been paid for out of cash accounts that at one time were robust, but now have no funding. And so those have to be paid for. Those positions have to be paid for out of M&O. School funding is complicated. I wish I could make it simpler, but it's not. But we have to cover those costs. That's the biggest part of the structural deficit. The other 3.3 million is tied to our average loss of students each year. And so we have to adjust our budget based on fewer students every year because our budget's driven by the number of students we have. So the combination between having to move cash accounts to M&O and the decline in revenue based on fewer students requires these kinds of difficult decisions to be made.
And a question for you, because I know Scottsdale is not the only district facing this, but as you talk about the average loss of students that you are seeing year over year with enrollment declining across the district, of which you've said, it's been going on for several years now, what's the long-term plan? If I'm a parent sitting in your district, I want to know, if I'm staying here, what's the plan? Is my school next?
So that's a really important question, Pamela. And I'd say full and thriving schools is the long-term plan. If you look across Scottsdale Unified School District, we offer a variety of programs from dual language immersion in both Mandarin and Spanish to international baccalaureate programming, primary years through the diploma program. We offer a traditional program at Cheyenne Traditional, which has wait lists for people to get into it. So we have a math and science academy at Mojave Middle School and Saguaro High School. We've got compelling programs, but if you have small schools that are under enrolled, you're spending money to keep those open, and that's money you can't pay your people. It's money you can't put into new and innovative programming to attract more families to the district. So the goal is to right size our footprint. So to increase our impact, we need to reduce our footprint. That's why we're proposing to go from 29 to 25 so that we can stabilize the enrollment decline and over time, hopefully capture back more of that market share.
Scott Menzel is the superintendent of Scottsdale School District, and we have Pima Elementary School, Echo Canyon School voted yesterday to close those two. Are there two more then that are on the chopping block? You said you wanted to go from 29 to 25?
So we've identified in phase 2 that we have a number of schools that are at or around 400 in terms of their enrollment. And so they'll be part of an intentional conversation starting after the first of the year. There are multiple scenarios in terms of how we could merge or combine or move. But essentially, we're looking to have 2 fewer schools in 27-28 so that we're down to 25 schools serving our just under 20,000 students when we get to the 27-28 school year.
Mr. Menzel, if I can go back to you mentioned the goal is a full and thriving district. That hasn't worked to maintain the population right now, to maintain the enrollment right now. What makes us believe that the full and thriving plan is going to be sufficient going forward? If 25 is the right number now, why is 25 going to be the right number come the year 2032?
So when we talk about full and thriving schools, we're talking about having schools that have sufficient enrollment to offer the breadth and depth of educational programs that attract families to those schools. As one of my board members uses as an analogy, if you fill the footprint center, you're going to have a very loud, raucous crowd. But if you take that same crowd and you put it in State Farm Stadium, it's going to feel very, very small and insignificant because the size of the stadium is too large. And so the goal is to ensure that all of our campuses that are open are providing the full breadth and depth of educational experiences that students deserve and that our families want and need. At the end of the day, there's no guarantee what's going to happen with the birth rate, choice, and charter environment. But what we know is that we cannot responsibly continue to spend money in under-enrolled schools that detract from our ability to invest in our people and to provide the kind of programming for the future that our families want and need.
Right now, we are talking to Scottsdale Unified School District Superintendent Dr. Menzel. And one last question for you here, sir. Your board decided yesterday to close 2 schools. You've just spoken to us that there are a couple other schools that might be on, the table in the next few years. You're not the only district that is dealing with this as well. We have a lot of families listening right now. How do you talk to those parents? What do they say to those kids that have this uncertainty? We talked about familiarity, right? Just recently here, Chris, who have all this uncertainty about one of the most important things, which is their child's education. So whether you're listening right now because you go to Scottsdale or you're in Chandler or Gilbert or somewhere on the west side, what do you say to those families that are starting to question the trust of the public education system because they don't know where their kids are going to be going to school?
So I would say a couple of things. One, we've committed to providing concierge level service to the families at Pima and Echo Canyon. We'll have identified a point of contact for every family. We'll have outreach before the we break in December 19th for the 2-week winter break. We are going to be available to support the needs of kids and families in terms of exploring what's the next best school option for their children. What are their particular needs? If it's a student with an IEP, they'll have particular questions. It may be an English language learner. We have a team of people ready to provide support, but every family will have a designated point of contact. We believe it's really important to understand what the family's preferences are, what they need and want, and how we can match them with the right school in Scottsdale Unified School District. For the families in phase 2, we're going to be having many community meetings and conversations about the options that are available. We've been talking about the nature of our structural budget deficit. People don't get inspired by that budgetary conversation, but I know that it's important from a leadership perspective to be responsible stewards of taxpayer resources. If we want our community to continue to invest in the public education system, we have to show that we're not going to continue to put money into underutilized facilities. We're going to put money into people who are improving educational outcomes for kids. And that's our priority in Scottsdale. And we can't do that if we're spending on excess capacity. We can do that if we right-size our footprint. That's the goal for the long term.
Superintendent, Scottsdale School District, Scott Menzel, thank you so much, Superintendent Menzel. It's an honor having you on, and I hope that you'll join us again as some more of these tough decisions have to be made and as the planning process goes on as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. All right, you're trying to keep track of your kids' homework. You're trying to keep track of what school your kid is going to this year. Trying to keep track of where they might be going next year. It is all up in the air right now. I don't think Scottsdale is the last place is trying to right-size their district. We'll talk about what that could mean to your kids coming up here in just a few moments. Chris and Joe Show. Pamela Hughes in for Joe today, KTAR News. Now, imagine that you just found out your kid's going to have to go to a different school. Oh, you got to find busing. You got to find transportation. You know what? Just move. Just move. It's a lot easier. In fact, there's probably some nice places available over there right now. But as you know, all the other parents from your school are going to be trying to get those houses at the same time, which means you got to act fast. That's why you've got Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program. They let you move first and then sell the old place later. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to front you the cash. They give you cash up front for the home that you're in right now. Then you go buy and move into your new home in that great school district. First, on your timeline, there's no weddings, there's no showings, there's no double moves. Your moving van is already out of the driveway when everybody else is still putting signs in their front yard. Then, the Orchard teams takes over. The experts step in. They're pros who handle the repairs in the old home. They attract the right buyers. And once they're done, it's a local Orchard agent that lists and sells your home for top dollar. The Move First program, giving you the freedom to buy and move into your new home in that great school district. First, sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. You want to find out how much your home is worth? Go to orchard.com and get your free home valuation. It's orchard.com, orchard.com.
Welcome to Cricket Wireless. Santa? I've got to get Mrs. Claus a gift or I'm in a whole lot of trouble. How about a single unlimited line? Only $35, plus a free Moto G 5G. Dude, you're a lifesaver. Here, take a present. Says it's for Timmy in Des Moines.
Never heard of him. Join Cricket Nation and get a single line for $35 per month, plus a free Moto G 5G. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Requires activation of new line on select unlimited plan or higher. Pay $40 first month. New lines only. First month service charge. Tax due at sale fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Ready to order? Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything. Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
So yet another neighbor on our street just realized the difference is day and night. Yep, they did what we did at Casa Calvisi recently. Got a brand new AC system from Day and Night, air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. I can't tell you, by the way, just how much cheaper our summer AC bills have been, 30 to 40%. But now, what about when we fire up the furnace? I mean, it's been many months, right? Are we sure it's good to go? Because a heating system check right now is only $79. Only $79 to make sure, think about it, that your system is running at peak efficiency. You can help prevent costly breakdowns, extend the life of your system, inspect for any dangerous carbon monoxide leaks, plus maintain that manufacturer's warranty. Only $79 to get your heating system checked at dayandnightair.com. In fact, you can schedule your AC, heating, and plumbing appointments 24/7 at dayandnightair.com. Find out for yourself why they've been serving the Valley for over 4 decades and how that difference really is day and night at dayandnightair.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:48. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The Federal Reserve has voted to lower interest rates by 1/4 percentage point. The vote was cast today at the last meeting of the year, and members of the Fed were divided on whether to do so. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell said the economic picture is complicated and uncertain as inflation remains high in some areas and the labor market is slowing down.
In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. We are looking for a high today to hit 78 degrees, 79 tomorrow and Friday, and about 78 again on Saturday. Right now, in Carefree, it's 72. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Hey, Jim Sharp here, along with Dr. Joshua Baker, who's the president of Midwestern University, the place I'm getting my physical therapy, by the way, at one of their great clinics they have out there. But you and I were just talking about the veterinary school that you have there, and it's the largest veterinary hospital in North America. And you also have a very special relationship with animals that are kept here in the Phoenix area.
Yeah, so we're really excited. We have a wonderful relationship, a long-standing relationship with the Phoenix Zoo. And now we've partnered with them right now to build a new animal hospital on the Phoenix Zoo campus. Now they're going to have the facility to show everybody the type of care they've been providing.
I love the care as a human that I get at Midwestern University's Therapy Institute, but I also am an animal lover, so I love that you guys are doing that too.
You know, the design is going to allow for some public viewing. So as the public, you'll be able to actually see these animals getting the care by our great veterinarians that are at the zoo and our students. So we're really excited about this opportunity.
You can find out more by going to mwuclinics.com.
Happy Wednesday. An AI-powered facial recognition is coming to your video doorbell and security cams. Is it brilliant or creepy? And who controls all that data? We're on it today at 4 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel, where people are flocking to say hi to Pamela.
I'm not used to all of this being...
I know. Remember when we got into radio and it was just... you could have done television. Me...
Yeah, I'm not used to their I can see your facial expressions. I'm like, oh, what? Yeah. This is radio.
'Twas the Night Before by Cirque du Soleil, coming to Arizona Financial Theater December 18th through the 28th, just in time for the holiday season. Experience an awe-inspiring mix of holiday magic and incredible acrobatics with the whole family. Head to contest page, or the contest page even. I use articles sometimes. Head to the contest page on KTAR.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Pamela, we just spoke with the superintendent of Scottsdale Public Schools, Scott Menzel, about the 2 schools that are being closed. I think my takeaway was I was a little concerned. He said they have 29 schools now. The right number is 25. Now, listen, I didn't go to Scottsdale Public, but 29 minus 2 is 27. So that tells me there's still 2 more schools that are going to be at the chopping block in the not-so-distant future. And even he said so much that, the 27-28 school year, there's going to be, we're going to have 2 more that aren't going to be here any longer. And then I worry about what does that mean when we go, what's the budget going to look like come 28, 29?
Why is anybody surprised by this? Why is anyone surprised by this? You have ESA that is just stripping money from public education, which is the goal. I can't help but to think that is the goal, the design of it all.
Yeah.
So they're getting what they want.
It's to privatize education.
They're getting what they want. I mean, he's right with, birth rates dropping.
Yes.
The demographics are changing. Sure, it is expensive to live in Scottsdale, but I also want to point out that both Echo Canyon and Pima Elementary are Title I schools.
What does that mean?
40% of their population or more gets free or reduced lunch.
Wow.
These aren't like
Wouldn't
the
have guessed that.
hoity-toity, Greyhawk, Scottsdale kind of areas.
Shout out.
So I wish I lived in those areas too. It's not a dig, but what I'm saying is when we're looking at the finances of the community, sure, that plays in. You don't have young families that can afford any house right now, whether it's in Scottsdale or whether it's in Goodyear.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
That's going to have an impact. But what does this look like long term? If you're looking at what's happening in Scottsdale, I just got to tell you, this is the tip of the iceberg.
I wholeheartedly agree.
Wherever you are in the East Valley, wherever you are in the West Valley, you are going to see more and more school closures because, well, that is what's being designed.
How many of the kids from these public schools that are closing end up in public schools, and how many of them find their way to some sort of a for-profit place, charter or private?
Yeah, great question. We'll have those numbers and have to have them back on in next year or two.
Next year, right, exactly. I mean, it's going to take a while for this to play out, but we're going to see it. All right. Still to come on the program, imagine walking into a bar and they card you, and it's like they think your hairline and your crow's feet are all makeup. Come on. Which is why when you hear about our next story, you're going to wonder how a bar could possibly accidentally serve someone underage. The consequences of lax ID checks are next in the Chris and Joe Show. Pamela Hughes in for Joe today, KTAR News.
Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. They may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
If the 30-year mortgage wasn't bad enough, now they are considering a 50-year mortgage. Are you kidding me? Hashtag worst financial decision ever. Take the time to become familiar with how a Life Changer loan works, where all your income attacks all of your debt, and you pay off your home in just a few short years. Imagine how quickly your nest egg could grow if you had zero mortgage payments. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Bulldog Security Screens. This perfect weather that we are having right now, open your doors and windows in complete comfort and always in safety. Bulldog Security Screens protect like a fortress. How about holiday travel? Aren't you getting ready for that? Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. If you travel, leave knowing your home is secure, that if a burglar tries to break in, they can't break in. We all know the vast majority of burglaries go unsolved because even the burglars know if they can get in, even with an alarm system, they can steal your property and be gone before anyone shows up. The vast majority of burglaries go unsolved. But if you're going to travel, travel with peace of mind. Protect you, protect your family, protect the property you've worked so hard for, and do it with a great product that protects like a fortress. It's Bulldog Security Screens. Here's how you make an appointment. You just go to their website, BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
There's nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the College Football Playoff semifinal on January the 8th. Viva Fiesta. Tickets on sale now at fiestabowl.org. That's fiestabowl.org.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource. Harsh desert water makes a LifeSource whole house water system an essential home appliance. A LifeSource system filters and conditions your water and will improve your family's life and protect your home. We build, install, and stand behind every system. For a limited time, we pay your sales tax. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com to save up to $1,000 during our no tax special. LifeSource, taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It is 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
A very dangerous product that's being sold in gas stations, smoke shops, and convenience stores.
There is growing concern about a readily available drug that's often compared to opioids. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center with the details.
That drug is kratom, which is not illegal, nor is it an actual opioid, despite having comparable effects. Arizona law does prevent its sale to minors and bars adding other substances to products containing it. But Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays says there are retailers breaking the rules.
Products like the Feel Free Tonic, a little purple bottle in gas stations. It's also commonly known as legal morphine. It's not legal. Or gas station heroin.
And she wants lawmakers to tighten up Arizona's Kratom Consumer Protection Act and increase penalties, also warning parents the drug is sometimes marketed directly to minors. Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
President Trump says the U.S. took control of an oil tanker ship near Venezuela. The White House has accused the Venezuelan government of sponsoring drug traffickers and have been attacking other vessels in the area. Dozens of people have died, and a bipartisan group of lawmakers are now calling for the Pentagon to release video from a strike in early September where the U.S. military attacked a vessel twice. Alan Weiner is an international law professor at Stanford and tells ABC News the strike killed survivors, and that could amount to a violation of international law.
It's not clear to me how the government of Venezuela would have any rights as against the United States that could allow them to bring a civil case in the United States. But the families of the people who were killed in these strikes, absolutely, they could bring claims against the United States for wrongful murder.
Also, the Trump administration is considering a rule that would require visitors from another country to submit social media history for the last 5 years. The rule would also require visitors to submit a selfie and give information on family members. The requirements are part of a visa that people from countries allowed to visit the U.S. would have to acquire before travel. Here's more now from ABC's Christiane Cordero, who says it's unclear how invasive federal agents would be when looking at social media history.
How far could the administration go to look at their private messages? But we've seen the administration go so far to say that they are monitoring people who are here for student visas, for example. So this is part of the larger immigration crackdown, whether it's through illegal or legal channels.
There will be a 60-day public comment period before Customs and Border Protection decide on whether to implement this rule. It is time for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's December 10th, and back on this day in 1967, soul legend Otis Redding died in a plane crash. Otis had hopped on a plane when he left a recording session in Memphis. He had to be back soon because he didn't finish the song he was working on. He still had to write additional lyrics and replace a verse, but TV was calling, and an appearance had to be made in Cleveland, followed by a concert in Wisconsin. On his final approach to Madison, the private plane carrying soul music legend Otis Redding would crash into the frigid waters of a small lake 3 miles short of the runway. 7 of the 8 men on board, including Redding, died. Sitting on the dock of the bay would be released in its unfinished form several weeks later, with Redding's whistled verse, a seemingly indispensable part of the now classic record. It would become history's first posthumous #1 and the biggest pop hit of Redding's career. And it all started back on this day in 1967.
Time now to check on traffic. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a disabled vehicle partially blocking the on-ramp on the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound at Country Club Drive. Again, partially blocking the on-ramp. And then Chandler, we have debris on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Price Freeway, northbound, near Ray Road. Phoenix with a crash off-right. Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway, northbound, near Southern Avenue. A quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 16th Avenue and Buckeye Road. This report is brought to you by the Lund Mortgage Team. Give yourself a raise by consolidating your high-interest and high-balance debt with a home equity line of credit. Learn more at lundmortgageteam.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We're expecting a low overnight right around 50 and highs in the upper 70s through Saturday. In Glendale right now, we're at 75 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
The legend of Pamela Hughes in for Joe today on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, and streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. And when you're there you smash that subscribe button. I think it's appropriate for our topic here, Pamela. Yeah.
Yes.
When you are there, get smashed on that subscribe button.
Or at the bar.
Boom.
Yes.
Boom. Tempe Tavern is being scrutinized again. And I wanted to ask you this because you're an ASU student
Go Devils.
Who knew really well the different bars where you might be able to get in.
What are you saying? What are you saying here? Huh?
History speaks for itself.
Oh, it does?
I mean,
do
history
you know the history? Do you?
I mean, you've talked enough about the history.
Okay. All right.
I don't think I have to be an expert to get the general idea. But I think it's probably safe to say that if you're a college student, it doesn't take long for you, maybe first semester, to figure out which bars will serve and which ones won't.
Oh, yeah.
Is that fair?
Totally.
Is there a witch hunt going on with Tempe Tavern? Because every time that they're being scrutinized or criticized for underage drinking, they're always like, we're not doing anything. We're checking all the IDs. It isn't us. It isn't us. And yet they seem to be the ones that we hear about most often.
Yeah, things have changed since I went to ASU, just a few years ago. Just a handful of years ago. Just a handful of years ago.
Just pre-pandemic.
Bless your heart. But fake IDs today are different than when I was at ASU. I mean, for $40, you got something that was like laminated, and you're like, okay, what's my name? What's my name? What's my name? And you had to remember it.
And that was good enough?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
But now
like McLovin.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. But things have changed.
Yeah.
Now it's no longer just, somebody in a garage somewhere with like a laminate machine and, you're from Nevada, at least that's where I was from.
Nice.
Now you have like overseas rings of fake IDs that have the hologram, that have everything that's going to actually go through the scanner. So while I think that there may be some truth to we're scanning things and they're going through, fakes right now, not $40, a lot more expensive and a lot better. But what that tells me is this has not happened just once. This has now happened twice with hundreds
of arrests
of underage, kids getting served at the Tempe Tavern.
Citations, right. Yeah.
Right. So, well, yeah. I didn't get arrested.
Well, a citation,
Yeah.
they say, is technically an arrest. And I thought, okay.
Well, here's what
Now
they
we're
told me.
splitting
Let me
hairs.
tell you what Tempe PD said to me back in the day. I came out of the bar. Now, see, I knew what bars you could go to. Sawmill. Anybody who was, they're no longer around, but anybody who went to ASU in the 90s, no Sawmill. And we knew you could get in. And the police came in.
Okay.
And you just get on the dance floor and just dance, right? Just, make them come find you. But then I had a girlfriend who was like, hey, we got to go. And I wasn't paying attention. And you don't leave the bar when the cops are there, right? I left the bar.
That makes you look guilty.
Well, because they're standing there, and here's the option I was given. I gave them my ID, the fake one, and they said, you can tell me this is you. It checks out. You can go inside and have another drink.
Right.
You can tell me this is you. It doesn't check out, and you can spend the night in jail. Or you can tell me right now that this isn't real, and we can go from there.
Oh, that's entrapment. We can go from there.
Listen, and I'll tell you what I told the officer. You play with fire, you're going to get burned. I said, the picture is me, the information is. And he goes, I appreciate it. I had to go through adult diversion program. I had a fine.
But you didn't have to spend the night in jail.
No. But nowadays, when you're looking at like Tempe Tavern and the amount of people that have gotten these citations, listen, I would have believed that you were running everything through the scanner and this wasn't a systemic problem if it only happened once, even though that's even hard because you had a ton of citations that first time.
Yeah.
But now twice in a short period of time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
So Tempe Tavern, the first time was 160 or so people got picked up or cited. Second time around, almost 250 arrested during the underage drinking bust. 3 ended up going to jail.
Yeah, you're kissing 400.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yes.
Now, I don't know how many of those were repeats and if we count them twice or not, but just the same, it's a number of people. Tempe Tavern, though, has issued a public statement, and they said, well, the news about this, and specifically this is garnering headlines again because there was a young man who was killed in a hit and run, and the person who was picked up for that had been there at Tempe Tavern only a couple of hours prior and was intoxicated, according to the police reports. They say the gravity of this cannot and should not be undersold. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family involved. Tempe Tavern found out about this accident from a post on the Tempe Police Department Instagram account. We've been contacted. We have in the past for numerous other investigations in the area, and we would have done what we always do, share information, video footage, yada, yada, yada. So they're basically saying, look, we didn't do anything wrong. We check everything. We're playing by the rules. It's the kids these days, and their newfangled high-tech IDs that are scraping through. To your point, though, you're not buying it.
No, I mean, if that's the case, like you got to update your scanners. Okay,
Good point.
You've got to update your scanners. You've got to have a better bouncer at the front door. You've got to train your people better. You've got somebody who lost their life. Okay?
Yeah.
This isn't just...
Well, we should point out that there is nothing that says that they got drunk at Tempe Town Tavern and then went and drove.
Appreciate that. Thank you for the clarification. What I'm getting at is if you have been cited because nearly 400 underage drinkers have been found at your establishment over 2 raids, you are part of the problem. What are you doing to fix it? Don't just tell me that, we got scanners. No, there's another systemic problem going on here because what I will also tell you is police don't go run willy-nilly running raids on bars. They do it because they know there is a problem. The bar had a reputation as an easy entrance spot.
And it makes me wonder then, why aren't other bars having the same problem?
Yeah.
Is it media picking on Tempe Tavern? Is that the issue? Because I got to tell you, the first time I was far more sympathetic. The first time there was a raid, I was way more sympathetic.
I think
went,
as you should.
okay, look, the kids these days and they're high-fangled, they're newfangled. Is it high-fangled? Newfangled technology.
Say it like you mean it.
Yeah. Whatever it is, I go, look, I feel bad for the bar. They're just trying to operate and yada, yada, yada. But now, second time around, I'm with you. Like, wait a minute. That should have been a bright, flashing red warning light that you are being eyeballed by the Tempe police now.
Right. And so that's where you've got to look at, again, where there's smoke, there's usually fire. Are we training the staff properly? Is there pressure to get people inside so you're not scanning things? There's inconsistency. Are we not, adhering to the strict protocols? What I'm getting at is This is a problem, obviously. And again, I went to ASU. I knew what the bars were, and I tried to exploit it. I got caught, and I paid the price for it, as these people will as well. An establishment, there was another place. What was it called? The Dash. Oh yeah, I know that there are people right now going, oh, the Dash. Yeah, that was off of Apache. That was another one that you knew you could get into, and they got shut down
For this reason?
Actions have consequences.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you, the people going to the bar, they don't care about the consequences of
No, but the neighbors do.
The neighbors do.
And me, who has a kid who's not at the bar and getting hit by the drunk driver, I care about it.
Absolutely, as should the establishment.
Yeah. No. Well, I got to tell you, I don't know that they, as a bar, survived this one.
I don't know how you do.
I don't know how they do, because the community's turned on them now. And honestly, the students will find a new place to go drink.
I mean, getting busted twice, I agree with you. The first time I was like, okay, what else is going on here type of thing. But getting busted twice isn't...
With more people...
Isn't tech.
No, you're right.
It's culture, it's training, it's reputation.
Yeah.
You got to fix that.
Yep. Hey, your whole life you've been told the same story about how to be successful, and now society says, actually, we were lying to you all along. The numbers just flipped, the confidence is cracked, and what that means for you and your kids is next. The Chris and Joe Show, Pamela Hughes in for Joe today. KTAR News. First, here's Becky Lynn with her top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:14. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Enjoying the great outdoors at Maricopa County Park is going to cost you more next year. A day use pass will go from $7 to $10 for each vehicle. Annual passes will increase $35 to $120. Fees for camping and other permits will also jump. More increases expected in 2027 and in 28. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a disabled vehicle partially blocking the on-ramp and on Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound at Country Club Drive. Phoenix with a crash off-right, Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway northbound near Southern Avenue. Phoenix again with a crash off-right, Loop 101 Pima Freeway westbound near the State Route 51 transition ramp. This report is brought to you by Primavera Online. This fall, choose how you learn flexible tuition-free K-12 education. Choose Primavera.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We're expecting 78 to be the high today and then 50 tonight, staying right there in the upper 70s right through Saturday. Currently checking the temp in Maricopa, it's 73. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
Hey, shout out to Surprise. Thank you to my friends in Surprise. You know, I've identified Surprise as the most up-and-coming Valley suburb.
You've identified?
I say Surprise is where my money is for the future. Look, bingo. We got a lot of stuff going on in Goodyear, Buckeye, Queen Creek, Santan, a lot of stuff going on in the front. I go, you keep your eye on Surprise.
What part of the valley do you live in?
I'm actually only about 10 minutes from the station.
Oh, okay.
I'm NoFo.
Okay.
Yeah. I had been in Mesa for 5 years.
Okay. All right.
Right.
So you're more on the east side as I am.
I was right there in that weird spot below 60, where I was a mile from Chandler, a mile from Gilbert, and a mile from Tempe.
Love it.
I was right in the middle.
Yeah.
So
who's getting the Buc-ee's?
That's Goodyear.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what's going to explode.
Oh, my God.
I'm excited
You're
for
right
that.
about that. Yeah, Buc-ee's doesn't go anywhere
Let's
where
go.
there isn't upward momentum. No doubt about that. But anyway, my money's on Surprise.
Okay.
You keep your eye on Surprise.
I heard it.
And when it happens, you go,
Chris
that
was
guy,
right.
Visionary. That's what he is.
Something.
So I got one of my kids sent me a text message. If I talk about my kids for a second here,
Please.
Pamela. So I got 3 kids. One of them has a degree. She got one of those worthless degrees.
Like?
She's a barista.
Oh.
Because she has a degree in screenwriting.
Okay.
Yeah. So now she's, waiting tables, pouring coffee, that kind of thing. My oldest keeps going back for technical certificates, right?
Okay.
And he's programming, and he wants to be one of those white hat guys, the cybersecurity guys.
Gotcha,
Black
gotcha.
hat, those are the hackers.
Yeah,
he's a white hat that opposes that.
Scandal.
So that's
yeah.
what he's doing.
All right.
Right.
Got you.
So he wants to be one of those guys, and he keeps working at it, and he just sent me a message. Oh, and the other one is ASU dropout. So he keeps sending me messages, and he sent me one. He said, hey, for Christmas this year, I think I'm going to go back. I really want to get my bachelor's degree. Now, he's got a ton of certificates.
Okay.
But he goes, I want to get my bachelor's degree, and will you help me cover the tuition on this? And
what does Dad say?
I'm a little bit torn on this.
What does he want to get a bachelor's in?
So,
oh, come on, that's clutch. You got to know what that is.
Me, I just see like, kid wants to go to college, finish a degree, and he's got a little bit of school too. But I was thinking, yeah, that sounds really great to me. I don't know. I'll talk to your mother about it
As a Christmas gift. Okay, yeah, no, I get it.
It wasn't that much. It wasn't that much. He's something about it's an online thing, and it's some plan. He says it's not going to cost very much anyway. My investment would be like $300.
Okay,
it's really not bad.
Sure.
Okay. So anyway. Aspirations to enroll in school for my bachelor's next year. Yeah, it doesn't say exactly what it is. I know that has to do with...
But where's this going for you?
Well, my worry is this. I don't want him to go spending money and getting a degree in something that AI is going to replace before he even graduates.
Yeah, good luck figuring that one out.
I don't know what to do about it. I really don't. And now we've got more Americans say that a 4-year college degree is not worth the cost. And I don't necessarily disagree.
I don't necessarily disagree either. This is a conversation that happens in my house a lot. Why? Because I've got a 16-year-old. Okay? And she's a smart kid. She's a really smart kid. And my husband's an engineer.
Yeah.
That is a degree you would need to go to school for. There's a lot of engineering, medicine.
Sure.
Lawyers. I'm sure there are other ones out there. But I think there's becoming a smaller and smaller pool of careers rather. These aren't jobs, careers that you need an education for. There was something that was said years ago. Google X, which is the brainchild behind all these new technologies that they're testing.
Okay.
They did the whole Google glasses back in the day that were a big flop, but are kind of coming back around. The guy who was running Google X said, what we were able to accomplish in America from 1800 to 1900, 100 years, we were able to accomplish in 80.
Of course.
And then we were able to accomplish in 30.
Yeah.
And it's going to get faster and faster. We are going to get to a point where someone like my daughter goes into college at 18 for a degree. And by the time they come out 4 years later, either that job no longer exists, is obsolete, or has changed dramatically. We need higher education to adapt to that somehow. And we know, just based upon a lot of the conversations you and I have had today, education, especially the ones that have big pockets, like higher education, are slow to adapt.
Very slow. But I also think that you can get too far ahead of yourself. So, in other words, I want to make sure that I'm offering a degree that is going to be applicable in 4 years. And so I go, okay, I'm going to offer a degree in wearable hardware development, right?
Okay,
cool. Right. But then we find out, you know what? That didn't work out.
Womp womp.
Womp womp. Mm-hmm. Right. So now I've got a bunch of kids that are 2 or 3 years in, and it's gone the other way.
Yeah.
What was the one that Meta was deep into there to start with? The augmented reality.
Okay.
Right. They put a ton of money and effort into augmented reality, and then it just didn't work out. So.
But that's gonna happen.
I get that, but if it's my kid and I'm spending 60, 80 grand.
If you're lucky.
Right? Then all of a sudden it's I need for whatever it is that we're spending money or taking the loans out on to work. So to some degree, I do need them to be a little bit cautious.
Yes.
I mean, I'm okay with classes that lead, maybe that class wasn't necessary. Augmented reality class wasn't necessary, but my overall computer programming course was useful.
We're seeing a huge shift. I mean, what we're seeing right now with AI is the shift we saw in the mid-90s with the internet.
100% agree with you.
And not just, this is going to change even more than what the WWW World Wide Web did. So we're going to have to adapt. But if we circle back, I know, to what you and I were talking about earlier on the show, there's a lot of uncertainty. None of this is familiar. So it's uncomfortable. Those that are willing to embrace that discomfort are the ones that are going to thrive.
But am I willing to pay 80 grand to go to school?
I don't know if you have to.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So I think we need to be more, what's the word I'm looking for? Diligent? I don't know if that's it. In what we're willing to spend money on. I mean, as a parent, I wouldn't spend money on, supporting my daughter to go to school to do certain careers. I wanted to be in theater.
Yeah.
You had a theater. You went to school for theater.
Yeah, I don't have a degree. No.
I wanted to go into theater, and so I wanted to get a theater degree. And I remember my dad saying, you don't need a degree to be in theater. You need to go to school and get a degree in something you need a degree to go into. Hence the reason why I went into broadcasting. But some could even argue you don't need a degree to do that.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't have one.
So, case in point, right? So we've got to be having these difficult conversations. It's not just about, and here's what I see from, a parent of a 16-year-old. For a lot of parents who did go to school and their degrees did pay off, right? They invested the money in it, and now they're able to buy a house because they did it. But a lot of their identity is wrapped up in where their kids go to school.
That's true.
So they're willing to spend the money because it gives them some sort of clout, when in all reality, go to a community school, go to a community college, figure out what you want to do before you start investing the money. Oh, but that doesn't look so good.
I should also point out, I just saw a news story that Mesa Community College is going to offer kind of an intro to AI programming thing. This isn't going to be like how to use ChatGPT. This is going to be like how to look under the hood sort of thing. So anyway,
it's all changing.
I'm just glad to see that we've got an affordable school that's offering that kind of tech course right now. Hey, thanks to Arizona's aggressive stance on luring new tech jobs, you might have an opportunity to make sure, that your next PC, Mac, or laptop has something that no other machine has ever had before. In our headline volley, you're going to get to weigh in on whether or not you'd be willing to pay more for this new feature. It is next. The Chris and Joe Show with Pamela Hughes in for Joe today, KTAR News.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for the great people at Red Mountain Weight Loss. First of all, low T start for free. For a limited time, Red Mountain Weight Loss is waiving your TRT startup fee. That's low testosterone, and it's treatable. You also, if you want to supercharge your metamorphosis, for a limited time, you can add GLP to shed the excess weight for as low as $149 a month. Gain muscle, lose fat, boost your stamina at the office and in the bedroom. Lose that bod that you don't like and get that physique you want to get back. Don't be fooled by the late-night supplement ads. Nothing boosts testosterone like real testosterone. This is not a booster. And for a limited time, they're waiving their startup fee. Get started today. GLP-1 is going to help you for $149 a month, and the TRT replacement is going to get you back on track. Pick up your smartphone, dial pound 250, keyword Red Mountain. Do it right now. You're going to love them. Smartphone, pound 250, keyword Red Mountain.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because comfort specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then our EP AIR for Parker & Sons.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Gatos, it's really coming down right now at Casa Calvisi. Did you see that tree over there? It just fell over.
I saw it. It's crazy. But man, I got to tell you, your roof looks good. Didn't America Roofing just repair it for you?
Replace the entire roof. It was time, and that meant it was time to call Jake, Josh, Tracy, and the entire team. They came over, and man, am I so glad they did.
You know, they're the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year in the state of Arizona. That's why we love telling folks about America Roofing.
Everyone else is realizing what we already knew, why they're the 2025 Arizona Roofing Contractor of the Year.
They give back to the community. They run their business the right way.
So you're telling me they're going to do a great job and save everyone money? No wonder they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. You can get a free estimate at americaroofingco.com. You want to win? Go with Arizona's 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year.
602-960-ROOF.
AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO, and I want to wish you all a happy holidays. You know there's nothing worse than thinking you're all set for holiday shopping, and then that dang check engine light comes on in your car. It always happens when you least expect it and at the worst time. Now, what to do when your check engine light comes on can be confusing, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. AMCO will check your car or truck's computer system for free. Here's how it works. You just pop into any one of the 20 Valley locations, and we'll check your engine light for free while you wait. Now, most times the light can be caused by something simple and reset on the spot. Other times it may require deeper diagnostics, which can take additional time and cost a bit more. But we won't know until you come see us. Now remember, AMCO specializes in transmissions and we do total car care. Now AMCO has payment plans if you need, which we know is a great help for the holidays. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3:30. I'm Becky Lynn.
We've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela. Large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually.
That's President Trump on the seizure of a Venezuelan oil tanker allegedly carrying drugs. The latest move from the Trump administration to put pressure on Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro. Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego tells CNN before he makes any conclusions, he needs more information.
I got to wait to hear what the rationale for this, under what guise are we doing this? Was it an illegal tanker? Was it illegally, what authority did we have? I mean, if we didn't have any authority to take this tanker, then, that's somewhat piracy.
The seizure was led by the U.S. Coast Guard and supported by the Navy, according to a U.S. official. Iconic Phoenix Steakhouse Durant's reopens next Wednesday under new ownership after more than a year-long closure. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the news center with a little sneak peek.
Chief Executive Chef Mark Lapino says he aimed to keep the original mystique of the 75-year-old restaurant, like walking through the kitchen as you enter.
As they're coming in, they're a little confused if they haven't been here before. If they have been here before, it's old hat for them. They walk in, we welcome them.
As for the menu, he kept fan favorites like the prime rib, while adding new elevated dishes like his personal favorite, the veal parmesan. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And you can see a video of the new restaurant on the KTAR Instagram page.
Moving out.
People are packing up and leaving Arizona faster than they're coming in. This is according to national moving company Atlas, which shows 57% of Arizona moves are people leaving the state. That ranks 6th for states with the highest rate of outbound moves. Time to check on the roads right now. Let's find out where you're going and how it looks as you're trying to get there. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Scottsdale with a disabled vehicle off right, Loop 101, Pima Freeway, southbound near Cactus Road. Mesa, we still have that disabled vehicle partially blocking the on-ramp on the Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound at Country Club Drive. Looking at our surface streets, Chandler with a crash on Indian School Road and Germain Road, Phoenix with a crash on 48th Street and Chandler Boulevard. This report is brought to you by AMWA, from 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We're Expecting an overnight low right around 50 and high temperatures a little warmer than we might have expected, right up there just below 80 through Saturday. It's 73 currently in Levine. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris and Joe, afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
And every day,
The Chris and Joe Show.
And every day right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news, and a check on traffic with Freeway Enrique, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Pamela, TSMC reportedly speeding up its advanced packaging development in Arizona, which could move a crucial part of chip supply from overseas to right here, meaning we may start seeing computers, tablets, and the like stamped made in Arizona. Would you be willing to pay more for a computer that is made in Arizona?
Knee-jerk reaction, no. But the answer should probably be yes, since my husband's in this industry.
Support the local economy.
And my economy. But yeah, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I am not that type of person that's just like, I need to know where everything comes from and you know, what country does it come from? Who's making it? All that kind of, it's too much work for me, frankly. And like, what's the ideology of all the restaurants and places? I don't know.
That's too much.
I just, does it work for me? And what's the price? I'm pretty basic when it comes to that.
But undoubtedly, you pay attention to the news. And so if you heard that, for instance, Dell has signed a deal with TSMC to use the chips that they make in Arizona in all of their laptops, would you be more inclined to look at a Dell computer, for instance, in the future?
Do you see what I have?
You have an Apple.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm all
so
Apple.
Brand loyalty.
Well, it's easy. It's ease. Because like my watch talks to my phone, which talks to my computer. It makes it all easy. So if it was a Dell, no.
Okay. If Apple had two different...
Don't you love, like, how far do I need to go to get a yes? I get your point.
I thought Joe was on vacation, right?
What does that
Now,
mean?
because Joe would be like, I don't buy Dell. I don't buy Apple.
Well, I mean...
Yeah.
Truth.
If you had two different Macintosh computers and one Macintosh used an Arizona chip and another one used a China chip, would you be willing to pay 10% more?
No.
For that? Okay, that was the answer.
No. I think I said that at the beginning, too.
Yeah, you did.
Okay. You just had to beat it home. All right.
Kind of.
Fine.
Have you not heard this segment before?
All the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There.
How about you? Would you?
I would pay a slight premium to
What's
support
that?
the local economy.
Define slight.
5 to 10%.
5 to 10%.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if I'm spending $1,000 on a laptop and it's going to be $1,100, I can swallow that. If it's going to be $1,200, nah.
Okay. But let's say that chip was made in, I don't know, Santa Barbara.
Yeah.
In the United States, close by.
Santa Barbara's a nice place to be.
Well, it could be, I don't know, Rancho Cucamonga. I don't care.
Yeah.
But somewhere in California. I don't even know if I said that right. It just
You
came
did.
Off,
It's the most.
It just came off the top of my head.
That is the most fun city name in the this side of the Mississippi. I swear.
That's why.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you pay more for it?
If the other alternative is, say, China, then yeah, I probably would pay a little more for it. But again, I'm not going to be silly with my money either. I'm not paying $1,000 for a $100 item.
Preach.
Okay.
Okay.
So there we go.
All right.
Pablo, how much?
Yeah, 5 to 10%
Yeah.
to support the sun, the saguaro.
The saguaro.
Oh.
The Rancho Cucamonga. I mean, it's like it's between Rancho Cucamonga and Muskogee, Oklahoma,
Especially
right?
if they market it right like that, like if they put something Arizona-ish on there, I'd go for it.
What Arizona-ish are they going to put on a chip?
Saguaro. It's the only place in the world you find
But
small
you're going to put it on a chip?
Yeah, I would just stamp it on the front. Put a sticker on it. Wait a minute. What is it?
Do you know how hard it is to make a chip? You can't. Okay, fine.
But you could put a sticker. Your Mac probably has stickers on it.
So you're going to pay 5 to 10% more for a sticker?
No, it's the knowledge of what that sticker did.
Yeah.
The
Made in this dry desert.
Couldn't they steal like Sanderson Ford's jingle and just be like, "We're Arizona's pride, TSMC."
I don't know. I think you might have just
I think you
violated a couple
you
laws
did.
right there. Did you think the same thing I did? I'm
Yes,
like,
I did.
That was Chris Merrill.
Sanderson Ford's on the line. They have a cease and disorder for us.
Let me just tell you what's great. When you say something you think is funny and there's just silence from everyone around you.
I was like, yeah, that was Chris Merrill.
Radio
Okay,
nightmare.
let's just be clear.
I was thinking partnership.
Let's move on.
Okay,
There you go. Yeah. Keep it moving.
Sunshine is a 12-year-old Maasai giraffe at the Phoenix Zoo. Gave birth to her 5th calf last month. Yeah. Now, the zoo plans to hold a public naming contest.
Okay.
What do you think your daughter, Baby Riley, not sophomore Riley?
Not
Let's go back
sophomore
to Baby Riley.
Okay.
What would Baby Riley would have wanted? What would she have wanted to name the giraffe?
Frank.
Something simple.
Well, I mean, it's hysterical. We got a new dog. Well, new dog. The dog is now 8 years old. But when we got the dog,
Is it Puppy Jeff?
she wanted to name the dog Bob. And
I love it.
My husband was real crazy about the name Bob because she was naming everything Bob at this point in time.
Yeah.
Everything was
I went
named
through
Bob.
that phase too.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so we're like, okay, if you couldn't name the dog Bob, what would you name the dog?
Yeah.
Frank.
Perfect.
No, because my dad's name is Frank and my father-in-law's name is Frank. So the dog is not going to be named Frank. And we're like, Bob, it is.
All right.
She likes just real names. So she
Simple,
probably
classic.
It would probably be Frank or Tom or George.
Was Bob male?
Yes.
See, I had a friend in high school who had a female cat and named it Fred. Similarly, was really stuck on the simple name. And just thought that like the simple name is almost
Yeah.
ironic, but then extra ironic because it was a female cat. That's
not
Fred.
a dude.
No.
Okay.
But
What would
Fred
you
didn't
name?
listen anyway.
What would you name the giraffe?
Giraffe McLongneck.
See, I like Giraffe.
Giraffe.
I like Giraffe. I
Yeah.
was thinking Giraffe.
Yeah.
Come here, little Giraffe.
But it's kind of taken because Toys R Us has Jeffrey, don't they? Right? So that's basically
No, Jeffrey and Giraffe.
Giraffe are
two totally different things.
Okay.
You're not going to get sued
Then
for
they
that.
can market it. I'm going to go, Chris. Call Giraffe, Raffy. Come see
Oh,
the
wow,
Giraffe,
no.
Raffy.
Oh, boy, it's terrible. Oh, I can't believe all
Come
the
to Phoenix
copyright
Zoo.
laws.
See the Giraffe, Raffy.
Giraffe.
Yeah.
I love your answer.
Oh, my goodness.
Raffy the giraffe. Oh, that is genius. Honest to God.
Free advertising.
Honest to God. Raffy should be paying the Phoenix Zoo to name the giraffe Raffy the Giraffe.
Raffy the
like that?
Giraffe.
Yes.
All right, we'll start a
I do.
campaign.
I love that.
Oh.
That's one of the funniest things you've ever said. I
Bookmark
love
it.
that.
Air check this, okay?
Yeah,
Make
air check
Make
this.
sure you got this. You just
Air
got a
check this.
compliment. You just
Joe
got a
Hosenga,
compliment.
KTAR.com if you want to reach
Joe
out.
would be like, but Raffy's a lawyer. He's not a giraffe.
Oh, my goodness.
Are you saying the lawyer should be in the zoo? Where is Joe when we need this kind of comic relief?
Wow.
Man.
Man is right.
I don't know how a giraffe would even argue in court. It doesn't even make any sense. Wouldn't even fit through the doors.
The perfect gift for your kid does exist. Skechers, the shoe company, is offering shoes for youngins this holiday season with built-in compartments where you can drop an air tag to keep track of their whereabouts.
Okay.
Pamela, this is a good idea or more of the societal epidemic of helicopter parenting?
Well, it's better than a leash.
Yeah, right?
It's better than a leash.
Yeah, the backpacks with the
Oh, yeah.
retractable leashes.
Bob
and
the
things like-
dog, doesn't have a leash half the time. Why am I going to put one on my kid?
Yeah.
I think there's a time and place. I could see why some would do it. Maybe if you're at like Disney World or Disneyland,
Yeah,
like
that makes
as a parent, like I was always like, oh, okay, But for everyday kind of thing, no.
I really thought long and hard on this. And I was thinking about when I was a kid and I wasn't home by dark or when I wasn't home when the...
Yeah.
And I think as a parent who's been on both sides, as a kid, I wasn't there, but also as a parent, my kids weren't there and I had to go track them down, know. There's a certain sense of, reassurance when I can just pull up the app and go, okay, they're just being kids.
Yeah.
Versus...
There's a problem.
Should I be concerned, right? Because I think that would put me at ease. But then as a parent, I think you also have to make sure you're not reacting differently to that.
Yeah, and I think
You have to let them be a kid.
What you're talking about too is not necessarily for like the youngins that would be putting an air tag in like their Skechers, but like Life 360, one of those apps that tracking kids, or Find My Phone, where you can see where everyone's at. And I'll be honest, like I have it for Riley, and I had to think about why. And it was only when she started driving which she's 16. So the Life 360 only came into our life about, I don't know, like 6-7 months ago.
6-7.
Oh my gosh.
6-7.
Shoot me now.
I normally get a little reaction out of Pablo on that. He's distracted.
Seriously? Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah. But I don't even know. I'm like distracted.
Yeah, that's a technique of mine, by the way. First lesson's free. If you need more life skills, you just let me know.
No, I'm the mindset and life coach. If you need that, you come find me. If you want to be distracted, you go find him and you listen to this program. No, I mean, I really thought about Riley didn't have a cell phone until 13, 14. And people thought we were weird. Like, how do you get in touch with her? Like, what do you do if she needs you? And I always okay, what would I do?
I gave her a quarter. She could use a payphone.
Well, they don't even exist anymore.
I know it.
What I would teach her is I'm like, find a mom, find a woman with kids, and ask to borrow her phone.
Yeah.
So she always knew what my number was. She always knew Chris's number. Because think about that. If you've got a little kid that comes up to you and asks you to use your phone, you say yes.
Right.
And where was she going to get, lost? Would be at a soccer field. There's parents everywhere, soccer moms everywhere.
Absolutely.
And then it teaches her the life skill of having to figure it out.
Yeah. That's a good point, too.
Well, that was the big thing. Like, I don't want you just to be reliant upon technology. You got to have some street smarts, kid.
Yeah.
And I think
that's why I say you got to let them be kids.
Yeah. And again, as a coach, I believe people have got to fail in order to succeed. So you've got to get into a pickle, and hopefully it's not a big pickle, but a little pickle, and figure it out.
So check out the new episode of Full Throttle Arizona with Bruce St. James. Bruce diving into the fast-paced world of motorsports across our state. This week, Bruce sitting down with sports legend Ricky Thornton Jr., KTAR's YouTube channel, and wherever you get your podcast. Now, when you complain about the price of groceries, beautiful word. Nobody was using that word before me. Nobody had ever heard of it before I started using it. But when you start complaining, the president listens, and he sends $20 billion to Argentina so that we can get their beef and bring down prices. When the farmers complain, the president reaches deeper into your pockets once again and then lends a hand. You're about to hear the question nobody else is bold enough to ask when it comes to the farmers in Arizona and the rest of the nation. I'll probably get fired for even thinking it. It's next, the Chris and Joe Show with Pamela Hughes. In for Joe today, KTAR News.
Gold's over $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. And they're paying top dollar. Whether it's broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry, if it's valuable, they're buying it. Bring in any of your gold and silver, even if it's broken. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, sterling silver flatware stamped 925, coin collections even. The best part? No appointment needed. Walk in, get a free appraisal, walk out with cash in your hand. Estates Roadshow has been in business for over 30 years with thousands of satisfied customers. How's it work? You bring in your items for a free evaluation. Their experts assess their market value. They make you an offer. You decide if you'd like to sell. No pressure. If you decide to sell, you receive immediate payment. Estates Roadshow is in Chandler for 5 days straight, Monday through Friday at the Crown Plaza Resort. Doors open 10 they close at 5. Get cash in your hand for the holiday season. Head to Estates Roadshow all week, Monday through Friday at the Crown Plaza Resort in Chandler, just off the 202 and Arizona Avenue. More info, go to estatesroadshow.com. That's estatesroadshow.com.
Kohl's Customer Appreciation Event is here, right in time for the gift exchange. Even though everyone pretends gifting isn't a competition, it kinda is. At Kohl's, save on gifts everyone will fight over. From sweaters and flannels to air fryers, toaster ovens, and more. Because deep down, the gift exchange isn't just about giving. It's also about winning. Shop Kohl's and save on top gifts now. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offers end December 14th. See store or kohls.com for details.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefy.com/careers. That's yrefy.com/careers.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource. Harsh desert water makes a LifeSource whole house water system an essential home appliance. A LifeSource system filters and conditions your water and will improve your family's life and protect your home. We build, install, and stand behind every system. For a limited time, we pay your sales tax. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com to save up to $1,000 during our no tax special. LifeSource, taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:48. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Pima Elementary and Echo Canyon schools will be shut down next school year after the governing board approved the action with a 3-2 vote. Both schools currently have under 300 students enrolled. Superintendent Scott Menzel says now the school will begin the process of redrawing district boundaries and supporting families. One governing board member explained the decision was the right thing to do. Another said the closure process was flawed. To read more education solution stories, you can go to KTAR.com/education. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now with Enrique, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Tolleson, we have a crash off left on the I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound transition from the Loop 101 Agua Fria. Scottsdale with a disabled vehicle, off right Loop 101 Pima Freeway, southbound near Cactus Road. And Mesa, we still have that disabled vehicle partially blocking the on-ramp, which is in the process of getting cleaned up. But that's on the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound at Country Club Drive. This report is brought to you by AZ Trimlight. Limited install days left before Christmas, so book now or wait until January and get 20% off. Visit aztrimlight.com today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
The Phoenix Suns have a new coach, a new GM, and some new young and talented players, but some things remain the same, like D. Book and D. Schwartz. That's Dr. Schwartz for those asking. Yes, the team eye doctor of your Suns is back for his 26th season. And while he may not be able to dribble behind his back, he is the most advanced LASIK surgeon in the Valley. So for those of you interested in LASIK surgery, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center is offering free consults in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to Natural Grocers, it's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it's the richest olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate bars straight from Belgium. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price. With Natural Grocers brand products, find the store near you at naturalgrocers.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Chris and Joe, afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
And streaming live in the KTAR News YouTube channel. And when you go to YouTube and you find that channel, you know what you're supposed to do? Smash that subscribe button.
That is like one of the most annoying things. When you're watching, a webinar or something, like, smash that, do this. Yeah. And you're like, okay.
Smash it.
Annoying much?
Yeah, totally annoying. Joining us in the studio right now, we hope, is Steve Goldstein. Hello, my friend.
Hi, Chris. How are you?
I'm doing
got
very
me
well,
now?
Steve. Yeah, I got you now, Steve. Thank you very much. Steve is in for, are you in for Bruce or for Gatos today?
Well, one or the other, because we have a special guest making his debut appearance on KTAR.
Yeah, this is a little bit weird, too. Yeah. So, Pamela,
What's
just
going on?
background.
Yeah?
You know, we've got the LDS-owned radio station. It's got a Christmas party
tonight. This was my joke yesterday. This was my joke.
Okay, go ahead.
I get to do it. So you got Goldstein and Schwartz on Bonneville while everyone else goes to the Christmas party.
Got it. Okay. Love it.
Yeah, right?
Love it.
Works out well.
Makes sense.
So Ian Schwartz from Arizona's Family, meteorologist, may have seen him. Fun guy.
We're going to talk some weather, baby.
That's so exciting. Riveting radio right there.
You know, the best is the way Steve says, oh, we're going to talk some weather.
I know. It makes you like lean in a little bit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Ooh, here comes the weather. Hey, I wanted to hit you up on this, too. Donald Trump approved $12 billion bailout for U.S. farmers amid trade tensions and rising costs. U.S. ag industry, I'm asking, is it too big to fail? Is the ag industry too big to fail? In the principles of capitalism, shouldn't we just allow American farmers to reskill into AI programmers?
Sure, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? But I'm going to go back to make a real Arizona point here, which is I think about when we talk about water, we're going to have enough water. We're going to have 1 year water supply so people can have development. We always go back to what about the farmers in the state? Because how small a part of our economy does that make up now? But we're always sort of looking for ways. Exactly, but we're looking for ways to keep this alive. I think we know how political Trump is. These are former Obama voters who became Trump voters. So he wants to make sure that he doesn't lose the farm vote, right?
Yeah.
To be cynical, yeah.
But as you said, it's such a minuscule portion now. Like, does it really matter if he upsets farmers in Iowa?
So much of what we do, I think, is emotional. We talk about immigration a lot. And a lot of immigration comes down to if you're someone who, if your generational, previous generation came from another country. But even if you're not, you think, oh, well, these people are stealing my jobs. Everything comes down. You and Joe talk about fear all the time.
Yeah.
A lot of this comes down to what am I used to, and are people going to lose jobs? Or, the farmer in my community was really important. I mean, you grew up on a farm, right?
Yeah. Farm community.
Yeah.
It's not like I did physical labor.
Of course you did.
No, I didn't.
But if it failed, what would the fallout be?
I'll tell you what I think the biggest reason to protect farmers is national security. Mm-hmm. Because if there is an issue, all of a sudden we're at the mercy of other producers. But
to feed us.
Yeah, but I got to tell you, I mean, at this point, we're spending a lot of money to prop up the farmers who were then spending a lot of money to prop up in other countries, and it just doesn't make a lot of fiscal sense.
What if we have super genetic soybeans?
Oh, geez, don't even go there.
Because RFK Jr. Even more jacked than he already is.
Yeah. Super genetic soybean. Fit into your genes for your workout.
And high Camelback Mountain.
And hiking, yeah.
Which is no joke.
No, it's not.
That is no joke.
No.
Steve Goldstein, Ian Schwartz, in for the boys of Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos. That is coming up here at 4 o'clock. Thank you very much, Steve. Appreciate that. Pamela Hughes, thank you so much. Anything to add?
No.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Steve was just talking about everything being emotional. It's so emotional, right? Everything's emotional. We get tied to certain things, tied to certain ideas, things that are familiar. But be honest, are you married to that crap window in your hallway? No! So why aren't you calling Advanced Window Products? They exist for people like you who don't really want to take the action. But listen, don't be emotionally tied to a broken window. Don't do that. Family owned, locally owned, building their own custom vinyl windows for nearly 4 decades. They don't farm the work out to some mystery crew. I mean, even the Cardinal glass they use is the highest quality. And you find that it's made right here in the Valley. They build them, they install them, they guarantee them for life. Labor, glass, parts, all of it. You know what? You actually can fall in love with their guarantee. It might make you a little bit weird, but I'm okay with it. And because of that, there's no middleman markups. That's how they keep their prices lower than 95% of the Valley, and you're going to get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. That's a pretty good deal for the end of the year. Replace those sad, drafty panes before the heat ramps up again. You're not married to the window. Time to dump it. Call 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products. 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002 or advancedwindows.com.
The other day, a department manager, Ted, informed me that he was unable to place a $30,000 order because of the vendor's new voicemail machine. So I tried calling. The system directed me to enter the first 3 letters of the person's name. After several rings, a message, "I'm out of my office. Leave a message or press 0. Again, I was greeted by the system stating, "Your call will be taken in the order it was received." After several minutes of listening to a recorded message telling me how great their company is, I was disconnected. Whatever happened to customer service? I'm Joe Hendel from Hendel's Air Conditioning. I'd like to advise everyone that when you call Hendel's Air Conditioning, a conscientious person will answer your call. No fancy answering machine at Hendel's Air Conditioning. Your request will be dealt with promptly. Hendel's employees are competent individuals who do care about customers' needs. Just try calling Hendel's Air Conditioning for a refreshing dose of good old-fashioned customer service. Hendel's Air Conditioning, 480-813-1700. That's 813-1700.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized Cash Rewards or unlimited Cash Rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Warrants reserved.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
Hey, it's Brewmed. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What can people expect when they work with Creative Environments?
We have a very sophisticated system and process and standards that we have documented over the years that put us to where we're at today. One of the most award-winning companies in the nation and recognized by some of the biggest leaders in the building industry.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
The holidays are a time to be joyful. However, for many, this can be a very difficult time. At Revival Psychiatry, we understand and want you to know that you are not alone. From personalized diagnosis and therapy to medication management and non-invasive ketamine treatments, we're here for you. In-person and telehealth options available. We accept most insurance plans. Revival Psychiatry, compassionate care that meets you where you are. Learn more at revivalpsych.com.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
A winter walk at Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix has become a holiday tradition. I'm Jamie West. Saturday evening, December 20th from 5 to 7, meander through softly lit courtyards and festive walkways. Enjoy seasonal treats and connect with those who make Beatitudes campus shine year-round. After all, it's not snow that makes the holidays sparkle, it's the people. Get details by texting RSVP to 620-620. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes campus.
Message and data rates may apply. KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump has announced the seizure of an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela that was allegedly carrying drugs. This is the Trump administration's latest push to put pressure on Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, who's been charged with narco-terrorism in the U.S. Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego tells CNN Venezuela's president is an evil, corrupt dictator. But he worries about Trump's approach.
We should do everything we can short of war to get this man out. My biggest fear, though, is when you start doing actions like this, when you start playing the drumbeats of war, eventually it does actually escalate into war.
The seizure was led by the U.S. Coast Guard and supported by the Navy, according to U.S. official. And President Trump at the White House today telling reporters what might happen to the oil carried by that Venezuelan oil tanker seized today.
Well, we keep it, I guess.
Putting out a warning to all Arizonans about kratom.
There is a drug a state leader says parents need to be aware of, and it's often sold in gas stations and smoke shops. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live now in the news center to tell us more.
The substance in question is kratom, which is derived from a natural leaf and can come in many forms. However, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays notes kratom products can contain illegal additives and is known as gas station heroin.
It's often being marketed to kids, which is really inappropriate and also illegal. They're dangerous products. They basically act like synthetic opioids.
She wants state lawmakers to take a look at Arizona's Kratom Consumer Protection Act, calling for increased penalties for sales to minors and making it easier for law enforcement agencies to use the state crime lab to test those products. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
Echo Canyon and Pima elementary schools in Scottsdale both will be shut down next year after a vote last night from the district's governing board. Scottsdale Unified Superintendent Scott Menzel explains now the focus turns to supporting the students and the families.
Once the governing board makes its decision, we'll be scheduling on-site information sessions at both schools. We'll be launching the boundary process and procedures, and we'll be assigning that concierge point of contact so people know who they'll be working with.
Both schools have fewer than 300 students enrolled. The district says more than 12% of families at both schools have already enrolled elsewhere. You can read more education solution stories at ktar.com/education. The Federal Reserve has cut interest rates for the third time in a row.
In a divided vote today, the Federal Reserve decided to cut their key interest rate by 1/4 percentage point, targeting concerns about a slowing job market but leaving questions about tackling inflation. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell noted the current trend of rate cuts may not continue.
The adjustments since September bring our policy within a broad range of estimates of neutral. And as we noted in our statement today, we are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks.
The rate is now 3.6%, its lowest in nearly 3 years. Anna Olp, KTAR News.
Checking traffic for us, here's Enrique Garcia now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Starting off with our good news, Scottsdale, that disabled vehicle off right on the Loop 101 Pima Freeway southbound near Cactus Road is cleared. Mesa, disabled vehicle that was partially blocking the on-ramp on the Loop 22 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound at Country Club Drive is also cleared. A quick look into our surface streets, Phoenix with a vehicle fire on Camelback Road in 12th Street, Glendale with a vehicle extraction on 29th Avenue and Bethany Home Road. Phoenix again with a crash on 29th Avenue and Bethany Home Road. This report is brought to you by the Arizona Painting Company. Arizona Painting Company, the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, our low right around 50 degrees, and then we're going to remain in the upper 70s right through Saturday. Currently in Peoria, it's 74. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Well, fortunately or unfortunately, the boys are off this evening. Steve Goldstein here with Ian Schwartz, who you may know better from Arizona's Family. Ian, welcome to KTAR.
Hey, great to be here. The holiday party.
Yeah, that's
what's going on.
Yeah, allegedly that's what's going on. So they bring in, the two ringers, I suppose, to do something else. So, all right, just before we get into some of the issues of the day, I think let's get some background. So people obviously have seen you on TV in the Valley for a very long time. What made you want to do this?
This is a historic station. It's been around 100 years. I'm staring at the sign right behind us. I've listened to this station for years. I saw the opportunity pop up. I've always wanted to kind of do radio, but it's not just radio anymore because we're streaming. So
right.
we got the cameras and everything, which I'm used to that, of course. But I wanted to try something new, and it seemed like a fun thing. And so I said, hey, let's do it. And here I am. So I'm a Valley native, born and raised in Mesa. Grew up in the Dobson Ranch. I've been doing news for many years, 20 years, a lot of that weather, and I'm adding this to the list. So it's happy to be here.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun this afternoon. In fact, the same reason for me, I was on the public radio side for 25 years, but this was the station. I grew up in Phoenix. This was the station I always listened to. This was the legacy station. So
for sure, in the lobby here, they have kind of a timeline of all the important events, and they have this old picture of this radio tower.
Yeah.
And it's off of 36th Street in Thomas, near the Home Depot.
Of course, yeah.
It still stands there. And I had
it used to be called Tower Plaza, right? Years ago, yeah.
I had no idea that was a KTAR tower. And then when I was here the past couple of days training, I thought, oh my gosh, I've seen that tower before. And so in the old pictures, there was nothing there. Yeah. Obviously, there's a lot of development there now, many years later.
Well, I think basically, we can see part of it from here. We got the Diamondbacks World Champions, as you mentioned, and all the different political things have been covered. I think probably the next thing to go is Ian Schwartz was here. I mean, it's going to be on there. So, right?
Well, maybe if nobody else picks up the phone. Bottom of the barrel there.
All right, so let's hit one of the major issues of the day. President Trump gave an interview to Politico, online publication, on top of politics more than really anyone. I mean, you could talk about the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, whatever, but Politico really hits it. And President Trump has been saying recently that affordability, even though I think Republican Party talked about it a lot too, especially with the last campaign, inflation, things are going up too much. He's used the word hoax as far as now it's a hoax with that. So he decided to say that the economy deserves an A++. But his Politico poll, sort of a companion to that, was showing some other numbers. And let me just give you a few of them. So more than a third, 37%, said they could not afford to attend a professional sports event with family or friends. About 46%, and this one really hits, said they couldn't pay for a vacation that involved air travel.
Right.
And 27% said they've skipped a medical checkup because of costs over the last couple of years. So, we see this in our lives. Occasionally you have to decide not to spend on something, or someone we know closely or we've seen it in the community. What do you make of these numbers?
Well, I think it's what's on everybody's mind, and probably the glaring example is still at the grocery store. I mean, that's the thing you saw every single day. I think during the election, that wasn't doing Biden any favors. And I don't know any politician that's going to stand up and say, yeah, the economy is horrible. That was a concern in the, I think during the election with Biden was the economy talked about enough, or they say, well, it's good, but what are you looking at? Are you looking at the stock market? Are you looking at grocery price? I mean, you can look at it different ways, but I think people are still annoyed with some of these prices, especially inflation, because it's a big part of the budget. I was looking at that same article and was talking about some of these 15-year high on late car payments.
Yeah, the number you had was, yeah.
Or these crazy car payments. Some of, I think it was Edmunds, they had an article I was looking at, this is from November, where 20% of new car loans have monthly payments that are $1,000. Now that has to do with interest rates, but these are kind of numbers we haven't seen in a long time. And I would expect any president to, get up and say that, but on the ground, it may be a different story, and it also depends. Yeah, some people are, hey, they're doing just fine.
Yeah.
But I think for a lot of people you may talk to on the streets, it's a little tough out there still.
Well, 2 points on that. When you think about $1,000 a month for a car, we hope it's interest payments. There are a lot more people than we know are driving Rolls Royces and Bentleys, because that's $1,000 a month for a car for a lot of people is really prohibitive. But you mentioned the idea of Biden versus Trump on this note, at least, that Biden was rightfully criticized for not really necessarily telling people, well, the numbers are good. So what are you complaining about? Basically, he probably said it in a nicer way than that, but that's basically the point. And that's, I think, the danger for President Trump to say, no, it's A++. He's ignoring what the people are telling him too.
Yeah, it's you look at the stock market. It's like, okay, it hasn't tanked, and the 401ks are still looking good, but not everyone. That's not their kind of weather vane of some people don't have 401ks, or they're maybe contributing the bare minimum, whatever the 5% that their company does, if they're lucky enough to have that. So you can look at some of those things and say, oh yeah, things aren't that bad, but in a different lens, it may be looking, pretty bad out there.
Yeah, because a lot of people have a couple of jobs, and obviously we're seeing. The fact is that our healthcare plans are going to change. So if you don't have an employer-paid health plan, you might see your premium go up. You might see your health plan go away completely. So let's get back into this idea, though, of the travel one is really what struck me. Obviously, grocery prices. We were last campaign, price of eggs. But I kind of think, we're not going to talk about the American dream. We're not going to go that deep right now. But but for a lot of people, the idea of you get a week off from work here or there. I'm going to take the family vacation. I'm going to, whether it's relax on the beach, go see relatives, whatever. And if I think the number I said was 47% said they were putting off a trip because they didn't have enough money. That really, really hits at the core of people getting a chance to have a balanced life.
Well, for sure. I thought, maybe I'll go somewhere for New Year's. Yeah. Take a short trip, nothing. I started pricing it out. I mean, it was immediately $1,000, $1,500. I mean, we're talking about flights, hotels, like fast, you can get to $2,000.
Yeah.
I said, I'm not doing that. So I'm going to go to Flagstaff. That's closer. It's easier to do. I've never seen the pine cone drop. But a trip like that, which, you wouldn't think, okay, a trip to San Diego shouldn't be a big deal, but so expensive. Airfare, hotels, you got to eat when you're there, and it adds up very, very, very fast.
Well, my wife and I were just in San Diego for a very quick weekend. I'd bought us play tickets to go see a musical that she wanted to see, and we decided we're just there for 2 days, and there's a restaurant I love there, and she had bought me a gift certificate to the restaurant for my birthday, and because of hotel points, we were able to get a free night in the hotel. So you have to kind of think ahead on certain things because you can still enjoy some really fun activity. But sometimes you have to think about what's in the pocketbook and how long it's going to last.
I mean, I have a 2016 Honda with 120,000 miles on it.
Dude, right there with you. That's exactly what I've got.
And I say a little prayer every morning. It's a good car. It's going to last a long time. But if I had to get a new car right now, I mean, that would be a fantastically unpleasant experience. And I got a decent job. I mean, that would be, I don't know, what, a 500. I mean, I would probably get a used car, go the Dave Ramsey route.
Yeah. Now, Becky Lynn, can you jump on here for a sec?
Yeah.
Ian is a TV guy saying this. This is
Okay.
the big bucks guy right here.
Okay, now.
And let me tell you, so
that's a misnomer.
I think you may know, Steve, you may not know, Ian. I had an accident recently, the day of the big storm.
Yeah.
So I lost my 2015 car, which I had bought used, but was a really good car.
Okay.
I just got a new car. It's a 2018.
Hey, new to you.
New to me. Same exact car, just 3 years later model. That's as far as I'm going. I don't want car payments. I don't want to pay those unbelievable prices.
Yeah,
I can't.
A new car would be amazing, but
oh my gosh.
nothing drives better than a car without a payment.
Yes.
It's the smoothest driving car I know.
Yes, it is.
That is Ian Schwartz. I'm Steve Goldstein. You may have recognized we are not Bruce St. James or Larry Gatos, but, pretty good in our own right. I mean, not the boys, but we're sitting in here on Outspoken up until 7 o'clock tonight. Hope you stay with us. A lot more to come. What can you expect when Durant's reopens for business next week? Ian got an inside look, is going to tell us more about the legendary restaurant. That is coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR News.
It's Gatos. Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel old. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go so you'll feel like you're 20 years old again. Gain more muscle with less effort at the gym. Lose the dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for an additional $149 only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com, dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 4:16. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. People are headed for the hills, or at least out of the desert. New data from the moving company Atlas has Arizona ranked 6th in the nation for states where people are moving away. It's the second straight year outbound moves have outpaced inbound ones. It's a trend pollster Mike Noble with Noble Predictive Insights says is driven largely by housing affordability.
People who normally move up into a bigger home are now stuck because of the high interest rates and low inventory. That's created a kind of lock-in effect, and it puts extra pressure on states with fast rising costs like Arizona.
Noble's polling earlier this year found that 1 in 4 Arizonans had seriously considered leaving Arizona due to the housing prices. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Traffic time now. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a crash off right. Loop 101, Price Freeway, southbound near Southern Avenue. A look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 28th Street and Fairmount Drive. Avondale with a crash on 99th Avenue in Roosevelt Canal. And Phoenix with a crash on Encanto Boulevard and 75th Avenue. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Feel the difference energy-efficient windows can make. Schedule your free in-home consultation today online at thewindowstore.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
It is Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, but Steve Goldstein and Ian Schwartz sitting in for the boys today. Thank you, Peoria, for listening to KTAR. Also, this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC, Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker. So we get to take you behind the curtain a little bit as Ian Schwartz got to see the grand opening, or to some extent, to figure out what's going on behind the scenes as a legendary Phoenix restaurant, Durant's, reopens.
75 years in business. I mean, that's tough to do. Most businesses fail within a year.
And the restaurant business.
Restaurants. I mean, it's a crazy number. It's like 90%, according, I think, to the Restaurant Federation or whatever. So 75 years is a tremendous thing. You might remember back in February, the original owners, and I think they were through 3 generations, they said, we're gonna sell. It's time to go. It was bittersweet. They'd done it, for a few years.
Yeah.
They weren't rookies. And it was picked up by the Mastro family. You probably heard of them. They originally started Mastro's, sold that to Landry's, and then currently they have Dominic's, Steak 44, and Ocean's 44. So they have a steakhouse pedigree.
Yes.
They know what they're doing. So a lot of people are wondering, what is new? What stayed the same?
Mm-hmm.
And what do you think the number one question was?
It was the first question I asked you before we started, which was, can you still come in through the kitchen?
That's right. And it's not sneaking in. That's how everybody went in. It kind of reminded me of like a scene from Goodfellas. You kind of felt like a really important person walking through this kitchen. The cooks, the chefs, everyone's like, hey, it's loud, it's noisy. And it's like, I'm not supposed to be here. But everyone got to do that. So if you thought you were getting the VIP treatment when you went into Rand's through the kitchen, everybody got to do it. So they did keep that, which is cool. So you still enter through the kitchen. They've expanded the kitchen a bit, so it's a little more of a narrow channel that you kind of snake through. But I think they did a really good job. Those kind of rich red big booths are still there. That kind of classic steakhouse vibe. I chatted with Jeff today, and Jeff Mastro, and he was saying, we don't want to change it. We just want to refresh. It is not a renovation. It is more of a refresh. The menu, a lot of the stuff stayed the same. So a lot of the steaks, obviously, you can find there. They've added a few things like this veal parmesan, which is like the size of my head. I was like, I thought veal was like baby cows. This looks like
and you can't get veal as many places these days.
No,
either, so yeah.
Massive veal parmesan. They have a lobster thermidor, which is like gigantic 3-pound lobster. So some of this stuff is obviously like high value.
Yeah.
They used to have these chips, these free dessert tokens, and there's not that many of them around the valley. It was a promotion they did, I think, decades ago, where if you had this token, you could get a free dessert for life. They said they're going to honor those.
Whoa!
I know. So hopefully it's not a mint. Some Brax candy.
Right.
That's the dessert now. Hey, anytime you want, come back.
I think if you've got lobster thermidor, you've probably got a pretty good dessert too. Right?
Yeah, I think you might be able to spring for the dessert, but it was cool. It's they kept a lot of the stuff the same, and I think when people go, it will be like the Durant's that they recognize.
Yeah, doesn't that sort of have to be the case? Because we think so much about tradition in our lives and like what was going on. Maybe it was a triumph of some sort, a new job, a big date you had or something, and that's the place you'd go. So you want those memories to be there. And I think some people are probably a little bit like really glad Ian said they're going to try to keep a lot of the old stuff together with some updates, because you feel like if all it has is the name, then it's not really the place you remember.
Right. And I almost thought of it as like a movie remake. Like if you, redid Terminator, whatever, with a new director, new cast. It's like, okay, I get it. There's going to be their take, but I'm still going to be looking for a lot of bullets, whatever the movie is. But I'm still be looking for those things. And this restaurant is so iconic. I mean, celebrities have been there. Like you said, dates, special occasions, politicians. I mean, there's probably been more than a few laws written for good or worse.
Absolutely.
for better or worse.
A lot of deal making there.
Deal making, in Durant's. Maybe the mob hung out there. I don't know. I would really romanticize it in my head. But a storied history, iconic steakhouse. And if they would have, tweaked with it too much, and you're not going to make everybody happy. Yeah. I mean, I posted a video on my Facebook. Some people are like, it sucks. And it's like, well, of course not everyone's going to love it. But, seeing the old one and seeing this new one today, I thought, the guys did a pretty good job. And
could you sense the ghosts there? Just the ghosts of Durant's past?
I know, exactly.
Because it's that kind of place. It gives you that vibe, I think.
Something tapped me on the shoulder. What was that? And they will be open a week from today.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, it's not open quite yet. I think the reservations are on their website, but I'm sure they'll be filling up quickly.
And I'm sure they have a very good reason for this, but I'm trying to think, wonder why you'd open on a Wednesday.
I don't know, maybe get the kinks out before, anytime a new restaurant comes along, you kind of have to get your sea legs, if you will.
Are you going to go first night?
Well,
you get up really in the morning, so I don't know. But yeah,
that Honda I was talking about, it's got the 120,000.
But are you excited to try it in this new incarnation?
I think I'll try to get there when I can, because I think it would be cool. I like a good steak, and even more than the steak, just like the ambiance and the vibe, and a nice Manhattan too.
Yeah,
wouldn't be a terrible thing.
Well, so you and I, you a TV man or a major celebrity. I was a minor celebrity for a while.
I don't know about
that. but we talked before air about how we had both been asked to be involved in different plays as like the drunk at the bar. And so there was an interesting book written about kind of the legend of this guy, Jack Durant, who was the original founder. And then a play came out, a very small play called The Saga of Jack Durant. And one of the things, they had me sit at the bar, and I was the drunk who got up, but it really did nothing. But there were just so many legendary stories. And again, that's when I bring up the ghost concept of it, is that this is a place. I mean, how often do you and I have people who grew up here? How often do you hear people say, boy, this place doesn't have any history? And it doesn't have history like Philadelphia does or New York, but there's some, and this is a small part of that history, I think.
For sure. The previous owner, Jack McElroy, I think his name is off the top of my head, he was on Good Morning Arizona. We did an interview with him, and he said he was lucky enough to travel the world with his family, and he had met people in India, he had met people in Spain, he had met people in London that had been to Durant's, and he knew because of the way they described it to a T, and so internationally known, not just here in Phoenix.
That's Ian Schwartz. I'm Steve Goldstein. We're in and Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos as the boys take the afternoon and evening off. Coming up, what would you do if you got stuck overnight on Camelback Mountain?
I wouldn't.
Well, yeah. One man found out
did.
last night and early this morning. Stay with us. Outspoken continues on KTAR News.
Governor Hobbs is joining us on KTAR.
The Pentagon has announced an investigation into Arizona's senior senator, Mark Kelly. Tell me where you come down on this, Governor, please.
His words to me were, and he said this publicly, I'm not backing down. They're trying to intimidate me, and I'm not going to back down. And I applaud him for that.
Outspoken talks to the governor every other week. If you missed the live conversation, get it on the KTAR News app, our YouTube channel, or KTAR.com. Subscribe to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos wherever you get your podcasts.
It's Gatos. Say goodbye to water spots, dry skin, and harsh chlorine, and say hello to the Kinetico Premier XP Model Q850OD-XP. That's right, the world's most efficient water softener. The Kinetico Premier XP is a non-electric twin-tank system that runs on water pressure, not power. And right now, Aquazona is offering special financing. Pay no interest if paid in full in 12 months, but only for a limited time. Find a whole house water system that's WQA certified, removes hard water, gives you softer water 24/7, and beats the Kinetico Q850 ODXP in efficiency, and they'll buy it for you. They've been helping Arizona families love their water since 1987. Call 602-910-6570 or visit aquazona.com today. Aquazona is an independent authorized Kinetico dealer. Aquazona, better water, better life.
Whether picking up a prescription, getting help navigating the healthcare system, or checking in at home, CVS Health is there to make care easier and more connected. Our future is brighter together. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Enter the amazing universe of 'Twas the Night Before by Cirque du Soleil, an acrobatic retelling of a classic tale, a forever-lasting experience for your kids and the kid in you. 'Twas the Night Before by Cirque du Soleil in Phoenix, playing December 18th through the 28th at Arizona Financial Theater. Get tickets now at liveNation.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource. Harsh desert water makes a LifeSource whole house water system an essential home appliance. A LifeSource system filters and conditions your water and will improve your family's life and protect your home. We build, install, and stand behind every system. For a limited time, we pay your sales tax. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com to save up to $1,000 during our no tax special. LifeSource, taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Tune in every Friday during Arizona's Morning News from 5 to 8 a.m. for KTAR's Consumer Voice, proudly sponsored by Arizona Central Credit Union. Tune in as we delve into fraud prevention and consumer protection issues affecting Arizona. Stay informed with the KTAR News team. We've got you covered. Make life simple with Arizona Central Credit Union. Local, trusted, and secure loans for mortgage, vehicles, business, and personal. Arizona Central Credit Union. You belong here. Federally insured by NCUA. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for the great people at Red Mountain Weight Loss. First of all, low T start for free. For a limited time, Red Mountain Weight Loss is waiving your TRT startup fee. That's low testosterone, and it's treatable. You also, if you want to supercharge your metamorphosis, for a limited time, you can add GLP to shed the excess weight for as low as $149 a month. Gain muscle, lose fat, boost your stamina at the office and in the bedroom. Lose that bod that you don't like and get that physique you want to get back. Don't be fooled by the late-night supplement ads. Nothing boosts testosterone like real testosterone. This is not a booster. And for a limited time, they're waiving their startup fee. Get started today. GLP-1 is going to help you for $149 a month, and the TRT replacement is going to get you back on track. Pick up your smartphone, dial pound 250, keyword Red Mountain. Do it right now. You're going to love them. Smartphone, pound 250, keyword Red Mountain.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
A very dangerous product that's being sold in gas stations, smoke shops, and convenience stores.
There's growing concern about kratom, a drug often found at corner stores and compared to opioids like heroin. Arizona law prevents its sale to minors, but Attorney General Chris Mays warns parents that some retailers are not complying.
And here's the really terrible thing about kratom is we are seeing more and more kids become addicted to it because it is actually so available in gas stations.
She wants state lawmakers to strengthen Arizona's Kratom Consumer Protection Act to increase penalties for those retailers. There's a new plan to expand energy access to Phoenix residents, and it involves getting more low-income households to use energy relief programs that are already out there. Phoenix Energy Manager Dr. Carlos Aguilar says not enough people are taking advantage of programs offered by the city, utilities, or the state.
The City of Phoenix offers several energy and housing programs to help residents lower energy costs, improve their homes, and get support during financial hardships.
Highlighted programs include a rental rehabilitation program and discount programs offered by APS and SRP. This plan aims to increase low-income households participating in energy programs by 25% by 2030. It's going to cost you more next year to visit a park in Maricopa County.
To spend a day at a county park, expect to pay $10 per vehicle. That's a jump of $3. Annual passes will go up $35 to $120. Camping and reservation fees will also climb, along with fees for special use permits, land use permits, and event area rentals. The Board of Supervisors say the fee hike was necessary in order to keep up park operations, enhance the visitor experience, and protect the natural resources. Look for more increases in 2027 and 2028. Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
Let's check your traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a crash off right. Loop 101, Price Freeway, southbound near Southern Avenue. A look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 28th Street and Fairmount Drive. Avondale with a crash on 99th Avenue and Roosevelt Canal. And Phoenix with a crash on Encanto Boulevard and 75th Avenue. This report is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealer. Toyotathon is on. Choose from all your favorites like Tacoma, Tundra, 4Runner, or Camry. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
A fairly warm rest of the week. We're going to be up around 78, 79 right through Saturday. Our overnight low tonight, 50. It's 72 right now in Tempe. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
What did the Fed do and what does it mean to you? We talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
It is Outspoken. Bruce and Gatos not here. Steve Goldstein here with Ian Schwartz. How's it going so far, you think?
I like it. This is fun. I don't have to wear a suit.
That's exactly right, although you're looking good on the video. So.
Oh, that's right. We're streaming now. Video is part of the production here, so yeah.
Ian Schwartz of Arizona's Family, of course. Want to remind you to not miss a new episode of Amazing Arizonans. It's a podcast. Mike Broomhead brings you another great conversation with AZ Hispanic Chamber of Commerce President Monica Villalobos. You can check it out on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen wherever you get your podcasts. It's one of the most popular phrases in America these days. Yeah, wherever you get your podcasts. Amazing Arizona's podcast presented by Resolution Copper.
And although I'm not wearing a suit, I did shower for you. So
thank you.
I didn't want to do that on my first day. the paint's peeling off the wall.
Double shower today? First thing in the morning, and then
that's right, after the nap.
Yeah, this guy's definitely smelling good. So just the joke is that, of course, as many of you probably watch on Good Morning Arizona, the man gets up early in the morning, and yet he's doing a split shift today.
A little bit.
Man of the people.
3:30 wake up call. So as soon as we're done here, straight home and straight to bed.
So a man who I think probably should have gone straight to bed instead of doing what he did. He got stuck last night and overnight on Camelback Mountain. He was rescued this morning.
Not at a resort.
No, he was just...
This wasn't the sanctuary.
Exactly. Or the boulders or whatever.
The boulders or anything like that. This was a more unpleasant version.
So he had to be rescued this morning ultimately. So we'll talk about the story a little bit. But one of the things that stood out to me is not how responsive rescuers were. Of course, they do a fantastic job. But that they were in communication with him all night. They dropped a cell phone for him so they communicate with him.
So this call came in around 8. I think sunset's a little bit before that. The guy's phone died. Then they, with a drone, dropped supplies, like a blanket, probably some water, and a cell phone to communicate. He was on an area that is closed off. They had some rock slides. Remember all that rain we had?
Sure, yeah.
And so he wasn't supposed to be in that region of Camelback. I don't like to be in any region of Camelback. It is such a hard hike.
No.
It is a tough one. And they were going to have a lot of trouble getting to him overnight. And so they said, you know what? We're going to have him wait it out. He's fine. He has what he needs. There's no crazy weather coming in or anything like that. And we'll get him in the morning. And then sure enough, sunrise comes up, and they sent a helicopter down and airlifted him, plucked him off the top of Camelback Mountain. It's like, what was he doing up there? Now, was he hiking and he got lost? Is there mental health concerns here?
Well, and thank you for that, because I want to throw this in from KTAR.com. Sergeant Brian Brower said, a media advisor, once released from the hospital, the man will be provided help at a mental health facility. He'll also be issued a citation by city park rangers for the rescue. But that's, the mental health part of it's interesting, because you wonder when you go, and I actually think this time of year, I mean, the meteorologist should know this, folks, but he goes to bed early. So, but I think the sun's going down around 6:30. So that's considerably, this time of year.
Comes up closer to 7:20.
Yeah, so that's a pretty interesting time to be heading up Camelback Mountain. And as you said, unless you're ready for a challenge, you probably shouldn't be doing Camelback unless you're really ready to hike.
Yeah, and I think most people get down. Like most of the time we have these rescues, they're in the heat.
Oh, yeah.
Because people fall, become exhausted from the heat.
Don't bring supplies.
But very, very few of them each year are these, middle of the night deals. So that what kind of gives it that extra twist of maybe this guy had some, stuff going on. The citation, I think, is because he was hiking in the restricted area, not we don't have a stupid hiker law.
Right.
And that's always comes up every single summer, especially in the summer because these first responders are put at risk. They have to climb up the mountain. And sometimes they get heat exhausted and need to be treated, the 110, 112, 115 degree days because people head up the mountain when they really shouldn't be.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how many of our cities have this, but I know the city of Phoenix has a restriction that when it reaches 100 degrees, they shut off most trails.
No pets at 100 degrees.
Okay.
And then the ordinance that started a few years ago, I think, anytime the National Weather Service issues an excessive heat warning, I think is what they go by.
Okay.
We have so many trails. It's Piestewa and Camelback, and I think maybe South Mountain.
South Mountain is what I was thinking as well.
But I mean, there's thousands and thousands of square miles, so you can't patrol it all. So people still end up in these situations, and should you be paying for that if you're putting the first responders at risk?
Well, yeah, you brought up the supermotorist law. I mean, that's been around for a long time. This idea that when we have floods and someone decides to just say, hey, I can make it. And you and I with our Hondas, 118,000 miles, we're heading right through. Don't stop us. No way.
I might as well get out my checkbook. It's not happening. I always tell people, forget the fine. You don't want to end up on TV. Because when we hear that at the TV station, the helicopter's going out, and we're going to have you sitting on your roof. You're going to look like a dope.
Oh, poor Ian Schwartz. We thought he's a meteorologist. We thought he was smarter than this. Yeah.
How many miles are on that Honda? Looks tattered.
But it is an interesting question in the sense that if you do put these rescuers at risk, and these people it's a risky job anyway. And when there's not a good reason, like let's say, accidents happen. Mm-hmm. If it doesn't have to be 100 degrees, it has to be in the dark. Let's say you're out at 1 o'clock, it's 70 degrees. But you slip on a rock, and you twist your ankle, or you break your ankle, and you need help.
And that's
those aren't the people that are going to be in trouble for this. Yeah,
for sure. And then how do you assess, that type of guilt? That you willingly and willfully disobey. Obviously, if you climb over a restricted area, that's pretty obvious. Like this guy did, and that's why he's getting the ticket. But you talk to the firefighters, and I've interviewed these guys a lot with Phoenix Fire, and they say that's really not our focus. Our focus is to go rescue people. Mm-hmm. Now, politicians over the years have floated stupid hiker laws. The stupid motorist law really isn't enforced that much. The Republic did a story about this years ago, and they looked at all the data, and they really didn't find that people were getting cited for this at the end of the day.
Well, as angry as a lot of folks tend to get about things, when it boils down to if you put yourself in the shoes there, and probably 97% of the time, it could happen to anybody. That's what I'm saying. There are times where it's just like, hey, we just got a torrential microburst. Maybe you shouldn't be out in this, or maybe you could. And the way our storms work, you know a heck of a lot better than I do. often you can wait 20 or 30 minutes and you're probably fine. My wife and I were taking a trip to Flagstaff a couple of months ago. It was one of the days after we hadn't had any rain at all.
Yes.
And there was this torrential downpour in Phoenix.
For a week.
We were going to leave the house at 10. We got in the car. I felt hail on her car. We came back in the garage, left an hour later. Light rain was perfect.
It was fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. In most cases, we say turn around, don't drown, because half or 40 to 50% of, maybe it's even higher than that, of all flooding deaths are in the car.
Yeah.
And in most cases, it is just what you said. The water is going to recede a little bit. People are impatient. They don't always listen to that. That last storm, we had a guy, the Indian Bend wash.
Oh, my gosh.
Drove his car into that and died in the middle of the city.
Yeah.
This wasn't way north, Cave Creek, New River, and we've had issues there. It was terribly, terribly sad, but it happens every single year. And we've actually seen more flooding deaths this year, I think, than we have in the past several years because we've had so much rain.
So I'm going to take us off flooding just briefly here. Had someone ask me this question the other day. In the midst of a dust storm, there is the rule, at least that ADOT says, turn your lights off.
It's very counterintuitive.
It is, isn't it? So, but because they don't want people following you, why is that rule in effect?
They say pull aside, stay alive. That's kind of the mnemonic device that they use. And I have to look this up. This one up every time. You slow down, you pull completely off the paved road, so into the dirt, and then turn off all the lights, including flashers. And they say that's to avoid confusing other drivers that may see you. It's still, I've luckily never been caught in that, but it doesn't really, you'd think you'd want the light for them to see you.
Right.
But
so
that's
they
not
don't run into you. But I guess
the experts say don't.
Well, we should trust the experts.
Or try not to get cut in the dust storms. Avoid the I-10 sometimes in the summer.
Speaking of experts, that is Ian Schwartz. He's a meteorologist and an expert in that category. I'm Steve Goldstein, not really an expert in anything, but
Steve.
But happy to be in for Bruce and Gatos here on Outspoken. More to come. A state lawmaker wants e-bikers to pump the brakes. We'll explain why next. That is on Outspoken as it continues on KTAR News.
Don't let a leaky roof ruin your holidays. It's Gatos. I want you to call America Roofing, 602-960-ROOF. And when you mention me, here's what they do. They come over and inspect your roof absolutely 100% for free. You're going to have more people in the house. You're going to have friends and family over. You're going to enjoy the festivities. And you want to make sure that your roof is going to hold up. 602-960-ROOF. We've had a lot of rain over the last month. This is a perfect time to call America Roofing and just get an inspection of your roof. Your roof could be warning you that there is trouble. How? Well, do you have a water stain on your ceiling? That means you have a leak. Warped shingles? Do you have missing granules? Let America Roofing get up there and check it all out. They're the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. AmericaRoofingCo.com, 602-960-ROOF. 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 America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the biggest holiday gift you can give to the people you care about. In the spirit of giving this holiday season, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust. If you don't have a living trust when you pass away, it could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees if all of your assets get tied up in Arizona probate court. And the people you love, who will be grieving when you're gone, could end up waiting a year or longer to get their inheritance. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate court. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. And you can save 65% if you're 60 or over.
For your 65% savings, call 480-896-9597 by December 11th. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
Hey, it's BrewMed. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What can people expect when they work with Creative Environments?
We have a very sophisticated system and process and standards that we have documented over the years that put us to where we're at today. One of the most award-winning companies in the nation and recognized by some of the biggest leaders in the building industry.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. KTAR News Flash.
It is 4:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Iconic Phoenix Steakhouse Durant's opens again next Wednesday under new ownership after more than a year-long closure. Chief Executive Chef Mark Lupino says he aimed to keep the original mystique of the 75-year-old restaurant, like walking through the kitchen as you enter.
As they're coming in, they're a little confused if they haven't been here before. If they have been here before, it's old hat for them. They walk in, we welcome them.
And as for the menu, he kept the fan favorites like the prime rib while adding some new elevated dishes like his own personal favorite, veal parmesan. You can see a video of the new old restaurant at the KTAR Instagram page. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking on traffic for us now, here's Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Chandler, we have a crash off left, Loop 202, Santan Freeway, eastbound near Price Road. Tempe with a crash off right, Loop 101, Price Freeway, southbound near Southern Avenue. And then a quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 28th Street and Fairmount Drive. This report is brought to you by Estates Roadshow. Gold is over $4,000 an ounce, and Estates Roadshow wants it. They are paying top dollar Monday through Friday at Crown Plaza Resort in Chandler. Go to estatesroadshow.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Thank you, K2 Vision. That's what I said, and you will too. Hey, it's Jim Sharp, and if you struggle with distance vision and now you need those pesky readers, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution. Plus, you'll never have to worry about getting a cataract. After 150,000 lens procedures, the K2 Vision doctors know if RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com.
LaDonna Harvey here. Scammers, they are always targeting you. And now the FBI wants you to watch out for the holiday scammers because, let's face it, they never let up, do they? Find out more tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News.
It's Outspoken. Steve Goldstein and Ian Schwartz in for Bruce and Gatos for a couple more hours.
Yeah, they got the holiday party.
Yeah, they're having a good time, I presume.
I hope so.
Gatos' wife had brought some cookies in this week. Man, they were delicious.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not just saying this because I'm new and I'm trying to curry favor.
Well, Gatos is the one to do that with.
Yes, they were the best cookies, holiday cookies I've ever had.
Yeah.
Like
texture was unbelievable.
Oh my! They were so soft. So
That's it.
I hope they're serving those at the party.
So delicious. Oh my gosh. In the meantime, even though Bruce isn't here, check out the new episode of Full Throttle Arizona with Bruce St. James as Bruce dives into the fast-paced world of motorsports across the state. This week, Bruce sits down with sports legend Ricky Thornton Jr. You can find it on KTAR's YouTube channel and wherever you get your podcasts. So, state lawmaker John Kavanaugh, who is actually a very fun guy to talk with.
Yeah, I've seen him pop up on the TV, and
he's
good sound bites.
Yeah, he's one of those guys who's, and one thing I respect about him is that he's, regardless of his point of view, he's always willing to talk about it, which is, I respect that tremendously. Whether I agree with it or not, I'm glad that he's willing to come out and talk. Anyway, he has this idea, introduces a bill that the state legislature starts next month, wants to set the speed limit for bike paths and multi-use trails at 15 miles an hour, wants to also force e-bike riders and similar modes of transportation to reduce their speed to 5 miles an hour when passing pedestrians. Now, he was on Arizona's Morning News and told us about why he wants to protect pedestrians.
Where pedestrians walk, that's where I want to have the protection, people. Because if you get hit by somebody doing 20 miles an hour on a bike, your body doesn't know it's not a car. You're going to be in serious condition.
Okay, now, Ian, you were telling us you had an issue on an e-bike. Was it because you were speeding?
That helped with the issue. The wheel actually got dislodged on this e-bike, and I ended up going over the handlebars. But, I mean, I was probably going 20 miles per hour.
Okay.
They're not only fast, they are heavy.
Yeah.
So that's another issue. And what he had just said about if you get hit by one of these as a pedestrian, it's not like a super lightweight, Cannondale or, whatever those like street bikes or whatever. I don't bike on those that you can lift up with your pinky. These are very, very heavy bikes. They're somewhere 50, 60 pounds. So someone flying at you, 20, 25 miles per hour, that inertia, I ended up going to the bars and landed on my wrist and I had to have surgery. So it was a whole mess.
Yeah.
It was more about the wheel, issue than the speed, but it definitely contributed to it.
Now, before you went in the air, though, were you just booking? Were you having a good time?
I was jamming out, rocking out. I was.
Is that the e-bike where it plays the music?
No.
Okay, good. Because sometimes I'll think about, come on, I'm just trying to have a nice little jog here. Come on.
It was, one of those moments in life where I was trying to get healthy. It happens once a year or so. Usually around New Year's, oddly. But yeah, I went flying. And I am doing the weather in a sling. I had my arm all kind of slinged up, and it was a little tough to kind of operate. Had to kind of do the clicker with the different hand, but they can be pretty dangerous. And I think what happens sometimes is a lot of parents this is on their Christmas list, and they think, okay, it's an e-bike for the kid. Hopefully, and some of these stories in the news are kind of letting them know that they can be problematic. Same thing with the scooters.
Oh, yeah.
If you go to any urgent care or an ER and talk to, some of the docs there, hey, what kind of injuries do you see with these things? They have some stories to tell you.
Yeah, I was a little sheltered many, many years ago, so I just had a normal bike. I wonder these days if the parents would have allowed me to have an e-bike. I'd be surprised.
Yeah. Always wear a helmet.
Yes.
I know they don't look cool, but traumatic brain injury doesn't look cool either.
That's exactly right.
So wear your helmets.
You know what? Staying alive, kids. That's what's cool.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. That's Ian Schwartz. I'm Steve Goldstein. We're in for Bruce and Gatos. On Outspoken, still to come. What if Mexico needed to check your social media accounts before you get to go to Cancun? Would you give up your data? We'll discuss that and a lot more coming up in the second hour, which a lot of people say is the best hour of the show. Am I right?
I'm told.
Still to come on KTAR News.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News, Arizona's only all-news morning show.
2 Arizona animal shelters trying to make space as they reach capacity. Arizona Animal Welfare League and Maricopa County Animal Care and Control have waived adoption fees on all pets for the next week to try to clear the kennels. For more info, go to KTAR.
5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gatos for Lund Mortgage. Mortgage rates have have dropped considerably since the last time, so you might want to consider refinancing the mortgage and save money. My friends at Lund Mortgage track the interest rates daily, so they can help you act fast and save big. And it couldn't be easier. Just send an email to ratewatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll monitor the market for you and send you an alert when it's the right time to refinance. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. And don't fall for those mailers or robocalls with rates that sound too good to be true. Lund Mortgage will show you the whole picture, rates and total costs, so you can make an informed financial decision. And if you're buying or refinancing now, you won't have to make a mortgage payment until 2026. Generations of Arizonans have trusted Lund Mortgage just like me, and so should you. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss is having a huge holiday sale now through December 12th with $350 off, our lowest prices of the year. If you're ready to lose weight naturally and keep it off, our Metabolic Reset helps your body burn fat by restoring balance to your metabolism, not by starving, sweating, or relying on risky injections. This is the perfect time to invest in your health and start feeling great again. Don't miss out on our lowest prices of the year only through December 12th. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays, but you need to lock in your discount now. Schedule your free consultation today at PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com.
Hi, I'm Jamie West. I lost about 50 pounds and I'm keeping it off with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss. Get ready to wow your friends and family over the holidays. Schedule your free consultation today and lock in the huge discount. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Across a painted desert to where the mountains touch the sky.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now, get invoice-only pricing, plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire December 31st.
We're Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get sent off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Have you eaten today? Your donation to St. Mary's Food Bank can help someone else eat too. Many of our neighbors in need are going hungry. Others are struggling to choose between paying bills or buying food. Through the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit, you can donate and get it back on your state taxes. Up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Your kindness pays back. Donate at stmarysfoodbank.org.
KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
A very dangerous product that's being sold in gas stations, smoke shops, and convenience stores.
There is growing concern about a readily available drug that's often compared to opioids. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz is live now in the news center with the details.
Yeah, Becky, that drug is kratom, which is not illegal, nor is it an actual opioid, despite having comparable effects. Arizona law does prevent its sale to minors and bars adding other substances to products containing it, but Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays says there are retailers breaking those rules.
Products like the Feel Free Tonic, a little purple bottle in gas stations. It's also commonly known as legal morphine. It's not legal. Or gas station heroin.
She wants lawmakers to tighten up Arizona's Kratom Consumer Protection Act and increase penalties, also warning parents the drug is sometimes marketed directly to minors. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstolz, KTAR News.
President Trump has announced the seizure of an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela that was allegedly carrying drugs. This is the Trump administration's latest push to put pressure on Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, who's been charged with narco-terrorism in the U.S. Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego tells CNN Venezuela's president is an evil, corrupt dictator, but he worries about Trump's approach.
We should do everything we can, short of war, to get this man out. My biggest fear, though, is when you start doing actions like this, when you start playing the drumbeats of war, eventually it does actually escalate into war.
The seizure was led by the U.S. Coast Guard and supported by the Navy, according to a U.S. official.
Eyes on Education.
With that, the motion passes 3-2.
Last night, the Scottsdale Unified School District Governing Board voted to shut down 2 schools.
Pima Elementary and Echo Canyon schools will be shut down next school year after the governing board approved the action with a 3-2 vote last night. Both schools currently have under 300 students enrolled. Superintendent Scott Menzel says now the school will begin the process of redrawing district boundaries and supporting families.
We know that it may have a different kind of impact on some students than others, and so we'll engage our student services team, who are skilled and prepared in talking with students about how to navigate change in environments where they're unprepared or uncertain about what that might look like.
One governing board member explained the decision was, quote, the right thing to do, while another said the closure process was flawed. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more education solution stories at ktar.com/education. That's the sound of the raging waters of the Skagit River as an atmospheric river dumps record rainfall in the western part of Washington state, swelling rivers and causing widespread flooding. Residents began evacuating yesterday. Even more are packing up their valuables and fleeing today. The Federal Reserve has cut interest rates by 1/4 point, with Chairman Jerome Powell citing concerns about rising inflation and slowing job gains.
In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals.
It's the 3rd time in a row the Feds reduced their key interest rate, bringing it to 3.6%, and that is the lowest it's been in nearly 3 years. Let's take a look at the road home tonight. Sean Koner's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. A collision on the 202 Santan just east of the 101 transition. That accident's off left. Stay right to get by. A couple accidents on your surface streets in Glendale, an accident at 35th Avenue in Glendale, and in Phoenix, a collision at the intersection of 7th Avenue and Northern. This traffic report brought to you by the Beatitudes campus. See the campus shine as you walk through festive walkways and enjoy seasonal bites on Saturday, December 20th. For information, text RSVP to 620-620. That's a look at your traffic. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, 50 for your low temp, and then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we're going to be in the upper 70s. It is 70 right now in Gilbert. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or news.
Outspoken.
Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Bruce and Gatos not here this afternoon, but don't turn off the radio. I'm Steve Goldstein with Ian Schwartz. We're trying our best here to sit in for the boys.
Yeah.
I was even going to say what a joke, but Gatos doesn't say that anymore. So what's the point? You know?
That's right.
He's going to try to do something. Anyway, talking about lots of stuff. And Ian, for those who were not with us in the first hour, but you recognize the name Ian Schwartz, but don't identify him with KTAR. You identify him with, isn't he the cool guy in Arizona's Family? Yes, but he's also on KTAR. So just give us the rundown again. How long have you been in Arizona? How long have you been at Arizona's Family, and why did you want to come on KTAR?
It's part of my court-ordered probation. Yeah, that's why I'm here. Yeah, had to do it. No, I'm born and raised in Mesa, Dobson Ranch. I went to Dobson High. I went to MCC. Actually, my first job was writing for the MCC newspaper.
Wow,
the Mesa Legend. Went to ASU eventually. Don't ask me how long I was at all these places. They kept taking my money, so I kept going. I've been in news 20 years and been back here in the Valley, back home for 10.
Okay.
And I saw this thing post up, and I'm friends with Bruce on Instagram, and I said, "Hey, is this spam? Is this a real job? Will they actually pay me?" And I said, "I want to try it. I've always wanted to do this." And it's a legendary station. Lots of history here, and just so happy and honored to be part of it. Yeah. And with you, a legend in your own right.
This has been super fun. And briefly, what the meteorology thing, because a lot of people will say, the weather guy always gets it wrong, which of course is not true.
No,
but briefly, what your interest in meteorology, where'd that come from?
I started out as a hard news reporter, so I covered crime, politics. I've sat through more city council meetings than
no one should have to do that.
No one should have to do it. I know you've done the same thing. And then just like these small markets, there's not a lot of people around, and they say, "Hey, can you do weather?" Other guy's gone, and so I kind of tried it out, and I liked it, and then kind of eventually I went back to school. I went to Mississippi State University, got my meteorology credentials, and then so now I kind of cover weather and the feature stuff, and I don't do all the crime and all that anymore.
Yeah,
but, yeah. And they say, must be tough doing the weather in Phoenix. Sunny and 78. It's actually harder when it's sunny and 78 for 7 days.
Yeah, of course.
You have to make it interesting.
Absolutely,
so storms make it slightly easier sometimes. So
well, that's why I feel like some of the stations, yours in particular, such a great weather team. But if the monsoon's coming, you're going to know on that station. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yes,
we go ham.
Yeah,
when the storms start going.
All right. So here's a really weak segue. I'm going to try it anyway.
All right, let's do it.
Since you said that you reached out to Bruce on Instagram.
Yeah.
Well, social media, how comfortable would you feel if you wanted to go and take a trip, Mexico, Canada?
Yeah.
Just say, I'm gonna go for a nice little family trip, and then all of a sudden, what's been in your social media the last 5 years?
Yeah, well, what have you tweeted lately?
Yeah, have you said anything questionable? This apparently, the Trump administration wants to mandate social media checks for tourists from certain countries.
Yeah, going back 5 years, I think.
A mandatory data element for those who are filing an electronic system for travel authorization application. So, I guess the first thing that comes to mind for me is paranoid much, but also I guess you're looking for stuff that looks real questionable in terms of, is this someone that may hate this country?
Yeah, and are they going to put that on their Instagram? Like, I'm going to, do a terrorist act, right on their Instagram.
You've really got to be, yeah.
I mean, you have to be the world's dumbest terrorist to do that. And in that sense, maybe that would be something to look at. But I wonder what, how will they scrutinize it? Do they say, is someone writing, "I don't like the president," or "I don't like this about America"? Yeah. Is it a joke? That could maybe be taken seriously, or
what about a meme they don't like or something?
Yeah. So how are they going to judge? To what level does the tweet or the Instagram post, or obviously if there's maybe some heinous stuff in there, that should maybe be looked at. But I don't know. I feel like that stuff is hidden, more dark web, if you will.
I would think so. And obviously I've covered politics for a very long time. I'm going to try to make this as non-political as possible. This is not a partisan.
Good luck.
Yeah, this is not intended to be a partisan point. But at what point do you say that? I know people have been concerned. In fact, maybe it's probably one of the reasons President Trump won. People think there's too much government. But I feel like to some extent, don't we have the FBI? Don't we have NSA for purposes like this so that it doesn't have to be, oh, hey, we're going to start checking someone's social media. Shouldn't we have the resources being committed to this already, that if someone is, as you say, not the dumbest terrorist in the world, shouldn't we already know that without it having to be like, oh, you know what? You might have possibly said something we don't like. Because a lot of people on social media, frankly, whether they're drunk or sober, put a lot of stupid stuff on social media.
Very bombastic, and they're trying to get attention.
Yeah,
doing it for the gram.
Yeah, right.
Although a terrorist threat, doing it for the gram.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, that would really be.
I would imagine, and I know the FBI and NSA, they are looking at these things, already. I think it tends to be more in like Discord chats or Telegram and some of these more encrypted things that are used internationally.
Yeah.
But maybe they're going to start looking at other things. They're not going to find much on mine. You're going to find, some selfies, some food pictures of my dogs. I mean, that's
well. But what if there's a type of food? What if it's food that's made in a certain country?
Maybe.
That's where the origin is, Ian. So what do you do? You like that kind of food? Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous about having you in our country. So.
That's right. Did you eat this? Do you really like this? So we'll see. It doesn't sound like, but that was an interesting way of putting it. If you were to go to Mexico and they said, hey, you said this about Mexico 3 years ago. Turn around.
Right. If you hate it that much, get out.
Yeah,
it's almost like, they'll love it or leave it kind of thing to some extent, I suppose. But it does feel like a little over the line, especially, I mean, I think it's hard. I think actually Bruce St. James is someone who's a First Amendment purist, no question. And many of us believe in the First Amendment to 99.9%, but sometimes like fire in a crowded theater, maybe certain racist chatter we don't necessarily think should be protected speech, but in this country it is. So the idea that, and I'm even thinking about someone, and forgive me for not even being up specifically on this story, because could it apply to an American citizen who, let's say, has been an expat?
Yeah, and they're coming back.
Yes. Is that like, oh, no, you're not allowed back in? That's what makes me a little bit more nervous than even someone who's been in another country.
Coming here,
yeah, maybe do a little double check on that. But if someone's just like, someone's from the U.S., they're thinking, well, I'm allowed to say this as long as I don't actually follow it up some violent act, right?
Because that's one of the greatest things about our country.
Yeah.
You are able to criticize. You start saying stuff about Russia on Twitter.
Right.
You may disappear.
Well, and if there's a weather forecast that this guy named Ian Schwartz makes that I don't like,
I'm gone.
It is my right to get out there and say, you said it was going to be sunny. It was partly cloudy.
That's
okay,
right. It's over. It's over.
And coming up, we're gonna talk more about weather. But I do think this was interesting. A quote that our producer put in. This will send the message that the American commitment to free speech is pretense, not practice. This is not the behavior of a country confident in its freedoms. That came from Sarah McLaughlin from the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. She's a senior scholar for global expression. I think it's a valid concern. I think some stuff we get a little bit too much in arms about, but the further we go to take away rights is where I start to get nervous.
Also, a good reminder that you really don't have a ton of privacy on social media. I mean, once it's out there, people kind of say, well, I was on my private social media.
Right.
It's like, a lot of that stuff's not private.
Yeah.
People have, posted stuff that they thought was private or on their close friends feature on Instagram, and someone screen grabs it, sends it to the boss, and all of a sudden, you got problems.
And with AI these days, who knows what they could do to manipulate different photos of your dog and your food. Who
That's
knows?
right.
Or your green screen.
I'm not even here right now.
That's Ian Schwartz. I'm Steve Golds here in for the boys here on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. So this is where we're going to pick the brain of the meteorologist. We decided not to do too much of this, but coming up, should we be concerned about the lack of snow in Flagstaff? It's a simple question. Should we? That's still to come on Outspoken on KTAR News.
Every summer, your AC is out there grinding, pleading for mercy. It's doing everything it can, and your windows are letting hot air in like they don't even care. Yeah, leaking air. You got warping, condensation between the panes, and you know what that means. You're paying extra to cool the desert. Chris Merrill for Advanced Window Products, the local family-owned window manufacturer since 1986. They build every window themselves right here in the valley using top-quality Cardinal glass. Also made right here. No middleman markup nonsense. Their team installs them. Their team guarantees them, and the warranty is going to last forever. That's labor, glass, parts, and it even transfers when you sell the house. They build them, they install them, they guarantee them for life. You get the color fit you need, and the whole thing shows up from the factory in less than 8 weeks. Most installs are done in a day. Financing starting at about $150 a month, which is probably less than your AC is wasting right now. Right now, you got the year-end sale. $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. Do the adult thing and stop stressing your poor AC. Call 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002 and advancedwindows.com.
KTAR News Flash.
5:15, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Enjoying the great outdoors at Maricopa County Park? Gonna cost you more next year. A day use pass will go from $7 to $10 for each vehicle. Annual passes will increase $35 to $120. And fees for camping and other permits will also jump. Also, more increases are expected in 2027 and 2028. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now and get you home. Sean Koner is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. A collision on the 202 Santan just east of the 101 transition is in the clearing stages. Stay left. It's in blocking the left lane. Stay right to get by. And on I-10 Papago Freeway, just west of 7th Avenue, we have a car fire blocking the HOV lane. Emergency vehicles are on scene, so stay to your right to get by. A couple accidents on your surface streets. In Glendale, an accident at 35th Avenue in Glendale. And in Phoenix, a collision at the intersection of 7th Avenue and Northern. This traffic report brought to you by Jewish Tuition Organization. Invest in education and reduce your taxes. Simple form, big impact, dollar for dollar credit. Donate at jewishtuition.org. That's a look at your traffic. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Ian and Steve.
Definitely appreciate the shout out there. And speaking of shout outs, a shout out to Avondale. Thank you so much for listening to KTAR. Also, if you really miss Bruce and Gatos, if you can't go one night without them, don't miss a moment of Outspoken Bruce and Gatos. You can take them anywhere, listen live, or catch up on demand in the KTAR News app at KTAR.com or wherever you get your podcasts. Outspoken Bruce and Gatos, powered by Revival Psychiatry. Okay, so Steve Goldstein with Ian Schwartz. Ian is many things, but currently meteorologist for Arizona's family. So we had this nice run of weather, which I think surprised a lot of people who are not in the meteorology business. Late September into October. The rainiest period since 1930s, I think. Is that right?
Rainiest fall in decades. I mean, It was phenomenal. We had like 3-4 days back-to-back rain. And I will tell you something about Phoenicians. They get real fickle. They get sick of the rain. I don't blame them. It's called the Valley of the Sun.
Yeah.
But I had people on my Facebook saying, "Oh, enough of the rain."
I was thinking more of the snowbirds were like. I've someone, as I said, lived here most of my life, and I was loving it because I knew it wouldn't last long. So
right, exactly.
A few days is okay. But okay, so Flagstaff. I was thinking that they were getting a lot of winter storm activity, but the numbers you're seeing are not there, huh?
Yeah, no. So we've only had like one good storm in Flagstaff, and that wasn't even like amazing. It wasn't feet, I should say that.
Okay.
So in November, we got 7 inches of snow in Flagstaff. The normal is 8, so that wasn't bad.
Okay.
But here we are getting through December. And December usually brings 18.5 inches of snow. And we have not seen a ton in December yet. We have seen 1 inch of snow in December. So it's kind of interesting to watch because you obviously have people who, they're in Phoenix. They love their sunshine.
Yeah.
They're like 77. This is perfect. That's why I live here. I don't care that it's 10 degrees above average. Stop talking about that. This is why we're here. But in the current pattern we have with this pretty stubborn ridge of high pressure, all the snow is nowhere to be found. So probably for the next 7 days, there won't be any snow. And when I think of snowpack and our snowfall, of course, the resorts and the business, but I really think about our water and our wildfire. Those are the most important things in this state. And that snowpack is so important. We want a ton of snow during the winter. Yeah. We want it packed in there. I heard this the other day. Someone described it as a water tower.
Yeah.
So it's all there and then slowly trickles in the system over the spring. And when I see dry winters, and we watch La Nina for dry winters, each week that goes by, I see windows close where we're not getting that snow. Yeah. So it's kind of a tale of two cities. It's Phoenix where, like, yes, we love the upper 70s and sunny, But at the same time, Flagstaff is in the 60s right now in December when they should be in the upper 40s.
Yeah.
And hopefully more snow coming down. And we have a lot more time. It's not, the window doesn't close because January will bring on average 20 inches of snow.
So, yeah.
February's 19 inches. March is good. April's good. And we can even get an inch of Flagstaff on average, which is wild.
Well,
wild.
Well, one thing I wanted to bring up to you, this recurring question has come up over the years, and obviously you would get it more than I, but just having been in the business and talked with people about this stuff. So if we get this 1.5 inches of rain in Phoenix, is the drought over? And so, and so then that's when you bring in the snowpack point, which I'm glad you did, because that's another thing that helps. If, in fact, the drought's going to be lessened, isn't that because the snowpack's going to be that water tower and come flowing down?
Yeah, slowly. Rain systems are good and monsoon is good. It's not as efficient as the snowpack because the snowpack goes into the reservoirs, the chain links, SRP chain links to the east, CAP, the Colorado River, so all that snow up in Colorado, parts of the San Juans in New Mexico. So that all kind of comes down into the system, and those are kind of our main sources of water in Phoenix, and we kind of need that. We have long-term drought and then short-term drought. We're in a multi-decade or decadal.
Ooh, wow! Excuse me.
Annoying
and
way
your
to
voice
say
went
that.
deeper on there too.
Yes, multi-decadal drought, and then we'll get these kind of bumps where we get a good storm and it kind of knocks it down a little bit. But the long-term trend has been drier when you look at snowpack and stuff like that.
All right, so let's talk wildfires a little bit then, because obviously, I think to some folks it's sort of a two-edged sword in the sense that we want the precipitation because it may in fact, if things are too dry, but then that means more fuels eventually because more plants grow, right?
Yeah, basically you can never win is how it goes in life. So, that can be a problem when you get a ton of moisture, especially a ton of rain down in Phoenix. You get a lot of those low grasses that just go wild, and we have those major fires. I think of like the bush fire along the 87 a few years ago. 100, I don't have the number in front of me, but 100 plus 1,000 acres. The Cave Creek Complex fire, which was several fires. I think that was like 250,000 acres. And then you get the northern Arizona kind of timber fires, which can be, if you don't get a lot of snow, super dry. So it's pick your poison, I guess.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask you a question, since you're a meteorologist, and there's always the joke, and I think I even referred to it a few minutes ago, a little bit earlier in the show. What is it like to be a meteorologist when people have these expectations? As technology's gotten a lot better, right? So is it easier to make a forecast, or is it more difficult? Because people have higher expectations. They're thinking, well, now if he gets it wrong, he really doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, right, exactly. No excuses now.
What does 30% chance of rain mean anyway?
That's right. Technology's helped. The satellites, the forecast models, those have all improved. If you look back at rains, they can really drill down and get really accurate predictions, within a couple of days of this thing, or way out, and then they get a better a view of it a couple of days. Some, famous hurricanes early on, they had no idea they were coming. I think in Galveston, there was a famous one that just destroyed the town. This is like early 1900s. Yeah. They had no idea what was coming. But it is still Mother Nature, and sometimes things do happen. So a model can say, we have this type of information, and even a shift of a low pressure system, 40 miles, 30 miles, or in a hurricane can drastically change things. So we do the best we can with the information we have, but sometimes we get it wrong, and we got to eat crow, egg in the face.
So have you wanted to be Jim Cantore? Have you been in that situation where, let's say in the middle of a monsoon, and you're about to fly away or the dust is overtaking you?
I've covered fires, floods, tornadoes, a lot of wildfire. I have not covered hurricanes. Okay. So I don't know if I would want to cover a hurricane. Like, it's phenomenal, but you're there for, it's the wind, the sound of that wind for hours and hours and hours. Just, it's not even a whistle. It's like a scream.
It's how the darkness approaches.
Yes, it's dark. The power's going out. maybe one day, but I haven't covered a hurricane yet, but I'm not in any rush to. I'd rather chase tornadoes than being a hurricane.
Yeah, hurricane, we promise.
Okay,
How
not
about
here.
microburst, maybe?
Microburst, maybe. Yeah, that's possible.
That's Ian Schwartz. I'm Steve Goldstein. We're in for the boys and Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Still to come, President Trump gave the economy not an A, not an A+, an A++. We'll talk about whether consumers feel the same way. That is as Outspoken continues on KTAR News.
Mike Broomhead.
We're celebrating our 1-year anniversary of being together.
Happy anniversary, you guys.
Yeah, you too. Love it.
Congratulations, Mike. Thank you for bearing us a whole year. I can promise you this.
Bearing us a whole year.
It's not the first time I've forgotten an anniversary.
It's okay. It's not the first time I'm reminding someone.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Gatos, and choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. At Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, they're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, my buddy Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait and switch pricing, fake limited time offers, or surprise add-on fees. At Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. You'll be glad you did. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands and thousands of dollars compared to other implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website, ariadentalimplantcenter.com.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the biggest holiday gift you can give to the people you care about. In the spirit of giving this holiday season, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust. If you don't have a living trust when you pass away, it could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees if all of your assets get tied up in Arizona probate court. And the people you love, who will be grieving when you're gone, could end up waiting a year or longer to get their inheritance. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate court. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. And you can save 65% if you're 60 or over.
For your 65% savings, call 480-896-9597 by December 11th. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up. Just what I needed. Real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hello, I'm Joe Hendel from Hendel's Air Conditioning Showroom. The other day, a lady visited our showroom and asked for a price on a new air conditioning unit. Upon presenting her proposal, she inquired as to why our price was drastically lower than a price she received from a home improvement store subcontractor. We explained that at Hendel's Air Conditioning, there is no middleman to jack up the price. At Hendel's, Air work is performed by Hendel's top-notch employees. A little common sense goes a long way in this situation. Whether it's air conditioning or floor covering, you're always better off dealing with specialty contractors. It doesn't make any sense to deal with subcontractors who align themselves with middlemen in order to get work. Stop by Air Conditioning Showroom 7 days a week. We're a half-mile south of Guadalupe Road on Arizona Avenue. Or you can call us at 480-813-1700. That's 813-1700.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection
to team. There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. And understanding that end goal is to serve whoever it may be. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and giving everything we got. And knowing that, hey, the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
You can hire somebody to load a truck. It's different to get a team of people that give you a great experience. And that's what I got with moving Team 6. What's your message as the leader to your team when they go to a job site?
Hey, this is more than moving. You are here to serve somebody. You chose this job to serve somebody. Moving isn't easy, but it's sure darn rewarding when you leave and knowing that, hey, we gave everything we could to make that customer feel great today. That's kind of the goal that we have every single day that we walk into work.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
KTAR News now.
It's coming up on 5:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A man was found with sticks of dynamite in his vehicle outside of a rehab facility in Apache Junction today after police were called for a person experiencing a mental health crisis. Apache Junction, they were able to have a conversation with the individual when he revealed the explosives were in his vehicle. AJPS says the man was taken to a crisis healthcare facility safely. People are headed for the hills, or at least out of the desert. There's new data from the moving company Atlas that has Arizona ranked 6th in the nation for states where people are moving away. It's the second straight year outbound moves have outpaced inbound ones. A trend pollster Mike Noble with Noble Predictive Insights says is largely driven by housing affordability.
People who normally move up into a bigger home are now stuck because of the high interest rates and low inventory. That's created a kind of lock-in effect. And it puts extra pressure on states with fast rising costs like Arizona.
Noble's polling earlier this year found that 1 in 4 Arizonans polled had seriously considered leaving Arizona due to the housing prices. A dramatic escalation today in ongoing tensions with Venezuela. The U.S. seizing an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. ABC's Martha Raddatz with reaction from President Trump, talking to reporters at the White House this afternoon.
Seizure of that oil tanker marks a new chapter in the pressure campaign on Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
So how far would you go to take Maduro out of office?
I don't want to say that,
But you want to see him out?
His days are numbered.
Can you rule out an American ground invasion?
I don't want to rule in or out. I don't talk about it.
And it's not just Venezuela. President Trump warning Colombia's president that he better wise up or he'll be next.
Time to check traffic and get you home. Here's Sean Koner live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thanks, Becky Lynn. I-10 Papago west of 7th Avenue. An earlier car fire in the HOV lane has been extinguished, but you're still fighting residual slowing all the way back to the mini stack. I-17 northbound, you're tapping the brakes starting at the stack transition up through Metro Center and on your surface streets in Glendale, an accident at 35th Avenue in Glendale. This traffic report brought to you by AZ Trim Light. Limited install dates left before Christmas. Book now or wait until January and get 20% off. Visit aztrimlight.com today. That's a look at your traffic. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News.
Clear skies and 50 for our overnight low. And then tomorrow's high about 79, 78 Friday and Saturday. Right now, checking the temp in Maricopa, we've got 64 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Chris Merrill from the Chris and Joe Show. If you look around and see 20-somethings rocking designer clothes, handbags, luxury cars, you might be tempted to think their parents are rich and spoiling the kids. And while their parents might be rich, the kids are not. The nasty cycle of debt. And we can blame on one obvious reason. Tomorrow at 2:30 on air and on the KTAR News YouTube channel.
It is Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Steve Goldstein and Ian Schwartz doing our best impersonations of Bruce and Gatos. Thanks for being with us today. Ian, great to have you on.
Great to be here. I'm not maybe screaming as much as Bruce would when it comes to topics he doesn't like. But happy to be here. Happy to help guys out at the holiday party.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, they can enjoy. And now, fortunately, we're not going to give away any secrets. Fortunately, it's not a BYOD. So, because someone had to experience that. No one who will be mentioned had to experience the BYOD.
Oh, the desserts.
Yeah.
Bring your desserts.
Yeah. Isn't that more of a potluck? I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah. The potlucks are fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, so President Trump, he's known to have some rhetoric. known to maybe use some hyperbole once in a while. So the Fed today lowered interest rates by 1/4 point, and looking at some of the things going on with the economy. President Trump, in an interview with Politico, decided to give the economy not an A plus, but an A plus plus.
A plus plus.
And so that begs the question of is he an easy grader on himself? Would he have been a professor we would have wanted in school?
I think maybe. I'll take any A plus plus I can get.
Because people are doing quite well. In some circles, I think people think things have improved since the Biden administration. Other circles, maybe not so much. We're still seeing high prices. Affordability is still a question. And we're finding that a lot of folks are still finding that grocery bills, utilities, healthcare, housing, all these things the trajectory is up as opposed to down.
Well, I think about the housing market, how many people are still waiting on the sidelines. The Fed, they're looking at two things here. They're looking at this pesky inflation, which hasn't changed that much. I think it's about where it was right as Biden was finishing.
Right. It's far from its worst, but not doing great.
Yeah, kind of that annoying amount. Yeah. But then they're also looking at some of the job numbers. And so they're trying to do this delicate dance. And if you look at Jerome Powell, they'll say, well, we only have so many tools, and we can only use them one at a time. And so they are looking at these things. And I know so many people wanting to buy a home or trying to refi, sitting at 7.5% rates.
Yeah.
And these, tough payments, just sitting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And when that exactly happens, I don't know if anyone knows, but it's, different pulses in different parts of the economy.
Well, it takes me back to that government shutdown, the longest federal government shutdown in U.S. history, which was not very long ago. And when I was sitting in with the boys, we talked with Jerry Brown from the St. Mary's Food Bank.
Yeah, great guy.
And one of the things that we discussed, of course, was just how many more people were in need because there were a lot of government workers who weren't getting a paycheck. And in a lot of cases, they were going to get back pay, but that doesn't help you for the month plus if you're not getting a pay, especially if you're hand to mouth. Living paycheck to paycheck. And so the dynamic here is, are we aware enough, not just us in the community, but policymakers, et cetera, of what people are really going through? Because President Trump can say what he wants. He will anyway, regardless of what we say.
Yeah.
But the feeling is then, are policymakers thinking the same thing? Are those in Congress thinking what he's thinking? Or are they listening to their constituents and saying, hey, glad to hear from folks who are doing well. We want you to be doing better. But we also have to acknowledge there's some folks who used to give to St. Mary's Food Bank who are now actually using their services. And
right.
So that's kind of a nerve-wracking moment as well.
Or volunteers.
Yes.
They had been there as volunteers and they're kind of returning as customers. And that, sadly has been going on for years. I mean, I'm there each year at the food bank, the holiday drives and stuff like that. And, since COVID, it's like the numbers keep going up. As far as how many people they're serving. And it's tough, especially if you're on a fixed income. Let's say you live in an apartment complex and then the landlord decides to, gussy things up. They do a little painting here. They got a new sign and then, well, now they're raising it $500 a month. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
For maybe some senior citizens that did everything they were supposed to in life. And, they dotted all their I's, crossed all their T's. And then all of a sudden, it is getting much harder, and they're not maybe living the retirement that they thought they were because of some of these pressures that just don't seem to be going away.
Well, we're talking about serious issues here, but I also have to go back a little bit to mentioning with President Trump giving the economy an A++. In the last little bit, Jeannie, our producer, brought up the fact that the president is now introducing a new visa, which is remarkable at a time when, He likes to make money. We know that about him.
Business guy.
And we'll use, apparently, the White House to do this. This was an interesting story. I didn't see enough of the details about it, but did you call that up?
I just saw a blip here. Hold on. It was a gold card. So I don't know if it's just, oh, no, there it is. Trump gold card.
Okay.
And you can apply for it.
Okay.
And his face is on it. Come on. We did not expect the face not to be on it.
Yeah, that's true.
Come
that's
on.
true. Yeah. Why do it otherwise?
That's right. A name would not have sufficed. But the one coming soon, and Huh, pretty wild.
So why would I want that? I'm trying to figure that out. I mean, if it were a collector's item and it cost me $5, okay, I get to get in that. But this is, so I have to pass the credit check in order to have this. No, it's.
Trying to read all the details here.
I know it's
for $2 million contribution, receive a U.S. residency. Oh, this was the skipping the line type deal.
Yeah, so
I think.
So that's a different component there. Okay.
Interesting.
Wow. All right. Well, now what would you if you could have your face on anything other than a credit card? What would it be?
I think maybe a bus.
Now, has that happened?
No.
Are you sure? Now with the Arizona
Rafi's
family
got
going
that
by?
covered. He's got that covered for sure.
I think that'd be great. All right, getting back to this just briefly. So a Politico poll said nearly half of Americans said they find groceries, utility bills, healthcare, housing, and transportation difficult to afford. 27% of Americans say they've skipped a medical checkup because of costs within the past 2 years. And late car payments are at a 15-year high. And you had some numbers that indicated not only the payments late, they are really going up in price.
Longer term loan terms. So like, what is it, 84 months or something?
Yeah.
Talking like 6, 7 years. Because what was a car, like 3 to 5 years was maybe common,
usually
like a
5
decade.
was max, yeah.
5 was max. Those are going out longer. And I can't say that I don't blame people. I mean, if you're going to get a lower rate and you're going to kind of have to stretch it out, I mean, some of these, a new car, they are not cheap. I think like a cheap car is probably $30,000.
Got to be.
Or something
now,
like that.
you and I would have no idea, obviously, driving Hondas with 118,000 miles on them.
Exactly.
Which, that was the synergy. When you said that, I knew that we had the connection. I'm like, yes.
That was the connection.
But so that kind of reminds me, though, when the idea was broached, and probably won't go anywhere, of the 50-year mortgage.
Yes, right.
So just let's make these things longer so that people are in debt longer, but at least you don't have to pay as much. And I get that too, unless there's an early payment penalty. Like let's say, okay, I need it to be stretch out, but I ended up getting a better job, so now I can pay it faster. No. We want you paying for 7 years.
But does anyone actually do that?
Well, a very small percentage. But if you want to get it off your back, maybe, or you want to, maybe you can trade up to another car, I suppose. I don't know. Yeah.
But I guess they're looking for, options for people to try to, this idea, the American dream and the picket fence and stuff like that.
Yeah.
New products, if you will. I mean, obviously there's a money-making element to it.
Yeah.
But also looking at how do we maybe make this option available to more people.
Well, maybe we'll luck out and find the first issue of Superman for like $3.9 million. Someone found it in their
That's
in
right.
Their attic
it was in their mother's attic.
Yeah. Wow.
Gotta dig into the crates.
Yeah. That's Ian Schwartz. I'm Steve Goldson. We're in for the boys who are on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Coming up, what can you expect when Durant's reopens for business next week? We'll give you an inside look. That's coming up next on Outspoken on KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and I've got great news for my friends at the Arizona Painting Company. First of all, you can go and get a free estimate. Just mention me. And here's the deal. If you schedule an interior or exterior project within the first 2 weeks of January, you get an additional 10% off. All you do is mention Gatos, and all you do is mention 2026 deal. Just say 2026 deal. You get an additional 10% off your project. The Arizona Painting Company. You want their phone number? I'll send it to you. Text the word paint to 620. They have the best and most skilled painters in Phoenix. Their crews are experienced, friendly, and best of all, they make sure you're 100% satisfied. I've used the Arizona Painting Company for well over 20 years. I've been talking about them on afternoons for 20 years. Schedule that interior or exterior project within the first 2 weeks of January, and you will get an additional 10% off. Just mention 2026 deal. Text the word paint to 620-620, and when you hire the Arizona Painting Company, you'll love watching paint dry.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefy.com/careers. That's yrefy.com/careers.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering. so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Kohl's Customer Appreciation Event is here, right in time for the gift exchange. Even though everyone pretends gifting isn't a competition, it kinda is. At Kohl's, save on gifts everyone will fight over. From sweaters and flannels to air fryers, toaster ovens, and more. Because deep down, the gift exchange isn't just about giving. It's also about winning. Shop Kohl's and save on top gifts now. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offers end December 14th. See store or kohls.com for details.
Thank you, K2 Vision. That's what I said too. Hey, it's Jim Sharp, and if you struggle with distance vision and now you need those pesky readers, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution. Plus, you'll never have to worry about getting a cataract. After 150,000 lens procedures, the K2 Vision doctors know if RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
A very dangerous product that's being sold in gas stations, smoke shops, and convenience stores.
Kratom is a drug often found at corner stores, and it's compared to opioids like heroin. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays warns more kids are becoming addicted to it. Arizona law prevents its sale to minors, but Mays warns parents some retailers are not complying or even directly marketing to those who are underage. She wants state lawmakers to increase penalties for those retailers. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking on traffic once again. The road home. Here's Sean Koner live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Westbound Loop 202 Red Mountain, heavy delays starting at 40th Street, taking you all the way to I-10 and 7th Avenue from an earlier car fire accident. And on I-17 northbound, you're tapping the brakes starting at the stack transition all the way through Northern. On your surface streets, couple new accidents in Phoenix, 43rd Avenue and Bethany Home Road, and on Ray Road just west of I-10. This traffic report brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyotathon is on. Choose from all your favorites like Tacoma, Tundra, 4Runner, or Camry. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. That's a look at your traffic. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Every strawberry, every apple, every beet bunch at Natural Grocers is 100% organic. Natural Grocers is unwavering in their commitment to organic products. While other stores might tease you with organic sections that are mixed with conventional produce, when you shop at Natural Grocers, there's no guesswork and no possibility of cross-contamination from synthetic pesticides. Discover our always affordable, truly organic produce today. Find your store at naturalgrocers.com.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. When the county board voted against the rezoning near Whitman, many thought BNSF scrapped plans for a giant railroad logistics hub. But on Arizona's Morning News Thursday, we'll tell you how plans are still in place. They just changed.
Don't miss a moment of Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Take us anywhere. Listen live or catch up on demand in the KTAR News app at KTAR.com or wherever you get your podcasts. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. People, psychiatry. With Ian Schwartz, I'm Steve Goldstein. We are in for the fellas here on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. And, you know, if you ever wanted to eat a big, fat, juicy steak, one good place to do it is Durant's, which has been closed for a while, even though it's been open mostly for 75 years. Ian, as part of his TV duties at Arizona's Family, got a chance to see what's going on in there before the grand opening. What stood out to you?
It's a tough job sometimes. Go check out this awesome steakhouse. Yeah. Well, now the food was display, so it wasn't like I walked out with a $130 porterhouse.
Okay,
or something.
okay.
I thought what stood out, so the previous owners sold it in February. They had run it, I think, 3 generations. They said, you know what, we need a break. It's bittersweet. It was a good reason, you know. They wanted to, you know, try some new things, enjoy retirement. How little that they changed, which was, I think, the goal.
Yeah.
And I actually just got a text from a friend. He said, all right, well, what was it really like? What did they change? What happened? And it still has that kind of classic old school steakhouse vibe. These big, giant red booths that would swallow you and your date whole. The lighting and red, which is kind of a theme in there. Beautiful bar. The bar looks the same for the most part. Most famously, if you've been to Durant's, you enter through the kitchen.
Yeah.
So you walk right through the kitchen. It's hustling, bustling. Feel like Ray Liotta and Goodfellas.
Every theme song coming, yeah.
Yeah, you know. And you felt really special doing that. And people really wanted that part of it to stay. And it did. They've updated the kitchen a little bit, and there's a little less room to walk, but still a straight, clear path you walk past. And I walked in there this morning, and they were hustling and bustling, getting stuff ready to have some of these demo plates to show off the food. But I had talked to the owners, and he said, listen, it is a refresh, not a renovation, because that would, I think, be really problematic if it was unrecognizable. I had a guy on Instagram. He said, I'm glad they didn't Gen Z it up and, you know, take out all the color and these tiny little chairs or whatever. But they kept it that kind of classic look because this place has history. I mean, 75 years.
History and character for sure,
Tons of it.
Yeah.
I thought I read, maybe it was a Republic article, that John Wayne had been there.
I think so.
I mean, famous movie stars. Like, it was the place to be. Politicians, newlyweds, first dates, maybe last dates. You know, it didn't go so well.
Well, to stay with the real flavor of that, did they, at any point when you're standing there, you're looking at the food display, you're talking to people, did anyone come up to you and say, hey, listen, Ian, don't turn around. Okay, I got you covered. Because that was part of history too. This idea that there were deals made. Mostly legal, maybe not all.
We do have a bit of a mob history in this town, if you go back far enough. But the guys who took it over, they're not just, you know, a couple of clowns who said, hey, we want to open a restaurant, we got a bunch of money. Because I don't know what the price was, but I guarantee it was not cheap to buy this place. Because you're buying that name, you know, and building, you know, imagine if you're buying like the Coca-Cola brand, you know, obviously it's not the same thing, but it's this thing that is built up over years and years and years. And it's a Mastro family. You probably recognize Mastro's. They eventually sold those, but now they run Dominic's, Steak 44, Ocean's 44, very successful around the valley. And they said they were so honored to be part of this. They used to go to this steakhouse. And so to now have it in their catalog was such a cool thing.
So for you with that TV salary, you'll be heading over there pretty soon, right?
I might take a couple of paychecks.
All right, so what before we go to break, what looked best to you? Like, what do you really want to try that maybe you haven't tried before?
The porterhouse looked amazing. Delicious. I'm a ribeye guy. I love a good ribeye, but it was the stuff that's still on the menu. They have these potatoes au gratin.
Oh, yeah.
That they were famous for. Those are still on the menu.
Okay, so Durant's.
Yeah.
Very exciting. That's Ian Schwartz. I'm Steve Goldstein. We're in for the boys here on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Still to come, is the U.S. at war with Venezuela? We'll get more details on that coming up. Stay with us on KTAR News.
It's one thing to save for retirement. It's entirely another thing to be ready for retirement. Hey, it's Bruce St. James, and Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan. A plan that wasn't about guesswork. It was about peace of mind. Their fiduciary advisors sat down with me, explained everything in terms that I could understand, gave me options, asked me questions, and never once did they try to sell me something I didn't need. I'm a client, and I refer my friends and family to them because I couldn't be any happier. If you want a clear path forward, well, call Trajan Wealth today. The number is 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered, investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 five-star reviews say it all. Call 480-666-9943 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News, Arizona's only all-news morning show.
Pima Maricopa Indian Community is planning a massive land redevelopment near the intersection of Loops 101 and 202. The community plans to turn 270 acres of a sand and rock mine into a mixed-use development featuring hospitality, retail, entertainment, and office spaces.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for the great people at Red Mountain Weight Loss. First of all, low T start for free. For a limited time, Red Mountain Weight Loss is waiving your TRT startup fee. That's low testosterone, and it's treatable. You also, if you want to supercharge your metamorphosis, for a limited time, you can add GLP to shed the excess weight for as low as $149 a month. Gain muscle, lose fat, boost your stamina at the office and in the bedroom. Lose that bod that you don't like and get that physique you want to get back. Don't be fooled by the late-night supplement ads. Nothing boosts testosterone like real testosterone. This is not a booster. And for a limited time, they're waiving their startup fee. Get started today. GLP-1 is going to help you for $149 a month, and the TRT replacement is going to get you back on track. Pick up your smartphone, dial pound 250, keyword Red Mountain. Do it right now. You're going to love them. Smartphone, pound 250, keyword Red Mountain.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Need to feed a crowd? Let Venencia's bring the flavor to your next event. We know you have a lot of options when feeding a large group. Ordering directly from Venencia's means you get the best service and the absolute best pricing. There's no per-person fee. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll come up with the perfect plan to ensure everyone is well-fed and happy. Invite Venencia's to the table. Visit Venencias.com, and we'll take care of the rest. That's Venencias.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because Comfort Specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR, that's 602-2, then our EP AIR for Parker & Sons.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. What's happening in your community? ABC 15 is here to listen, to lift up your voice and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
6 o'clock, I'm Brandon King for KTAR News. Here's what you need to know right now. President Trump announced the seizure of an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela.
This is the Trump administration's latest attempt to put pressure on Venezuela President Nicolas Maduro, who was charged with narco-terrorism in the United States. Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego tells CNN before he makes a decision, he needs to know more information.
What authority do we have? I mean, if we didn't have any authority to take this tanker, then, that's somewhat piracy.
Gallego also adds that even though he sees the Venezuela president as an evil and corrupt dictator, he is worried about where Trump's actions might lead.
My biggest fear, though, is when you start doing actions like this, when you start playing the drumbeats of war, eventually it does actually escalate into war.
The seizure was led by the U.S. Coast Guard and supported by the Navy, according to a U.S. official. Elizabeth Klein, KTAR News.
Apache Junction police officers found sticks of dynamite in a man's vehicle outside of an Apache Junction rehab facility today. Police were called for a man experiencing a mental health crisis, and after officers were able to establish a conversation with him, he revealed there were explosives in his vehicle. APS says the man was connected with the proper mental health resources and was transported to a crisis facility. And a plan passed by the Phoenix City Council reduced the energy burden on households came together in large part due to community support. That's according to Dr. Carlos Aguilar, the Phoenix energy manager. He says the community feedback has been good for creating new ideas as well as identifying pitfalls in current programs and their policies.
Some noted that bill assistance programs often delay rather than reduce energy debt, creating ongoing stress instead of long-term relief.
According to the plan, more than 82,000 Phoenix households are facing a high energy burden. That's defined as spending more than 6% of your monthly take-home pay on energy bills.
A very dangerous product that's being sold in gas stations, smoke shops, and convenience stores.
A growing concern about a readily available drug that's often compared to the strengths of opioids.
That drug is kratom, which is not illegal, nor is it an actual opioid, despite having comparable effects. Arizona law does prevent its sale to minors and bars adding other substances to products containing it, but Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays says there are retailers breaking those rules.
It's like the Feel Free tonic, a little purple bottle in gas stations, commonly known as legal morphine, it's not legal, or gas station heroin.
She wants lawmakers to tighten up Arizona's Kratom Consumer Protection Act and increase penalties, also warning parents the drug is sometimes marketed directly to minors. Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
And if you're planning on visiting a park in Maricopa County next year, it's going to cost you more.
To spend a day at a county park, expect to pay $10 per vehicle. That's a jump of $3. Annual passes will go up $35 to $120. Camping and reservation fees will also climb, along with fees for special use permits, land use permits, and event area rentals. The Board of Supervisors say the fee hike was necessary in order to keep up park operations, enhance the visitor experience, and protect the natural resources. Look for more increases in 2027 and 2028. Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
On Wall Street today, the Dow jumped 497 on the announcement that the Fed would cut interest rates. The S&P up 46, the Nasdaq up 77. For more money news, visit thebusinesshour.com. It's got to be a check of your roadways. Live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, Sean Koner is here to tell us.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. Westbound Loop 202 Red Mountain, heavy delays starting at 32nd Street, taking you all the way to I-10 and 7th Avenue from an earlier car fire. That's cleared, but you're still dealing with the residual slowing from that. I-17 northbound, you're tapping the brake lights starting at Thomas Road up through Glendale, and a couple new accidents on the surface streets. A car-motorcycle accident at the intersection of 19th Avenue and Osborne, and an accident on Ray Road just west of I-10. This traffic report brought to you by AMWA. From 10 Valley cities to millions millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. That's a look at your traffic. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News.
KTAR weather for the Valley. Highs in the mid to high 70s, 78 today, 78 tomorrow, and 79 expected Friday and Saturday as clouds start to roll in late Saturday. Clear skies tonight and a low of 48. It's currently 69 degrees in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Weather replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Brandon King for Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
In for Bruce and Gatos, Steve Goldstein and Ian Schwartz. Ian, it's the third hour of the program, which I've heard is
what I've
a lot
been
of people
told.
say that, yes. Just announced David Byrne from the Talking Heads is coming to Arizona Financial Theater for his Who is the Sky tour.
Nice.
Tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m., but you can win a pair of tickets now by texting SKY to 620-620. That's SKY to 620-620. So, Ian, we're just watching some video up here on I guess we have CNN.
You got them all up
and
here.
News Nation and all the other ones. So we're seeing video of U.S. soldiers seizing an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. So I think when you and I first read that, it's like, okay, that seems like a lot. That seems like a pretty major step. But then when you actually see the video of it, it's really striking, isn't it?
They are landing on this vessel. They have machine guns, and they're kind of storming it.
Yeah.
Not a ton of details. The president said that it was a large tanker and that, according to a Times article, that, quote, other things are happening. So why? He said it was seized for a very good reason. So my first thought was, okay, are these alleged drug boats, are they looking for other ways, if that is what is happening? Did they think there was drugs on there? Is that, what it seems like the story keeps developing. Yeah. And I don't know if escalate is a word because we're not at war, but escalating tensions.
Tensions for sure. And what comes to mind for me is, and this, I happen to drive a car that is gas powered. I do not have a hybrid or an electric car. But it does feel like on the international stage, doesn't it feel like we kind of as a country obsess about oil? And this is Venezuela's an oil supplier.
Known for it. Some have asked, is that part of this? Obviously the president, the military is saying we're getting to these drug boats. Is there other things? There's been talk of regime change. Is this part of a bigger plan to get the Venezuelan leader out of there, Maduro? They understandably are not happy with this. The quote I saw from the Venezuelan government, they said it was a, quote, bare-faced robbery and an act of international piracy.
Well, we'll have to see. It doesn't, like we said, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look like something that was where troops were needed. In fact, so Politico is where we've looked. And, of course, Politico we talked about a little bit before because President Trump, that's the publication where President Trump said the economy was A++. You'd think of the economy A++, we wouldn't necessarily have to go stopping oil tankers. But he, in this interview with Politico, he repeatedly declined to rule out sending troops to Venezuela to bring down leader Nicolas Maduro, whom Trump accused of exporting drugs and criminals to the United States. And, boy, it feels like we're getting into territory where neither one of us knows enough to make the answer here. But I'm struck by the idea of drug boats, so we're going to kill survivors, which is usually not the policy of the U.S., and then we're going to seize tankers, also not a typical policy. So if President Trump wanted to shake things up, he's certainly doing that.
Yeah, and I think, I guess the American public will say how involved in this
usually
do we want to,
usually doesn't want to send troops in for things.
Yeah, okay, maybe they can stomach, some can stomach, okay, some of these smaller boats, being annihilated. Obviously, some people are completely against that idea too.
Yeah.
But how interested, if the plan is regime change with Maduro, is the American public invested in that, and what do they think they'll get out of that?
I'm not going to surprise you by saying that politicians and elected officials contradict themselves all the time. But
Happens.
But it is funny with part of President Trump's popularity among those who consider themselves MAGA is that he did not want us to be involved in foreign wars. And he's kind of made it, I'm going to say not crystal clear, but mostly clear as far as how the Ukraine situation's been handled, that, okay, he usually eventually bends and say, okay, we don't want Russia to just take them over, but let's get some negotiation. But people say, well, you're not sending troops to Ukraine. Of course, I'm not going to do that, but involved in some way. And Venezuela, I think, here's what it comes down to for me. If, in fact, this is to do something bigger and maybe have some sort of unofficial or official war, you actually have to make a real case. And that's one of the things I think President Trump has not been great at. He's incredibly good with sound bites. He's very charismatic. But what's the case beside the fact that you think Maduro is exporting drugs? So is the next step to seize a Mexican oil tanker? And what's going on?
Well, exactly. I mean, there's lots of drugs that come over the Mexico border.
Yeah.
And other countries south of here, China has a role in fentanyl production.
Yeah.
So
Kratom.
what is
Rumors about Kratom?
Kratom as well. We just heard about that. What is the palette? To what end, I guess, drugs are the focus. Will the American public allow interventions in these countries? A big part of the campaigning was, no new wars, trying to solve, and they're still working on that, Ukraine, Israel, and Gaza, and there seems to be temporary progress on that. But then there's this little kind of issue happening a little closer to home with these new layers that are being added.
It's probably not a good idea to determine policy based on whether the American public is familiar with people. There's old man on the street interviews or person on the street interviews. What percentage of Americans do you think even know who Nicolas Maduro is? Or if they do, what country he leads? And should that be a factor? Should it matter? Because it's one of those where, well, we don't know anything about this guy, so he's clearly not affecting our lives that much, so stop doing this, or not.
Yeah, I mean, does the average American care that he's a heavy-handed leader, or their economy has problems? How much are they invested in, or is it more of kind of America first, which is more of an isolated approach to these things?
Yeah, and the oil prices at least rose a little bit this afternoon by 1.3% as reports of the seizure circulated throughout the day. That's something I think people are going to keep an eye on. Talk about affordability.
Right.
Could that potentially lead to higher gas prices? People are really going to hate that.
And then you have these comments from the Venezuelan government talking about international piracy, barefaced robbery. But then tomorrow we may see a clip from Maduro dancing and saying peace, 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 and some of these other things. So there's kind of this not tightrope that's being walked. Like these things are happening, but Maduro has not come out and said, okay, well, now we're going to do this or we're going to do that.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of activity in the Caribbean Sea that we really haven't seen in a long time, with some warships and buildup.
Yeah, foreign policy is not an easy bag to handle. That's got to be the hardest part of being a president, regardless of what your philosophies are, I would think. So anyway, we'll see if we are at war with Venezuela. I'm going to say I hope not, because going to war is not a great thing for anybody.
Yeah.
But, we will just have to keep an eye on that, and we'll see how it goes. Anyway, we're going to change up a little bit. Ian Schwartz and Steve Goldstein in here. Coming up, is vulgarity in vogue for politicians? It sure seems to be. It seems like people are swearing a lot more.
Got to be careful with this story.
Letting those expletives fly.
That's still under FCC rules here.
Absolutely. Ian Schwartz and Steve Goldstein in for Bruce and Gatos on Outspoken. We continue after this on KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and celebrate year-end savings during Howard Air and Plumbing's holiday sales event. For a limited time, and when you mention Gatos, you can save up to $6,900 in combined rebates and tax credits on brand new systems from Trane. Plus, get 0% financing on approved credit, and keep your system running strong this season with a heating and cooling system service, now only $99. And keep your home's plumbing running smoothly for the holidays. You're going to get a free plumbing service call if you mention Gatos, plus 10% off any plumbing repair. Hey, does your home have a clogged drain? Get a professional drain clearing for only $59. And be sure to visit Howard Air and Plumbing Showroom and Design Center. located off the I-17 and Bell Road. Open Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 602-953-2766 or schedule your appointment online. HowardAir.com. Some restrictions apply.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:14, I'm Brandon King for KTAR News.
Moving out.
People are packing up and leaving Arizona faster than they're coming in. That's according to national moving company Atlas, which shows 57% of Arizona moves are leaving the state. That ranks 6th for states with the highest round of outbound moves. And again, getting ready to pay more for visits to Maricopa County parks. The Board of Supervisors voted to raise daily entry fees for each vehicle next year to $10. That's an increase of $3. Annual passes will go up to $120, a $35 increase. You'll also see a hike in camping fees. You're more than 15 minutes away from your news, traffic, and weather here on KTAR News. Let's turn over to Sean Koner with a check on the roadways live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, guys, westbound Loop 202, Red Mountain, heavy delays starting at 32nd Street all the way to the I-10 Papago Freeway at 7th Ave. Car fire. And also just in, I-17 southbound just before your Deer Valley exit, an accident off left blocking the HOV lane, and an injury accident in Glendale at 43rd Avenue and Olive. This traffic report brought to you by Primavera Online. For nearly 25 years strong, Primavera offers a cutting-edge, tuition-free online K-12 education. Choose Primavera.com. That's a look at your traffic. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with your guest hosts, Ian and Steve.
All right, Sean, thank you so much. Doing a great job there with traffic. And thank you very much to Sun Lakes. We appreciate you being on board with us. Outspoken with Bruce and Gato, Steve Goldstein, and Ian Schwartz in for the fellas today. So we're going to have to be very careful in this segment, Ian.
Yes, please.
Because we are told that there are certain things you're not allowed to say on a live microphone.
That's right.
And I think we're pretty aware of what those are. But this was a story I saw earlier today, and I wanted to talk with you about it. So according to the AP, one thing the politicians from the Republican and Democratic parties are agreeing on right now is it's okay to swear a lot more than it used to be.
Let them fly.
Yeah, so the example they used in the first paragraph is, as he shook President Barack Obama's hand and pulled him in for what he thought was a private aside, Vice President Joe Biden delivered an explicit message. This is a big F deal. The remark overheard on live microphones at a 2010 ceremony for the Affordable Care Act caused a sensation because open profanity from a national leader was unusual at the time, but more than 15 years later, vulgarity is now in vogue. Does it feel that way?
I think so. I mean, I love a hot mic. I love a hot mic slip up, whether it's an
You've got in the back pocket. You go to the bathroom. That's a famous thing that's happened before.
The naked gun.
Naked gun, of course. Yes,
that.
yes.
I feel like it was. It's always happened. I mean, people have cussed, since words were invented. Even cavemen probably cussed. But it does feel a bit more frequent. Or is it just that this video is everywhere? As soon as this happens, boom, it's on X or Twitter or Facebook. But, I've seen rallies that the president has had, not like the big, like George Carlin cuss words.
Yeah.
It's kind of the lower level, the lower tier ones, which on my first day here, I'm not going to say.
No, absolutely not. Of course not.
But both parties, maybe it's more acceptable. Is it more acceptable just in polite society? I know that sounds weird to say polite society and then with the F word attached to it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, do you cuss more than you did 20 years ago?
I don't think I do. And, I'm one of these, I like civility. Let's be nice to each other, which is impossible, but we try our best to be, kind to each other in most situations. But I think, so this is going to be my cynicism about politicians a little bit.
Good to have.
Yes. Is that there are times, President Trump is someone who doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, doesn't do drugs. I mean, that's absolutely, I believe that he has never done those things.
Said his brother, I think, struggled with alcohol. And
he was just like, not going to do those things. Yeah. And he is someone who grew up with privilege. That doesn't mean he wouldn't swear or whatever. But he strikes me as a guy who, when he does it, it's a little bit of a performance. And I wonder if we're going to get that from more politicians these days, too, because they're thinking, okay, I can relate to the more common person, thinking that the more common person swears all the time. Which, who knows? We don't know if that's true or not. But maybe they're making that assumption. He's like, well, I'm going to throw in this is a blank hole country or something like that, because this is going to show that, I'm with you. I'm not talking above you. I'm not one of these people who's I don't stick my nose in the air talking about when I went to Harvard or something. I'm right there on the ground with you. So is that possible, or am I being too cynical?
I think so. Yeah, it's I'm not using these $10,000 words. It's also about standing out.
Yeah.
I mean, a good, well-placed cuss word also adds some color.
Absolutely.
I don't use them on the air, but in my private life, sometimes pepper the sentences with them. But it still is sometimes shocking when it happens and it does get attention.
Yeah.
And so maybe that is, but that was also kind of his brand saying, hey, political correctness and maybe, profanity is kind of woven into that. Like, we're not doing that anymore. And it's okay. I mean, it doesn't necessarily, it's okay to cuss, but that's kind of part of it. Like, that's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
And, maybe that's something we'll be seeing more. I don't know.
Now, neither one of us was alive in the 50s, but there's among the sides, from the negative standpoint, they want to take us back to the 50s when women didn't have as many rights. People of color didn't have as many rights. All these other things were going on. And yet there's a part of me that thinks, well, did they swear less in the 50s? Because I don't, there's the assumption, I think because 50s movies and TV didn't, there was never a love scene per se. I mean, you would the lights go out, boom, that was it. I don't know. Are we missing something by not having all the swearing, by not having nude scenes? I mean, I don't know. I feel like those things are available if we want them. So do they have to be? Is it making our society any better to have these things mainstreamed?
I mean, if you overuse them, maybe they lose their impact.
Yeah.
Just like with anything. If you're in a relationship and you're just overly showering someone with the attention, like, okay, there's no chase, involved.
Right. Yeah.
And maybe it's the same thing with cussing. I don't necessarily remember JFK saying, ask not what you can do for your F-word country. F-word country. That's what.
Yeah.
Or what your country can do for you.
Yeah.
I don't remember that in that quote.
Well, did the F and FDR stand for something different? I don't know. Couldn't actually say his full name.
But I feel like they were released later. There was some old clips of these guys, FDR, but they were not, at public speeches. From what I remember, they were kind of like hot mic situations.
Yeah.
I don't tend to mind it.
Yeah.
But I also maybe cuss a little more, not more than the average person. But
but we're not kids, and I would think few of our listeners are kids. But I wonder if we just stopped reacting to some stuff. And I think parents, probably for good reason, are guilty of the first time their son or daughter, more likely their son, probably says the F word.
I think I remember distinctly when my mom.
Yes.
Or when you hear your parents say it.
Yes.
Maybe the S word I'd hear.
Yeah.
But I do not remember often my mom or dad using the F word. I grew up in the 90s. I'm 45.
Yeah.
It was not a common thing.
No.
And it was shocking, absolutely shocking if I heard it.
Well, because then it's one of those things you have to kind of measure in your little brain as a kid to say, okay, was that because they're just kind of telling a story, or they're really angry? Because it's probably one of the two, right?
That's right.
It's like I'm relating something that was hilarious, and so they use the F word. But wow, it's one of those things. I mean, I don't think it's something we need to overdo, but there are times where I wonder if we're just using it, as you said, maybe we're less shocked by it. And if we're less shocked by it, maybe that's good, because maybe the words will kind of lose their meaning. We'll come up with some other word for these things, and no one will know it's an obscenity. Hey, we'll have a good time with it.
Don't say 6'7". Don't do that.
No,
thing.
I'm not going to do that. Not going to do it.
We won't do that. Hopefully, that's on the way out now that adults are using that.
Yes.
So that
oh my God,
there's hope for the
that's
parents.
usually what happens.
Oh yeah,
right?
we ruin it for the kids.
Okay, so White House spokesperson Liz Houston said Trump, quote, doesn't care about being politically correct. He cares about making America great again. Thanks for sneaking that in. The American people love how authentic, transparent, and effective the president is, end quote. So maybe that goes to what I was saying. I was saying maybe it was inauthentic, but if in fact that's how he speaks, maybe that's okay.
We're part of the brand.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Because even though sticks and stones may break your bones,
that's right,
but names can never hurt you. I mean, in this case, yeah, maybe it's not something to worry about, but it is something interesting. AP News, again, had that story about vulgarity in vogue for politicians. I'm Steve Goldstein, in with Ian Schwartz. We are here for the boys on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Coming up, what if Mexico needed to check your social media accounts before you get to Cancun? Would you give up your data?
Oh,
We're going to talk about that That's coming up on Outspoken on KTAR News.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
It's Gatos, and now is the best time to get your windows replaced by Advanced Window Products. They've got their year-end sale. Get this, ready? $2,500 off when you mention Gatos and when you purchase 10 windows or more. Advanced Window Products, a local company that sells direct to the public. It's also a family-owned business. They specialize in custom vinyl replacement windows and doors for 39 years, servicing satisfied customers since 1986. If your windows are leaking air, discolored, warping, or have condensation between the panes, it's time to get those windows replaced and save money now. Call 480-764-2002. They build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. Year-end sale, $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. 480-764-2002. Online, advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Want to hear from all the GOP candidates for governor in the 2026 election? Want to hear from the candidates running for Arizona's wide open seats in Congress and next year's big midterm election? Well, then join me, Jim Sharp, for the AZ Political Podcast. Get it at the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
Hey, if you've gotten a mortgage in the last 3 years, it's time to listen up. It's Mike Broomhead for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. But how do you know if it's the right time? Lund Mortgage will track the rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email them, ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice, full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Gold is around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. And they're paying top dollar. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash. Estates Roadshow is happening all week, Monday through Friday in Chandler at the Crown Plaza on Arizona Avenue, right off Chandler Boulevard. Get cash for the holidays at estatesroadshow.com. That's estatesroadshow.com.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
KTAR News now.
KTAR News Time at 6:30. Good evening. I'm Brandon King. Here's what you need to know right now.
A very dangerous product that's being sold in gas stations, smoke shops, and convenience stores.
Kratom is a drug often found at corner stores. It's being compared to opioids like heroin, and Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is warning more kids are getting addicted to it. Arizona law prevents its sale to minors. That being said, Mays warns parents that some retailers are not complying or even directly marketing to those underage. She wants state lawmakers to increase penalties for those retailers. Phoenix will be moving forward on an energy plan meant to reduce energy burdens across the city.
The Phoenix City Council approved the new Energy Access Plan unanimously 8-0. The plan aims to increase energy access through multiple means, including expanding assistance programs and improving access to solar energy. Phoenix Energy Manager Dr. Carlos Aguiar says the plan is important because currently 1 in 7 households in the city suffer from high energy costs.
Of those, nearly all are low income. This means thousands of families are struggling to keep the lights on and their homes comfortable, especially during extreme summer.
A high energy burden is defined as spending more than 6% of your monthly income on energy-related bills like heating and air conditioning. William Padmore, KTAR News.
Erica Kirk, the widow of political activist Charlie Kirk, is speaking out against online conspiracy theories about the burial of her late husband. She tells Fox News her decision not to share the location of her husband's burial is meant to maintain their privacy, not to hide anything suspicious.
Can my babies have one thing where we hold it sacred, where my husband is laid to rest, where I don't have to be worried about some secular revolutionary coming and destroying my husband's grave?
She says a full memorial will be built at the Turning Point USA headquarters. And last night, the Scottsdale Unified School Board voted 3-2 to shut down Pima Elementary and Echo Canyon schools in 2026. According to the district, it'll save $2.5 million. Both schools have less than 300 students. The district will now redraw its boundaries. So to read more education stories, go to KTAR.com/education. And the Phoenix Suns are back on the court this evening in Oklahoma City, taking on the Thunder. It's now the second quarter. Suns are down by 15. Thunder are at 57. Suns at 42 points. Catch all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. The number 1 ranked Arizona Wildcat men are in Alabama to take on the number 12 Crimson Tide Saturday night. Arizona State will host Santa Clara. Sports is brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Let's grab you a traffic check live from the Valley Chevy Dodge Traffic Center. Here is Sean Toner.
Thanks, Brendan. Your freeways are clearing up now. We've got one remaining accident clearing up at southbound I-17 at Deer Valley. Still restricting the HOV lane, but not much else going on there. On your surface streets, another story. In Glendale, an injury accident at 43rd Avenue, just south of Olive, with medical units on scene. Watch for that there. In Phoenix, a collision northbound 7th Street just before McDowell. And in the Northwest Valley, an accident in Sun City as you head northwest on Grand at 99th Avenue. This traffic report brought to you by AZ Trim Light. Limited install dates left before Christmas, so book now or wait until January and get 20% off. Visit aztrimlight.com today. That's your traffic update. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News.
And KTAR weather for the Valley, low tonight of 48 degrees, sunshine today, tomorrow, and Friday, though clouds rolling in Saturday. Clear skies tonight, a low of 48, highs in the 78 to 79 range tomorrow and Friday. It is currently 67 degrees in Tempe. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Brandon King for Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Chris Merrill from The Chris and Joe Show. If you look around and see 20-somethings rocking designer clothes, handbags, luxury cars, you might be tempted to think their parents are rich and spoiling the kids. And while their parents might be rich, the kids are not. The nasty cycle of debt. And we can blame on one obvious reason. Tomorrow at 2:30 on air and on the KTAR News YouTube channel.
It is Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Steve Goldstein and Ian Schwartz sitting in for Bruce and Gatos as they enjoy the holiday party.
The old holiday party.
Yeah, that's, do you think they're actually at the holiday party?
I think so.
Okay, all right.
If there's free food and booze, they better behave themselves.
They better.
Holiday parties can be dangerous.
Oh, yeah, we're not even going to get into that for sure. But thankful again for Mrs. Gatos for those amazing cookies that were brought in yesterday.
They were so good.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Probably the softest Christmas cookie I've ever had in my life.
Oh,
now, this is coming from a Jewish guy, but whatever.
Hey, at least we didn't have any potato pancakes, Andy, so,
Oh, that sounds pretty good, too, right about now.
Okay, so something came down that is so confusing, I think, to both of us. And I don't know, how much of a world traveler are you?
Decent.
When you can.
When I can.
Yeah.
I mean, I try to, if I can, once a year, but it doesn't always happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the U.S., apparently, because of the Trump administration, wants to mandate social media checks for tourists who come in from certain countries. Social media for 5 years. So the great tease question we had, which I will use again, which I think is fantastic. What if Mexico needed to check your social media accounts before you get into Cancun? I enjoy Canada. What if I wanted to go to Victoria or something?
Right.
And it's like, oh, man, you know what? That one post you had about that fill-in you did on KTAR with Ian Schwartz, we're not letting you in, okay?
Steve, you were talking about poutine 3 years ago on your Twitter account. What was that about? Or what's the famous Tim Hortons?
Yeah. Did you call me a hoser? Because that's simply, but I mean, it's not quite that absurd, but almost getting there. So what was your first reaction when you heard about this? The idea that looking at social media, because I think we both think there's something to this, maybe, and yet some of it almost seems like, okay, what on your Insta or your gram, as you might call it?
Yeah, on the gram. I think. Well, my first thought was this has already been done to some respect. I mean, there are whole, digital departments, the DoD, NSA, FBI, that whole, rooms of people dedicated to looking at that stuff. A lot of it's, other channels, Discord, WhatsApp, Signal. These are used internationally a lot more, or journalists use them sometimes. Hegseth, that was the Signal Gate thing. That was because it's encrypted and stuff like that. So I think they're looking at those things, dark web underground stuff where a lot of this chatter happens. But I wondered what needs to be said, and how many points would you lose in this application process or whatever it is. If it was a casual, were you talking about guns in America, and let's say you're from England and that's not really as much of a problem, and it was just a kind of casual comment. Would that be something that they would pause your entry for?
And how political is this going to be? Is this something of this real policy that were implemented? Is this one that, well, maybe even a Democrat in the White House thinks, you know what, I don't necessarily think that, but I'm not going to get rid of that. That might be an effective way for us to fight terrorism potentially. And yet at the same time, since 9/11, there's been a lot of concern about civil liberties generally. And I think for a lot of us, not long after 9/11, it was like, okay, I mean, I'm not really thrilled that you're going to be looking at stuff, but I understand why.
Yeah.
The further we move away from that, doesn't mean we're safe, but it means further we can get from that. It's like, can't I have... Knowing you don't go on social media to have privacy,
right?
But you do feel like you should be allowed to say certain things that are not necessarily. And we both have seen many controversial things, but I would be surprised if either one of us had done something. Like I may have retweeted the Homer Simpson meme. I mean that's about as edgy as I get.
You're gone, Steve. Yeah. That's problems. You're not getting into Canada. Yeah, it's. Will it be specific countries? What type of language? Obviously, a crazy terroristic threat. Probably not wise.
Right.
Probably not wise.
It would be great if we could actually find that. On a main site like that.
Is a terrorist putting on his, Instagram feed or her Instagram feed, hey, I'm going to do this, this, and this, and this? Probably not. So something so overt, I don't think would be found out.
What if there's a great photo of a meal and a person says, oh my gosh, this was this... God, what would it be? I'm gonna say
duck, Peking duck.
I mean, I made this incredible Peking duck in Death to America. I mean, would they do that? Probably not.
Yes, I don't know. Or it's written in the mashed potatoes. I don't know if you'd have that with Peking duck. I don't know, rice.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's the idea is to maybe look at all outlets. I mean, billions of people are on social media every single day.
Yeah.
I'm sure some folks who want to do bad things to our country are meeting on social media. It has to be an outlet for folks.
Yeah.
But of course, it will bring up concerns about speech. But are you afforded the same speech while trying to get into the country? You're not necessarily here yet.
No,
and that's another question I had. Do you get that same
the First Amendment freedom protection?
First Amendment freedom.
Yeah.
If you're not quite here yet.
Yeah, and I think there could be variations on that, and I wouldn't be opposed to that. But I guess there is that feeling of, and I brought this up before, it really sticks in my mind, though, the idea that what if I'm an American citizen who's an expat or is traveling somewhere, but because everybody knows everything about everybody, then there's something that I have written on there that isn't especially inflammatory, but maybe it's something that is not necessarily beloved by the current administration. Could that be a backlash for me when I'm saying, well, I'm an American, I'm able to say this, especially if it's not a threat of any kind, just my opinion?
Or a comedian. I mean, I think of Dave Chappelle, Lenny Bruce, George Carlin. I mean, they had plenty of not nice things to say about the federal government, the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Is that
their brand to some extent?
That was their brand. Is that different? And is it going to be people who are trying to stay here for a long time, or is it just people vacationing? And when is that? Because, you know, a lot of these CPB checks, that's right there. I mean, they're not going to be able to go through 5 years of, you know, your Facebook's post before you go see Hoover Dam.
Yeah, but I'm glad you made the point about some of the other sites, because what I was thinking, of course, is the real mainstream ones, Instagram, Facebook, for example, where it's just most of the stuff, a little more political sometimes, but quite often it's, wow, I had this great reunion with these folks I haven't seen in a long time, or you should be jealous of my vacation now, or something like that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Picture at the beach. Yeah. You got your pale legs out there. I got my pale legs out in the ocean water. You know, actually, that probably should be illegal, a photo like that.
I suppose so. And as I said to you off the air, because my feet are so white, my wife has referred to them as translucent.
Translucent.
So, hey, check out my translucent vacation photos. This is great.
Right. Yeah, that is a federal crime.
Yeah, it should be.
It should be.
But the last thing about it is just this quote from Sarah McLachlan from the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. This will send the message that the American commitment to free speech is pretense, not practice. This is not the behavior of a country confident in its freedoms. End quote. And I think that's one that I think with a lot of things these days, and maybe it's just more because we know everyone's business so much now, that there's a lot of overreaction to things. But that is one where I'm going to use the phrase everyone loves, slippery slope. You don't necessarily want to start this way, because then, I mean, the same reason I'm against banning books. It's like, I think parents can ban books for their kids for sure, but once we're an adult, you don't get to ban the book. No thanks.
And it's, today it's one day it's a person's speech that you hate, and then the next day it could be your speech. So it can go either way sometimes. So
I think that's why there's some overreach, which I think people could logically be concerned about. That is Ian Schwartz. I'm Steve Goldstein. We're in for the boys and Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Only one more segment to go, Ian. So you and I mean, you have to go to bed soon. Maybe you and I could just carry on a phone conversation, do more of this.
Yeah, I'll do a phoner with you.
Anyway, we'll close up with, should we be concerned about the lack of snow in Flagstaff? We will pick the brain of the meteorologist sitting to my right here. And also the Gatos Big Q poll question. We know you've been waiting for it. So do not touch that dial or whatever people touch these days. I don't even know.
Button.
Yeah, they touch the okay. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos continues on KTAR News.
It's Gatos for Southwest Blinds and Shutters. I want you to go to southwestblinds.com, southwestblinds.com. I love this company. I've met with this company several times, and now I've hired this company. James started out several years ago knocking on doors, built his business up from the ground. He and his wife are proud to be local and serve the community. I've been to their showrooms, and they are fantastic. There are 3 showrooms all around town. Go pick one of them. Look at the blinds and the shutters and the shades that they have. Absolute beauty, timeless elegance. the shutters, the sleek look of modern shades, or the energy-saving benefits of smart blinds. I mean, it is absolutely incredible. You can get motorized shades, move them up and down via your cell phone. So do what I did. Go online and check them out. Remember the name, Southwest Blinds and Shutters. You can check them out at southwestblinds.com. That's southwestblinds.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Ulta Beauty's big holiday beauty sale is back with up to 50% off must-have gifts. Shop irresistible deals like the Shark Beauty Flex Style and Benefit Cosmetics travel size mascaras. With new offers weekly, same-day pickup or delivery, and our trusted associates, we make holiday shopping effortless. Head into Ulta Beauty today. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO, and I want to wish you all a happy holidays. You know there's nothing worse than thinking you're all set for holiday shopping, and then that dang check engine light comes on in your car. It always happens when you least expect it, and at the worst time. Now, what to do when your check engine light comes on can be confusing, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. AMCO will check your car or truck's computer system for free. Here's how it works. You just pop into any one of the 20 Valley locations, and we'll check your engine light for free while you wait. Now, most times the light can be caused by something simple and reset on the spot. Other times it may require deeper diagnostics, which can take additional time and cost a bit more. But we won't know until you come see us. Now remember, AMCO specializes in transmissions and we do total car care. Now AMCO has payment plans if you need, which we know is a great help for the holidays. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:46. I'm Brandon King for KTAR News. President Donald Trump has announced the seizure of a Venezuela oil tanker allegedly carrying drugs, making this the Trump administration's latest effort to put pressure on the Venezuelan president. Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego tells CNN he needs to know the rationale behind this because if we don't have authority, it could be considered piracy. More than half of American homes have lost value, according to data from Zillow. Trevor Halpern, CEO of Halpern Residentials at EXP, tells the Chris and Joe Show it all depends on when you purchased your home. He adds that people who bought during the COVID peak may have seen a decline, while midterm or long-term real estate holders could have gained roughly 78% equity. Never more than 15 minutes away from the news, traffic, and weather here on KTAR News. Grab you another traffic check live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Sean Koner, one more time from you.
All right, here's your final look at traffic. We have an accident on the southbound Thunderbird Road off-ramp from I-17 blocking the middle lane. Use caution there. And a couple surface street accidents. In Glendale, an injury accident at 43rd Avenue just south of Olive. Medical units are on the scene, so be careful there. And in Scottsdale, an injury accident on Pima Road just north of Pinnacle Peak. This traffic report brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Roth conversions mean tax-free growth. Consider whether a Roth conversion makes sense for you. Act before December 31st at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's a look at your traffic. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Bulldog Security Screens. This perfect weather that we are having right now, open your doors and windows in complete comfort and always in safety. Bulldog Security Screens protect like a fortress. How about holiday travel? Aren't you getting ready for that? Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. If you travel, leave knowing your home is secure, that if a burglar tries to break in, they can't break in. We all know the vast majority of burglaries go unsolved because even the burglars know if they can get in, even with an alarm system, they can steal your property and be gone before anyone shows up. The vast majority of burglaries go unsolved. But if you're going to travel, travel with peace of mind. Protect you, protect your family, protect the property you've worked so hard for, and do it with a great product that protects like a fortress. It's Bulldog Security Screens. Here's how you make an appointment. You just go to their website, bulldogsecurity-screens.com. That's bulldogsecurity-screens.com. Insist on the Bulldog because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
enough. The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, more time online, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. But LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our US-based restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Big Q poll question brought to you by Your Valley Toyota dealers.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, Steve Goldstein, and Ian Schwartz. Just a few more minutes left. We're going to turn to Ginia right now, who is going to tell us the results. What the question was first, and then the results of the Big Q poll question. Gatos not here, enjoying the holiday party. What have you got?
Yeah, so Gatos' Big Q poll question is, Trump was asked what grade he would give the economy. He replied an A++++++. Do you agree? A, no, where's my laugh emoji? Or B, I love Trump, so yes, but I really mean no.
Okay, so drum roll, please. What are the results?
It is, okay, give me 2 seconds. 79% no, where's my laugh emoji?
Oh, 79%. Okay, now do we think it would have been different with only one plus? Was it the extra pluses? It was just,
I think 3 could have been the limit. The 2 extra, it feels a little excessive.
Thank you, Ginia. That was great. Okay, so last few minutes with the meteorologist guy.
Yeah, you don't want to waste it.
Okay, so we're concerned about lack of snow in Flagstaff right now.
Not yet.
Okay, but when you look at models, and I don't mean people like underwear models. I mean like models for weather models. What are we? I mean, is it because I think a lot of us obsess at first of all the beginning of the monsoon season.
Oh yeah,
and then as we're getting ready, when it starts to cool off a little bit, we're thinking, okay, so are we going to get any hard freeze at night? Are we going to kill some of those mosquitoes? And are we going to get any sort of what's grapple? Is that what it's called when we get those light snow things or whatever?
I hate grapple has an identity crisis. It's not snow.
Okay.
It's not quite hail.
Right. Okay.
It needs to figure out who it wants to be.
Yeah. All right. So what are you looking at right now when it comes to whether we're going to get some winter storm, which will help snowpack, et cetera?
I'm not a giant fan of long range models. Okay. I think 4 months ago, long range models said we were going to have a dry fall.
Yes, and then woo,
and then we had this, fantastic flooding. The farther out you go on a forecast, the less reliable it is.
Okay.
There's not as much data for the model to grab onto. Within a week, a storm is closer. It's hitting sensors that are in the Pacific. It's hitting land sensors, which are even better. It's real hard data that it can chew on.
Yeah.
If you go out 3 weeks, there's nothing for it to really grasp onto to make, have some, good info in to get send good info out. Good info out. So near term, we look at several different models. The Europeans have one. The Canadians have one. We have one. We have a couple. And sometimes we look at features. There's regional features. The model can say one thing. I think of this case in Albuquerque where all the forecast models would say, it's going to snow in downtown Albuquerque. But there was this one wind that would kind of zip through Tijeras Canyon, and it would always shred the snow and kind of push it to the west. Unless you kind of really lived there for a while and observed it, the model may not catch on to that.
Okay.
So we're watching maybe Christmas. I'm not going to say it's going to be White Christmas. Okay. People get real excited about that.
Yeah.
But I don't think anything for the next 7 days or so.
Okay.
And November was so-so with the snow. December, we're December 10th, and we've only seen about an inch of snow in December when we usually see about 6.
Okay.
So we still have the rest of the month. January is a great month for snow. February is a great month for snow. Even into March, some of those spring storms. So nothing to get worked up about yet.
Okay.
But I would like to see a few more snowstorms so far in this in December.
And as we wrap up, so for those of us in the valley, though, I mean, I can't say I don't love sunny and 75 degrees. Of course we do, except for the fact that I'd like there to be a few weeks where it's not that. So any reason to be optimistic about even we're going to get some highs in the upper 50s, lower 60s at some point in the next month or two?
I think so. I would watch probably in a couple of weeks, maybe watch that Christmas time frame. Okay. But trying to tell you what's going to happen in January would just not good. But I get that question a lot. People say, "Oh, I got a wedding in March. What do the weather be like?" Like, we're not that good.
All right, that is Ian Schwartz. I'm Steve Goldstein. Thanks for spending your afternoon, early evening with us as we sat in for Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Had a good time, Ian. Thanks.
It was a pleasure. Thanks for having me. We'll have to do it again.
Thanks to Genia. Thanks to Julia. Thanks to Becky Lynn.
Yeah, the whole crew.
Thanks to Brandon. Thanks for everyone who made all this possible. Thanks for the people who made the mics work. Everybody.
Absolutely. It's a group effort.
Yeah. Anyway, have a great rest of your Wednesday evening. For Ian Schwartz, I'm Steve Goldstein. This is KTAR News.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day. That's cvshealth.com/investor day.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No. We'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here to let you know that now is the best time to replace your windows and doors with my friends from Window World. See, Window World doesn't use silly monthly sales gimmicks. They keep their same everyday low pricing all year long. That means you can typically purchase 10 windows from Window World for the price of only 3 or 4 windows from other companies. However, there will be a price increase next year. But don't worry, you still have time to upgrade your home with Window World's guaranteed lowest pricing on all high-quality custom-made windows, patio doors, and even entry door systems. Plus, Window World now offers window and patio doors in designer black and bronze colors, too. Call or schedule your free estimate at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.